Dark Fire. Dark Series, Book 6. By Christine Feehan. Part 1. Chapter 1. Flashlight and wrench in hand, she was crawling out from under the troop's huge touring bus when he first caught sight of her. She was small, almost childlike. At first, he was certain she was, at most, a teenager, dressed in baggy overalls, her wealth of red gold hair pulled back into a ponytail. Her face was grimy, smudged with oil and dirt. Then she turned slightly, and he could see high, firm breasts thrusting against the thin cotton top beneath the bib of her overalls. Darius stared at her entranced. Even in the night her red hair gleamed like flames. That he could tell her hair was red stunned him. Dark, predatory, immortal Carpathian male that he was, he had not seen colors, only black and white, in more centuries than he could count. He had not disclosed that information, his accompanying loss of emotion, to his younger sister, Desari, who remained, as she had for eons, sweet and compassionate and everything good that female Carpathians were. Everything that he was not. Desari depended on him, as did the others in their troop, and he did not wish to distress her with the knowledge of how close he was to either facing the dawn and his own destruction, or turning vampire, undead instead of immortal. That this little unfamiliar woman in baggy overalls had captured his attention was shocking to him. But she had a sway to her hips that sent a deep knee jolting hard within him. He caught his breath and followed her from a distance as she moved around the touring bus to disappear from his sight. "You must be tired, Rusty. You've been working all day," Desari called out. Darius couldn't see Desari, but, as always, he was able to hear his sister's voice, a blend of musical notes that could turn heads and influence all living things. "Grab some juice out of the fridge in the trailer and relax for a few minutes. You can't fix everything in one day," she continued. "Just another couple of hours, and I'll have this up and running," the little redhead answered. Her soft, husky voice touched Darius in the very core of his being and sent blood surging hotly through his veins. He stood still, transfixed by the unexpected sensation. "I insist, Rusty," Desari said gently. Darius knew that tone, the one that ensured she got her way. "Please. You have the job as our mechanic. It's obvious that you're exactly what we need. So knock off for the night, will you? Watching you work so hard makes me feel like a slave driver." Darius sauntered slowly around the motorhome toward the small, red-haired woman and his sister. Beside tall, slender, elegant Desari, the petite female mechanic he had not yet met looked like a scruffy child, yet he couldn't take his eyes from her. She laughed throatily, tightening his body to an aching heaviness. Even from a distance, he could see that her eyes were a brilliant green, large and heavily lashed, her face a perfect oval, with high cheekbones and a wide, lush mouth just begging to be kissed. Before he could hear her, she disappeared again, walking beside his sister around the back of the broken-down touring bus to the rear door. Darius simply stood there, frozen to the spot in the darkness. Night creatures were stirring to life, and Darius allowed his gaze to wander the campsite, noting the various colors around him. Vivid greens, yellows, and blues. He could see the silver of the bus, the blue lettering on the side. The little sports car nearby was fire engine red. The trail bikes secured to the bus were yellow. The leaves on the trees were bright green, veined with darker hues. Darius inhaled sharply, pointedly drinking in the stranger's scent so that he could always find her, even in a crowd, always know where she was. Strangely, she made him feel as if he wasn't so alone anymore. He hadn't even met her yet, but simply knowing she was in the world made it seem a completely different place. No, Darius had not told his sister how bleak and empty his life had been or how dangerous he had become, but his gaze, when it rested on the redhead, had been hot and possessive. And something fierce and primitive within him had raised its head and roared for release. Desari came striding back around the bus alone. "Darius, I did not know you had risen. You are so secretive these days." Her large black eyes scanned him speculatively. "What is it? You look..." She hesitated. "Dangerous." The unsaid word shimmered in the air between them. He nodded toward their mobile home. "Who is she?" Desari shivered at his tone, then rubbed her palms up and down her arms as if she were cold. We discussed the need to hire a mechanic to go on the road with us, to keep the vehicles in shape so we could protect our privacy. I spoke to you of placing an ad, with a special compulsion embedded in it, and you gave your approval, Darius. You said that if we found someone the cats could tolerate, you would permit it. Early this morning, Rusty appeared. The cats were out with me, and neither of them objected to her. How is it that she made it to the camp through our safeguards, the barriers that protect us during the daylight? He inquired softly, a hint of menace in his even voice. I honestly don't know, Darius. I scanned her mind for any hidden agendas and found none. Her brain patterns are different from those of most humans, but I could detect only her need for work, honest work. She is immortal, he said. I know, Desari replied defensively, aware of the heavy, oppressive weight in the air signaling her brother's censure. But she has no family, and she has indicated a need for a great deal of privacy herself. I don't think it will bother her if we're not around during the day. I told her that, because we work and travel mostly at night, we often sleep during the day. She said that suited her fine. And we do really need her to keep our vehicles running properly. You know it's true. Without them we'd lose our facade of normalcy. And we can handle a human without any problem. You sent her into the trailer, Desari. If she is there, why are the cats not with you? Darius asked, his heart suddenly in his throat. Oh my God. Desari paled. How could I make such a mistake? Stricken, she ran toward the door of the motor home. Darius was there before her, jerking open the door and leaping in, crouching low, ready to fight the troop's two leopards for the small female body. He froze motionless, his long black hair falling across his face. The red-haired woman was curled up on the couch with one large panther on either side of her, dwarfing her in size yet pushing against her hands, seeking attention. Tempest Trine stood up quickly as the man burst into the touring bus. He looked wild and dangerous. Everything about him screamed peril and power. He was tall, sinewy like the cats, and his long dark hair was shaggy and untamed. His eyes, as black as night, were large and mesmerizing and as penetrating as those of the two panthers. She felt her heart jump, and her mouth went dry. I'm sorry. Desari told me I could come in here, she offered appeasingly, trying to move away from the cats as they continued to nuzzle her for attention, nearly knocking over her small frame with each nudge. They attempted to lick her hands, which she avoided, since their rough tongues could take the skin off her. Desari shoved into the bus past the large man and stopped, wide-eyed and shocked. Thank God you're all right, Rusty. I never would have told you to come in here alone if I had remembered the cats. That is not something you should ever forget. Darius delivered the reprimand in a soft whip of velvet straight into his sister's mind, using their familiar mental pathway. Desari winced, but made no protest, aware her brother was right. They seem quite tame, Rusty ventured hesitantly, touching first one spotted feline head and then the other. The slight trembling of her hands betrayed her nervousness of the man, not the leopards. Darius straightened slowly to his full height. He looked so intimidating, his broad shoulders seeming to fill the bus, that Rusty actually stepped backward. His eyes bored straight into hers, his gaze holding her prisoner, searching her very soul. No, they are not tame. They are wild animals and do not tolerate close contact with humans. Really? Mischief danced for a moment in the woman's green eyes, and she shoved the bigger cat away. I didn't realize. Sorry. She didn't sound sorry, she sounded as if she was making fun of him. Somehow Darius knew, without a shadow of a doubt, that this woman's life would be tied to his for all eternity. He had found what Desari's new partner, Julian Savage, called his life mate. He allowed burning desire for her to flare briefly in his eyes and was satisfied when she stepped back again. They are not tame, he repeated. They could tear apart anyone entering this bus. How is it you are able to be with them safely? He demanded, his voice deep and compelling, that of a man obviously accustomed to instant obedience. Rusty's teeth scraped across her lower lip, betraying her nervousness, but her chin went up defiantly. Look, if you don't want me here, it's no big deal. We haven't signed a contract or anything. I'll get my tools and leave. She took a step toward the door, but the man was a solid wall, blocking her way. She glanced behind her, judging the distance to the rear door, wondering if she could make it before he pounced. Somehow she was afraid that running would trigger his own predatory instincts. Darius, Desari objected gently, laying a placating hand on his arm. He didn't so much as turn his head, his black eyes remaining on Rusty's face. "Leave us," he ordered his sister, his voice soft and menacing. Even the cats grew uneasy, pushing close to the red-haired woman whose green eyes flashed like jewels. This man called Darius frightened Rusty in a way no one else ever had. There was stark possessiveness in his eyes, a sensual cruelty around his beautiful mouth, an intensity burning in him that she had never witnessed before. She watched her only ally desert her as Desari reluctantly obeyed her brother, leaving the luxurious touring bus. "I asked you a question," he said softly. His voice sent butterfly wings brushing at her stomach. It was a black velvet weapon, a sorcerer's tool, and it sent heat curling unexpectedly through her body. She felt the color creeping up her neck and into her face. "Does everyone do everything you say?" He waited, as still as a leopard poised to pounce, his unblinking eyes fixed on her face. She felt a strange compulsion to answer him, to reveal the truth. The urge beat at her head until she rubbed her temples in protest. Then she sighed, shook her head, and even attempted a smile. "Look, I'm not certain who you are, other than Desari's brother, but I think we've both made a mistake. I saw the ad for a mechanic and thought this job would be something I'd like, traveling with your band around the country." She shrugged carelessly. "It doesn't matter. I can just as easily move on." Darius studied her face. She was lying to him. She needed the job. She was hungry, but too proud to say anything. She covered her desperation well, but she needed work. Yet not once did her green eyes waver from his black stare, and her entire body bespoke defiance. He moved then, gliding close to her so fast that she didn't have a chance to run. He could hear her heart pound, hear the rush of blood, of life, through her veins. His gaze rested on the pulse beating so frantically in her neck. "I think this job will suit you perfectly. What is your real name?" He was too close, too big, too intimidating and powerful. Up close she could feel the heat radiating from his body, the magnetism he exuded. He wasn't touching her, but she felt the warmth of his skin against hers all the same. She had an urge to run as fast and as far as she could. "Everyone calls me Rusty." She sounded defiant even to her own ears. He smiled in an infuriatingly male way that told her he knew she was afraid of him. The smile did nothing to warm the black ice of his eyes. He bent his head slowly toward her until she could feel his breath against her neck. Her skin tingled in anticipation. Every cell in her body went on alert, screaming a warning. "I asked you what your name is," he whispered into her pulse. Rusty took a deep breath and made herself remain perfectly still, unflinching. If they were playing a game, she was not going to make a wrong move. "My name is Tempest Trine, but everyone calls me Rusty." His white teeth flashed again. He looked like a hungry predator eyeing its prey. "Tempest. It suits you. I am Darius. I am the guardian of this troop. What I say goes." "Obviously you've made the acquaintance of my younger sister, Desari. Have you met the others?" He felt an unfamiliar rage rip through him at the mere thought of any of the other men around her. And in that moment he knew that until he made Tempest his, he was extremely dangerous, not only to mortals, but to his own kind as well. In all his centuries of existence, even in the early years, when joy and pain still existed for him, he had never experienced such jealousy, possessiveness, or any other emotion remotely like it. He had not known what rage felt like until that moment. It was sobering to realize just how much power this small human woman wielded. Rusty shook her head. She edged away from his intensity, from the way he made her heart pound in alarm, glancing frantically at the rear door. But Darius was too close for her to make good her escape. So she looked to the big cats, then focused and aimed her thoughts at them, a talent she had had since birth, though one she would never admit aloud. The smaller of the two leopards, the one with the lighter coat, moved between her and Darius and showed her teeth in a warning snarl. Darius reached down and laid a calming hand on the cat's head. "Be still, Fade friend. I would not harm this one. She seeks to leave us. I feel it in her mind. I cannot allow such a thing. You would not wish it either. At once the cat moved to position itself in front of the rear door, leaving Rusty no chance of escape. Traitor, she hissed at the leopard under her breath, forgetting herself. Darius rubbed the bridge of his nose thoughtfully. You are an unusual woman. You communicated silently with the animals. She looked guilty, ducking her head, her eyes shirting away from him as she pressed the back of her hand to her soft, trembling mouth. I don't have a clue what you're talking about. If anyone's communicating with the animals, it's you. The cat's in front of the door. Not only everyone, but everything obeys you, huh? He nodded slowly. Everyone in my domain, and that now includes you. You are not to leave. We need you as much as you need us. Did Desari assign you a place to sleep? He felt not only her hunger, but also her fatigue. It beat at him, inside him, so that his every protective male instinct roared to life. Rusty stared up at him, measuring her options. Somewhere deep inside herself, she knew that Darius had taken away her choices. He would not allow her to leave. She saw that in the merciless line of his mouth, the implacable resolve stamped on his features, and his soulless black eyes. She could pretend if she wanted to, leave it unspoken between them, not challenge him. Power clung to him like a second skin. She had been in dangerous situations before, but this felt entirely different. She wanted to run. And she wanted to stay. Darius reached out and tipped up her chin with 2 fingers so that he could stare directly into her green eyes. 2 fingers. That was all. But it felt as if he had put chains on her, bound them together in some inexplicable manner. She felt the impact of his gaze burning into her, branding her as his. The tip of her tongue nervously moistened her full lower lip. Darius's body clenched in hot, hard, urgent demand. You are not going to run, Tempest. Do not think you can get away. You need the job. We need you with us. Just follow the rules. Desari said I can sleep in here, she found herself answering. She didn't know what she was going to do. Down to her last $20, she had been certain this was the perfect job for her. She was an excellent auto mechanic, she enjoyed traveling, she liked being alone, and she loved animals. And something about this particular help-wanted ad had jumped out at her, drawn her to this place, these people, as if it was meant to be. It had been strange, almost a compulsion she couldn't resist to find these people, so sure was she that the job was meant for her. She should have known it was too perfect. Without thinking, she sighed softly. Darius's thumb feathered lightly over her chin. He felt her tremble, but she stood her ground. There is always a price to pay, he observed, as if reading her mind. His hand moved to her hair, and he fingered the red gold strands as if he couldn't help himself. Rusty stood very still, like a small animal caught out in the open by a stalking panther. She knew he was extremely dangerous to her, yet she could only stare up at him helplessly. He was doing something to her, mesmerizing her, hypnotizing her with his burning black eyes. She couldn't look away from him. She couldn't move. How high is the price? Her words came out strangled, sounding and husky. She couldn't tear her gaze away from his no matter how much her mind screamed at her to do so. His body moved close, closer still, until his hard frame seemed to imprint itself on the softness of hers. He was everywhere, surrounding her, enveloping her until she was a part of him. She knew she should try to move, to break the spell he was weaving around her, but she couldn't find the strength. Then his arms closed around her, drew her into him, and her heart turned over at the gentleness in a man of such power and enormous strength. He whispered something soft and soothing, something compelling, a sorcerer's seduction. She closed her eyes, the world suddenly hazy and dreamlike. She felt as if she couldn't move, as if she didn't want to move. She waited almost breathlessly. His mouth brushed her right temple, moved across her ear, feathered across her cheek to the corner of her lips, breathing warmth, leaving little dancing flames wherever he touched. She felt torn in two. One part of her knew it was so perfect, so right. The other urged her to run as fast and as far as she could. His tongue stroked across her neck, a velvet, rasping caress that curled her toes and sent heat pooling deep within her. His fingers curved around her nape, drawing her even closer. His tongue stroked a second time. A white-hot sensation pierced her skin exactly over her frantically beating pulse. Pain sliced through her, then gave way instantly to erotic pleasure. Rusty gasped, found some deep reservoir of self-preservation, and squirmed, pushing at the muscles of his chest. Darius shifted subtly, but his arms remained tight and unyielding. Drowsiness slipped over her, a willingness to give him whatever he wanted. She felt divided into two selves, one locked helplessly in the dark embrace, the other looking on in shock and horror. Her body was hot, burning, needing. Her mind accepted him and what he was doing, taking her blood, staking his claim on her. Somehow she knew that he was not trying to kill her but possess her. Knew also that he was not anything human. Her eyelashes swept down, and her legs buckled. Darius slipped one arm under Tempest's knees and lifted her, cradling her against his chest as he fed. She was hot and sweet and unlike anything he had ever tasted. His body was on fire for her. Still feeding, he carried her to the couch, savoring the essence of her, unable to stop himself from taking what was rightfully his. And she was his. He felt it, knew it, would accept nothing less. Only when her head lolled back on her slender neck did he realize what was happening. Swearing eloquently to himself, he closed the wound in her neck with a sweep of his tongue and bent to check her pulse. He had taken far more blood than she could afford to give, and his body still throbbed with a relentless, savage demand. But Tempest Trine was a small woman and not of their race. She could not afford such a blood loss. Worse, what he was doing was strictly forbidden, breaking every code, every law he knew. Every law he himself had taught to the others and demanded they follow. Yet he couldn't stop himself. He had to have this woman. True, a mortal female could be used for sex, a simple pleasure of the body, if one could still feel such things. And as long as one did not drain the life from her entirely, a mortal female could also be used for sustenance, to feed upon. But not both, and never at the same time. It was taboo. Darius knew that if she hadn't fainted from the blood loss, he would have taken her body with his. Not once, but again and again. And he would have killed anyone who tried to stop him, who tried to take her from him. Had it happened then? Was he turning vampire? The one thing every Carpathian male feared, was it happening to him? He didn't care. He only knew that Tempest Trine was of the utmost importance to him, the only woman he had ever wanted in centuries of a lonely, barren existence. She made him feel. She made him see. She brought life and color into his bleak world, and now that he had seen it, felt it, he would never go back to total emptiness. Cradling her on his lap, he started to tear open his wrist with his teeth. But something stopped him. It didn't seem right to feed her that way. Instead, he slowly opened his immaculate silk shirt, his body unexpectedly tightening even more in anticipation. One fingernail lengthened into a razor-sharp talon and sliced a thin line across his chest. Then he pressed her mouth to the wound. His blood was ancient and powerful and would replenish her quickly. At the same time he reached for her mind. In her unconscious state, it was relatively easy to take control, to command her to do his bidding. Still, he was astonished at what he discovered. Desari was right. Tempest's mind did not follow the usual human pattern. It was more like that of the cunningly intelligent leopards he often ran with. Not exactly the same, but definitely different from the normal human brain. For the moment it didn't matter. He easily controlled her, demanding that she drink to replenish what he had taken from her. Out of nowhere an ancient chant came into his mind. He found himself saying the words of a ritual, uncertain where they came from, knowing only that they must be said. He murmured them in the ancient tongue of his people, then repeated them in English. Bending over Tempest protectively, stroking her hair, he breathed the words softly into her ear. I claim you as my life mate. I belong to you. I offer my life for you. I give you my protection, my allegiance, my heart, my soul, and my body. I take into my keeping the same that is yours. Your life, happiness, and welfare will be cherished and placed above my own for all time. You're my life mate, bound to me for all eternity and always in my care. As he uttered the words, He felt a curious shifting in his body, a release of a terrible tension. He also felt the words weaving tiny threads between her soul and his heart and hers. She belonged to him. He belonged to her. But it wasn't right. She was immortal. He was Carpathian. She would grow old, he never would. Still, it didn't matter. Nothing mattered to him except that she was in his world, that she was beside him. That it felt right to him. She fit with him as if she had been fashioned only for him. Darius closed his eyes and held her to him, savoring the feel of her in his arms. He closed his wound himself and laid her among the pillows lining the couch. Very gently, almost reverently, he cleaned the dirt and grime from her face. You will not remember this when you awaken. You will know only that you took this job and are now part of our crew. You know nothing of what I am or that we exchanged blood. He reinforced the command with a hard mental push more than sufficient to convince a human. She looked so young in her sleep, her red gold hair framing her face. He touched her, his fingers possessive, his black eyes burning fiercely. Then he turned to regard the large cats. You like her. She can speak to you, can she not? He asked them. He could feel their answer, not in words, but in images of affection and trust. He nodded. She is mine, and I will not give her up. Guard her well while we sleep until the next rising. He silently commanded them. The two cats rubbed against the couch, trying to get as close as possible to the woman. Darius touched her face once more, then turned and left the mobile home. He knew Desari would be waiting for him, and her gentle doe eyes would be accusing. She stood leaning against the front of the trailer, confusion on her beautiful face. The moment she saw him, she looked anxiously at the bus. What have you done? Stay out of this, Desari. You are my own blood, the one I most love and treasure. But Darius stopped, amazed that he could express that emotion honestly for the first time in centuries. He did feel love for his sister again. It beat in him, real and strong, and his relief was tremendous at not having to reach for and feign remembered emotions. He recovered his composure and continued. But I will not tolerate your interference in this matter. Tempest will stay with us. She is mine. The others will not touch her. Desari's hand went to her throat, and her face paled. Darius, what have you done? Do not think to defy me, or I will take her far from here and leave you all to go your own way. Desari's mouth trembled. We are under your protection, Darius. You have always led, and we have always followed you. We trust you completely. Trust your judgment. She hesitated. I know you would never hurt this girl. Darius studied his sister's face for a long moment. No, you do not, Desari, and neither do I. I know only that, without her, I will bring danger and death to many before I am destroyed. He heard her swift intake of breath. Is it that bad, Darius? Are you so close then? She did not need to use the words. Vampire. Or undead. They both knew intimately of what she spoke. She is all that is standing between the destruction of mortals and immortals alike. The line is fragile. Do not interfere, Desari. It is all the warning I am capable of giving you, he said with a merciless, implacable resolve. Darius had always been the acknowledged leader of their small group, ever since they were all children, and he had saved them from certain death. Even as a mere youth he had reared and protected them, given them his all. He was the strongest, the most cunning, and the most powerful. He had the gift of healing. They relied on him for his wisdom and expertise. He had steered them safely through the long centuries without thought for himself. Desari could do no other than support him in this one thing he asked. No, not asked. Demanded. She knew Darius was not exaggerating, not lying, not bluffing. He never did. Everything he said, he meant. Slowly, reluctantly, Desari nodded. You are my brother, Darius. I am with you always, whatever you choose to do. She turned as her life mate abruptly shimmered into a solid state beside her. Julian Savage still took her breath away, the sight of his tall, muscled frame, the striking, molten gold eyes that always reflected love back to her. Julian bent to brush Desari's temple with the warmth and comfort of his mouth. He had caught her distress through their psychic link and instantly returned from hunting prey. When he turned his gaze on Darius, his eyes were cold. Darius met that gaze with one equally chilling. Desari sighed softly at the two territorial males measuring each other. "You two promised." Instantly Julian leaned into her, his voice extraordinarily tender. "Is there a problem here?" Darius made a sound of disgust, a rumbling growl deep in his throat. "Desari is my sister. I have always seen to her welfare." For just a moment the golden eyes flickered over him, cold with menace. Then Julian's white teeth gleamed in a semblance of a smile. "It is true, and I can do no other than be grateful to you." Darius shook his head slightly. He was still unused to tolerating the presence of any male not of his own small group. Accepting his sister's new life-mate traveling with them was one thing, liking it was quite another. Julian had been raised in the Carpathian Mountains, their native land, and though he had been forced into a solitary existence, he had had the benefit of years of training in their ways, of adult Carpathian guidance during his fledgling years. Darius knew Julian was strong and one of their people's most skilled hunters of vampires. He knew Desari was safe with him, but he couldn't quite relinquish his own role as her protector. He had had far too many centuries of leadership, of learning the hard way, through experience. Some centuries ago, in their almost forgotten homeland, Darius and 5 other Carpathian children had seen their parents murdered by invaders who thought them vampires and carried out their ritual slayings, a stake through the heart beheading, with garlic stuffed in the mouth. It had been a frightening, traumatic time as Ottoman Turks overran their village while the sun was high in the sky, just as their parents were at their most vulnerable. The Carpathians had tried to save the mortal villagers, standing with them to fight the invasion despite the fact that the attack had come when the Carpathian people were at their weakest. But there were far too many assailants, and the sun was too high. Nearly everyone had been massacred. The marauding armies had then herded the children, mortal and immortal alike, into a straw shack and set it on fire, burning the youngsters alive. Darius had managed to fabricate an illusion to cloak the presence of a few of the children from the soldiers, a feat unheard of at his age. And when he noticed a peasant woman who had escaped the bloodthirsty assailants, he had cloaked her presence as well and forced a compulsion upon her. He embedded within the woman a deep need to flee and take with her the Carpathian children he had saved. The woman took them down the mountain to her lover, a man who owned a boat. Though sailing the open seas was rarely attempted in that century, since tales of sea serpents and falling off the earth abounded, the marauders' cruelty was a worse fate. So the small crew took their vessel far from their shores in an attempt to flee the steadily advancing army. The children had huddled together in the precarious craft, all terrified, all shocked at the hideous deaths of their parents. Even Desari, a mere infant, was aware of what had happened. Darius had kept them going, insisting they could make it if they stuck together. A terrible storm had come up, washing the crew overboard, the sea rising up to claim the sailors and the woman as efficiently as the Turks had massacred the villagers. Darius had refused to yield his charges up to such a fate. Although still very young, he already had an iron will. Holding the image of a bird in their minds, he forced the children, as young as they were, to shapeshift with him before the ship went down. Then he had flown, clutching tiny Desari in his talons, leading them to the nearest body of land, the shores of Africa. Darius had been 6 years old, his sister barely 6 months. The other female child, Sindel, was 1. With them were 3 boys, the oldest 4 years of age. Compared to the familiar comforts of their homeland, Africa seemed wild, untamed, a primitive, frightening place. Yet Darius felt responsible for the safety of the other children. He learned to fight, to hunt, to kill. He learned how to exert authority, to take care of his group. Carpathian children did not yet have the extraordinary talents of their elders, to know the unknowable, to see the unseeable, to command the creatures and natural forces of the earth, to heal. They had to learn these techniques from their parents, study under those who would teach them. But Darius didn't allow those limitations to stop him. Though he was just a little boy himself, he would not lose the children. It was that simple to him. It had not been easy to keep the 2 girls alive. Female Carpathian children seldom survived the first year of life. At first, Darius had hoped other Carpathians would come and rescue them, but in the meantime he had to provide for them as best he could. And as time passed, the memory of their native race and ways faded. He took the few rules imprinted on him from birth, what he could remember of his talks with his parents, and he devised his own ways and his own code of honor by which to live. He harvested herbs, hunted animals, tried every nutritional source on himself first, often sickening himself in the process. But eventually he learned the ways of the wilds, became a stronger protector, and ultimately the group of children became much closer than most families, the only ones like themselves in their remote world. The few of their kind they had encountered had already turned, become the undead, vampires feeding on the lives of those around them. Always it was Darius who took the responsibility of hunting down and destroying the dreaded demons. His group was fiercely loyal to, fiercely protective of, one another. And all of them followed Darius without question. His strength and will had carried them through centuries of learning, of adapting, of creating a new kind of life. It had been a shock to discover a few short months ago that others of their kind, Carpathian and not vampire, still existed. Darius had been secretly afraid that all males of his kind eventually turned, and he feared what would become of his wards if he did. He had lost all emotion centuries earlier, a sure sign a male was in danger of turning. He never spoke of it, always afraid the day would come when he would turn on his own loved ones, relying on his iron will and private code of honor to prevent such an outcome. Already, one of the males among them had turned, become the unthinkable. Darius glided away from his sister and her life mate, thinking of Feehan. Feehan had been the second oldest boy, the closest of friends, and Darius had relied on him often to hunt or to watch over the others. Feehan had always been his second in command, the one he trusted to watch his back. He stopped for a moment beside a huge oak tree and leaned against the trunk, remembering that horrible day a few months earlier when he had found Feehan crouched over Sindel, her body a mass of bite marks and bruises. She was naked, blood and seed seeping from between her legs, her beautiful eyes glazed with shock. Feehan had then attacked Darius, going for his throat, ripping and tearing nearly fatal wounds before Darius had time to realize that his best friend had become what all the males feared becoming most. The vampire. The undead. Feehan had brutally raped and beaten Sindel and was now trying to destroy Darius. Darius had had no choice but to kill his friend and incinerate his body and heart, having had to learn the hard way how to destroy a vampire properly. For the undead could rise again and again from the most mortal of wounds unless certain techniques were used. Darius had had no one to instruct him in those techniques, only an eternity of instincts and mistakes to correct. After that terrible battle with Feehan, Darius had lain for some time deep within the soil, healing himself. Sindel had been largely silent in the months since, often taking the shape of a panther and staying with the other cats, Sasha and Forrest. Darius sighed. It was only now that he could feel the deep sorrow sweeping over him for Feehan, the guilt and despair that he had been unable to see it coming and find a way to help his friend. After all, he was their leader, he was responsible. And Sindel was like a lost child, with such sadness, such weariness in her beautiful dark eyes. He had failed her most of all, failed to protect her from one of their own, thinking in his arrogance that his leadership, the unity among them, would prevent the ultimate depravity one of their species could experience. He still could not look Sindel fully in the eyes. And now he was breaking his own laws. But, he wondered, had he made up those laws so the family would have a code to live by? Or had his father told him of these matters? Or had they been imprinted on him before birth, as certain other knowledge had been? Had he been better friends with Julian, they might have shared more information, but for centuries Darius had always learned for himself, remaining self-contained, private, answering to no one, accepting the consequences of his own actions and mistakes. Hunger bit at him, and he knew he had no choice but to hunt. The campground they had chosen to stay in for a few days was deep within a California state park, little used and, at the moment, empty. A highway ran close by, but he had spread an invisible warning net between it and the camp, creating a sense of oppression and dread in humans who might think of stopping there. It wouldn't harm the humans, just make them wary. Yet, it hadn't deterred Tempest. Darius thought about that as he shapeshifted on the run, his body contorting, stretching. Muscles and sinews soon encompassed a loose, supple leopard's powerful frame, and Darius loped silently through the forest toward a more popular campsite situated near a deep, clear lake. The leopard covered the distance quickly, scenting prey, circling to stay downwind and low in the bushes. It observed two men fishing from the reed-covered shore, talking to each other in short bursts of speech. Darius paid no attention to their words. In the body of the cat, he slunk close to the ground. Carefully positioning each large paw, he crept stealthily forward. One of the men turned his head toward the sound of laughter coming from the campsite. Darius stopped, then resumed his slow-motion progress. His prey turned his attention back toward the lake, and in absolute silence the leopard edged ever closer, then crouched low, powerful muscles bunched and waiting. Darius sent forth a silent call, enveloping the shorter of the two men, drawing his prey to him. The man's head went up, and he turned toward the leopard waiting in the brush. He dropped his fishing pole into the lake and began to lurch forward, one foot in front of the other, eyes glazed. "Jack." The other man grabbed the sinking pole, twisting around to stare at his friend. Darius froze both men with a mind block and shapeshifted back to his own form as Jack approached the big cat. It was the only safe thing to do. He had found that the cat's hunting instincts made it dangerous to use its body to feed. The leopard's sharp canines pierced and killed its prey. It had taken several trial-and-error episodes on his part as a child, not powerful or skilled enough for hunting, to learn what was acceptable and what was not. Until he was grown, he had had no choice but to use the leopards and their abilities, and he accepted the responsibility for the Africans who had died, for it was the only way he could keep the other children alive. Now he kept the other man calm and accepting with the ease of long practice, a method perfected long ago. He bent his head and drank his fill, careful not to take too much. He didn't want his prey sick and dizzy. Helping the first man to a sitting position in the brush, he summoned the other one to him. Finally sated, he slowly allowed his body to reshape. The cat snarled silently, its instinct to pull what appeared to be carcasses deeper into the trees and finish consuming them, blood and meat. Darius fought the urge and patted on cushioned paws back toward the touring bus. His group now traveled together as musicians, modern-day troubadours, going from city to city singing, as often as possible, in the small local venues Desari preferred. The constant travel also preserved their personal anonymity even as their outward fame grew. Desari had a beautiful voice, haunting and mesmerizing. Diane was a superb songwriter, and his voice, too, captured audiences and held them spellbound. In the old days, the troubadour life had allowed them to travel from place to place without close scrutiny, and no one could notice or compare their differences from others. Now, with the world growing smaller, maintaining privacy from fans was a much more difficult feat. Thus, they made every effort to act and appear normal, including using inefficient, imperfect, automotive travel. And thus their need for a mechanic to maintain their caravan of vehicles. Darius made his way back to the campsite and shape-shifted as he entered the motor-home equipped with every luxury. Tempest was in a deep sleep, due, he was certain, to the fact that he had been greedy in the taking of her blood. He should have tried to control himself, to deprive himself of the unexpected ecstasy of it. Just looking at her made his body ache with a relentless, urgent demand he knew was not going to go away. He and this fiery little woman would have to learn to strike some sort of balance. Darius was unaccustomed to opposition. Everyone always did as he bade without question. He could not expect a tempestuous human woman to do the same. He tucked the blanket more closely around her and bent to brush his mouth against her forehead. His thumb skimmed the softness of her skin, and he felt a jolt throughout his body. Darius collected himself and directed a firm command to the leopards before stalking out of the bus. He wanted Tempest safe at all times. Though the cats slept the day away, as did Darius and his family, the leopards gave the troop semblance of security, guarding the bus while the troop members were resting and restoring themselves deep within the ground. He directed the cat's protective instincts to include Tempest above all. Chapter 2. Vampire. Tempest sat up slowly, wiping at her mouth with the back of one trembling hand. She was in the dark troubadour's touring bus on the sofa bed, lost in a sea of pillows, a blanket covering her. The two leopards pressed close to her were sleeping. The sunlight was trying in vain to filter through the dark curtains covering the windows. It must be late afternoon, with the sun so low. She was weak, shaking. Her mouth was dry, her lips parched. She needed liquid of some kind, any kind. When she tried to stand, she swayed slightly before finding her balance. She remembered every horrifying detail of the night before, even though Darius had commanded her to forget all of it. She had no doubt he was capable of commanding most human beings to do his bidding, but somehow he hadn't managed to do so with her. Tempest had always been a bit different, able to communicate with animals, to read their thoughts as they could read hers. That trait must have provided her partial immunity to Darius's mental push, though he likely thought he had successfully destroyed her memories of what he was and what he was capable of doing. She put a hand to her throat, searching for a wound, realizing that she wasn't immune to his blatant sex appeal. She had never felt such chemistry in her life. Electricity had arced between them, sizzling and crackling. And it was humiliating to acknowledge that, however much she'd like to think so, he wasn't completely to blame. She hadn't been able to control herself around him either, which shocked her, terrified her. So okay. The man was an honest-to-God vampire. She would scream and fall apart later. Right now the important thing to do was get out. Run. Hide. Put as much distance between herself and that maniac as she could possibly manage before nightfall, when vampires allegedly arose. Right now, he had to be sleeping somewhere. God help her if he was in a coffin somewhere in the bus. She wasn't about to drive a stake through anyone's heart. It wasn't going to happen. Go to the cops, she ordered herself softly. Someone has to know about this. She lurched her way to the front of the bus. Glancing in a mirror to assure herself she still had a reflection, she winced at her appearance. The vampire had to be pretty hard up to come after someone who looked the way she did, like Frankenstein's bride. Sure, Tempest, she said to her image, you tell the police. Officer, a man bit my neck and sucked my blood. He's the guardian, a bodyguard, for a real popular singer and band. He's a vampire. Please go and arrest him. She wrinkled her nose at herself and deepened her voice. Sure, miss. I believe you. And who are you anyway? A homeless, penniless young woman with a record of running away from every foster home we ever put you in. Let's say we take a nice ride to the funny farm. After all, you do spend a lot of time talking to animals. She made a moue with her lips. Yeah, that'll work. She found the bathroom, which proved amazingly luxurious, but cleaned up quickly rather than admiring her surroundings, showering, gulping as much water as she could. She changed into faded blue jeans and a fresh cotton top from the small backpack she always had with her. The moment she headed for the exit, however, both cats lifted their heads alertly and made sounds of protest. She sent them her regrets, but slipped out before they could stop her by body-blocking the doors. She could feel their intentions, knew Darius had instructed them to keep her there should she awaken. Both snarled and screamed in anger as she made good her escape, but she didn't hesitate, slamming the door behind her and running away from the bus. She spent several minutes trying to locate the toolbox she always carried with her, but it was nowhere to be found. Cursing under her breath, she headed for the highway and began to jog. As soon as she put some miles between herself and that creature, she would be happy. Wouldn't you know she would find a vampire? Probably the only one in existence. She wondered why she wasn't fainting with fright. It wasn't every day a person met a vampire. And she couldn't even tell anyone. Ever. She would go to her grave the only human being alive to know that vampires really existed. She groaned. Why was she always getting herself into trouble? It was so like her to go out on a simple job interview and manage to encounter a vampire. She jogged for 3 miles, thankful that she liked to run, because not one single car had driven by in all that time. She slowed her pace and reached up to wrap her sweat-dampened hair into a ponytail again to get it off her neck. What time was it? Why didn't she own a watch? Why hadn't she checked the time before she took off? After another hour or so of jogging and walking, she finally flagged down a car and managed to get a short ride. She felt abnormally tired and terribly thirsty. The couple who picked her up bubbled over with goodwill, but they wore her out with their energy, and she was almost glad to say goodbye and resume her jogging and walking. But this time she didn't cover much ground. She was so tired, her body felt like lead, and each step she took felt as if she were wading through quicksand. She sat down abruptly on the side of the road. Her head was beginning to pound with alarming force. She rubbed her temples and the nape of her neck, hoping to alleviate the pain. A small blue pickup truck pulled up beside her. It was a measure of her weakness that she could barely find the strength to get to her feet and go to the driver's window. The man was about 40, compact and muscular. He smiled at her, his eyes holding a hint of worry. "Something wrong, miss?" Rusty shook her head. "I need a ride, though, if you're going any distance." "Sure, hop in." He pushed a pile of clutter from the seat to the floor. "The truck's a mess, but what the heck?" "Thanks. The weather looks like it's going to turn nasty." And it did. Unexpectedly, dark clouds began to float across the sky. The man glanced up through the windshield. "Crazy. The weather reports said clear and sunny. Maybe those clouds will just drift on by." "I'm Harry." He stuck out his hand. "Tempest." She slipped her hand into his for a brief shake, but the moment she touched him, her stomach lurched and her skin crawled. His thumb brushed the back of her hand just once, sending a chill down her spine. But Harry released her immediately and put the truck back into gear, his eyes on the road. Rusty huddled as far from him as possible, fighting her rising nausea and wild imagination. But the moment her head was against the back of the seat, tiredness overtook her, and her lashes kept drifting down. Harry glanced at her with obvious concern. "Are you sick? I could take you to the nearest doctor. I think there's supposed to be a small town a few miles up this road." Rusty tried to rally. She shook her pounding head. She knew she was pale, and she could feel small beads of perspiration dotting her forehead. "I jogged for several miles. I think I just overdid it." But she knew that wasn't the problem. For some reason, every cell in her body was protesting the distance she was putting between herself and Darius. She knew it. Felt it. "Go to sleep, then." "I'm used to driving alone," Harry advised. "I usually have the radio on, but if it bothers you, I can do without it." "It's not going to bother me," she replied. Her lashes would not stay up no matter how hard she tried to stay awake. She was exhausted. Had she picked up a bug? Suddenly she sat up straight. Could vampires have rabies? They turned into bats, didn't they? And couldn't bats carry rabies? She was okay with bats, but that didn't mean she liked vampires. What if Darius had infected her with something? She realized Harry was staring at her. He was probably thinking he had picked up a nutcase. Deliberately, she settled back against the seat and closed her eyes. Could a person become a vampire with one bite? One little bite? She squirmed, remembering the dark, sensual heat burning through her body. So okay, maybe a big bite. The memory, the feel of his mouth on her neck, made her throb and burn, flooding her with flames all over again. She found her hand creeping up to her throat to cover the spot, to hold the erotic memory in the palm of her hand. She nearly groaned aloud. Darius definitely had infected her with something, but it wasn't rabies. Weariness continued to invade her body, deadening her limbs, so she gave up the fight and allowed her eyes to close. Harry drove for 15 minutes, casting quick, covert glances at his hitchhiker. His heart was pounding loudly in his chest. She was small and curvy and had fallen right into his lap. He never looked a gift horse in the mouth. Glancing at his watch, he was satisfied to see that he was ahead of schedule. He was meeting his boss in a couple of hours and had time enough to indulge his fantasies with the little redhead. The ominous clouds had thickened and darkened, occasionally issuing small veins of lightning and a rumble of thunder. But it was still early evening, around 6:30, and Harry watched for a grove of trees where he could pull off the road into a private area and remain undetected by any passing cars. Rusty jerked awake when a hand fumbled clumsily at her breast. Her eyes flew open. Harry was leaning across her, tearing at her clothes. She slugged him as hard as she was able to in the small confines of the truck. But he was a big man, and his fist clipped her behind her ear, then smashed into her left eye. For a brief instant she saw stars, then everything went black, and she slid farther down into the seat. Harry's mouth covered hers, wet and slimy. Again she struggled wildly, raking at his face with her fingernails. "Stop. Stop it." He slapped her over and over, his other hand squeezing her breast hard, hurting her. "You're a whore. Why else would you get in here with me? You wanted this. You know you did. That's okay, honey, I like it rough. Fight me. It's great. It's what I want." His knee pressed hard against her thigh, holding her down so that he could tear at the waistband of her jeans. Rusty's hand found the door handle, and she wrenched at it and jackknifed it out onto the ground. Scrambling on all fours, she tried to get away. Overhead the skies unexpectedly opened up, and the dark clouds emptied onto them like a waterfall. Harry caught her ankle, dragging her back over the gravel toward him. Grabbing her other ankle, he flipped her over so hard it drove the air from her lungs. Lightning flashed, sizzled, and arced from cloud to cloud. She saw it clearly as she stared up at the sky. Rain fell in silver sheets, drenching her. She closed her eyes as Harry struck her repeatedly with his clenched fist. "Feels good, feels real good, doesn't it?" he rasped. His eyes were ugly and hard, glaring down at her with hatred and triumph. Tempest fought him with every ounce of strength she possessed, kicking at him when she could draw her legs up, beating at him until her fists were bruised and aching. Nothing seemed to help. The rain poured down on them both, and thunder growled, shaking the ground. There was no warning whatsoever. One moment Harry's weight was pressing down on her body, the next he was jerked backward by some unseen hand. She heard the thud as her attacker landed hard against his truck. She tried to roll over, sick to her stomach. Every muscle hurt. She managed to make it to her knees before she vomited violently, again and again. Her eye was swelling shut, and with the rain, wind, and abruptly falling darkness, it was hard to see what was happening. She heard an ominous crack, the sound of a bone breaking. She crawled almost blindly toward a tree and dragged herself unsteadily up to brace herself on the trunk. Then arms surrounded her, drew her toward a solid chest. Instantly she erupted into a fighting, struggling wild thing, screaming and blindly flailing. "You are safe now," Darius crooned softly, battling down the beast raging in his body. "No one is going to hurt you. Be calm, Tempest. You are safe with me." At that moment she didn't care what Darius was, he had saved her. She clutched his jacket and burrowed close, trying to shrink from the terrible brutality and disappear into the shelter of his body. Tempest was shaking so hard that Darius was afraid she would collapse. He lifted her into his arms, holding her close. "See to the mortal," he snapped over his shoulder to Diane, his second in command. Darius carried Tempest's small, battered body into the comparative shelter of the trees. She was a mess, her face swollen and bruised, tears streaming down her cheeks. She was hunching into herself, rocking back and forth, far too reminiscent of Sindel after Savon's attack for Darius's comfort. He simply held her, allowing her to cry, his arms strong and comforting. Before he had risen, the warning of the cats had reached him that Tempest was fleeing. He had slowed her down as much as he could, making her exceedingly tired. Then he sent the clouds to darken the skies so that he might rise early without the sun hurting his sensitive Carpathian eyes, without burning his Carpathian skin. The moment he could, he had launched himself skyward, commanding Diane to follow him. Together they streamed across the night toward her, Barak racing after them in the sports car at Darius's command. Now each tear she shed toward him, ripping into his soul as nothing else had ever done. "You have to stop, baby," he whispered softly into her hair. "You will make yourself sick. It is all right now. He is gone. He will never touch you again. Or anyone eke." Diane would destroy any evidence that Tempest had ever been in that blue pickup. Her attacker would drive himself into a tree and break his neck farther down the road. Darius found his own hand trembling as he stroked her hair, his chin rubbing the silkiness just because he had to. What made you leave? We offered the perfect job for you. And you will have me to look after you. Lucky me, Rusty said wearily. I need some aspirin. You need sleep and time to heal, he corrected gently. Come home with us, Tempest. You will be safe there. Tempest clutched her head, but every single place Harry had punched her throbbed and hurt, each worse than the other. She hated that anyone should see her like this, and she certainly had no intention of going anywhere with Darius, especially when his sister and the rest of his group would witness her humiliation. She pushed ineffectually at the solid wall of his chest, wincing when even her palms hurt. Darius caught her hands and examined them carefully, then brought each to his mouth. His tongue moved over her fingers in a rasping caress that sent a shiver through her body, but, oddly enough, soothed the pain. I can't go back there, not like this. He could hear the anguish in her voice, the degradation and shame she felt. He realized she had not even looked up at him. This was not your fault, he said. You know that, Tempest. This man tried to rape you because he is depraved, not because you did anything to incite him. I was hitchhiking, she confessed in a low voice. I never should have gotten into his truck. Tempest, if he had not found you, he would have found another girl, perhaps one without anyone to look after her. Now let me see your face. Do you think you could take it out of my shirt long enough for me to assess what damage he has done to you? Darius made an effort to lighten his tone to help put her at ease. She could not believe how gentle he was. She could feel his enormous strength, his tremendous power, yet even his voice was tender. It brought fresh tears to her eyes. She had run away from him thinking him a monster, yet it was he who had saved her from a real monster. I just can't face anyone yet. Tempest's voice was muffled against him, but he could hear her determination. She was getting ready to make her next bid for freedom. Darius turned then, with her cradled in his arms, and began striding back toward the road. The rain beat down on them relentlessly, but he didn't seem to notice. He took her a distance away so that she wouldn't have to see the horror of what he had done to her attacker. I need to sit down, she finally objected, on solid ground. Suddenly she realized her shirt was in tatters and her bare skin exposed. She gasped out loud, attracting his instant attention, his black gaze moving broodingly over her. Then he laughed softly to calm her anxiety. I have a sister, honey. I have seen the female body before. But he was already lowering her feet to the ground and shrugging out of his jacket. Very gently, he enveloped her in it, taking the opportunity to look at her more closely. Already dark bruises were marring the perfection of her fair skin, and a faint trickle of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. Darius had to look away from that temptation. He caught a glimpse of more bruises on the creamy swell of her breast, along her narrow rib cage, and on her smooth stomach. Rage swept through him, turbulent and unfamiliar. He wanted to kill the man over and over, to feel his neck snap beneath his hands. He wanted to rend and tear like the leopards he had spent so much time studying, so much time learning from. He fought down the killing rage until it simmered and seethed just below the surface, but where she could not possibly see it. His natural instinct was to heal her, using the curative agent in his saliva, but he refrained, not wanting to alarm her further. There would be time enough when he got her home and could put her to sleep. Tempest was aware that Darius could see her, even in the dark. Curiously, she was no longer afraid of him. She stared at the toes of her dirty running shoes, uncertain what to do. She was sick and dizzy, she hurt everywhere, and she wanted to curl up in a ball and cry. She had no money, nowhere to go. Darius reached out, ignored the way she flinched from his hand, and wrapped his long fingers possessively around the nape of her neck. I am going to take you home. You can soak in the tub, I will fix you something to eat, and no one will see you but me. Since I have already seen you, it is all right. His tone seemed to request agreement, but she heard command in his voice. We have to call the police, she said softly. I can't let him get away with this. He will not commit such an atrocity again, Tempest, he murmured softly. He could hear the engine of a car speeding toward them, and he identified it as their own. Has my sister introduced you to any of the other band members yet? He inquired, deliberately distracting her so that she wouldn't ask any questions. Tempest sat down right where she was, on the side of the road in the pouring rain. Furious at himself for acceding to her demand to stand when he knew she was too weak, Darius ignored her protest and swung her back into his arms as if she were a child. For once, she didn't protest, didn't say anything. She turned her face into the warmth of his chest, burrowed close to the steady, reassuring beat of his heart, and lay passively in the safety of his arms, shivering from shock and the cold rain. Barack had made the drive in record time. He liked the speed of modern cars and took every opportunity to hone his racing skills. He stopped exactly in front of Darius, his face, through the windshield, a mask of darkness. The youngest of the men, he had retained remnants of the easygoing boy they had all been so fond of until Sindel was attacked and they began to trust no one, not even themselves. Darius pulled open the car door and slid in, never relinquishing his hold on Tempest. Her eyes were closed, and she didn't look up, didn't acknowledge the vehicle. It worried him. She is in shock, Barack. Thank you for getting here so quickly. I knew I could count on you. Get us home with the same speed. Darius spoke to his friend on their mental pathway rather than aloud. Shall I wait for Diane? Barack inquired, using the same mental path that was familiar to all 5 of his people. Darius shook his head. Diane would make better time flying, even in the storm. As would he, if he were willing to frighten Tempest to death by whisking her through the air. He was not. Indeed, he knew that his unfamiliar emotions were feeding the intensity of the storm he had created. Tempest didn't speak on the long drive back to the campsite, but Darius was aware that she was awake. Not once did she doze off. Still, her hold on her self-control was tenuous at best, so he stayed quiet to avoid saying or doing the wrong thing, anything that might make her want to run away again. He couldn't let her go. The attack had only proved to him how much she needed him, too, and the last thing he wanted to do was create a situation where she feared him or challenged his authority. Julian Savage was lounging lazily against the motorhome as they drove up. He straightened with his casual strength, a ripple of muscles that revealed his power, as Darius slid from the seat of the car, the small, red-haired woman held unbelievably protectively in his arms. I know something of the healing arts, Julian offered softly, although he strongly suspected that Darius would refuse his help. The man's hold on the woman was fiercely possessive. Darius would never turn her over to another man. Darius flicked Julian a smoldering black glance. No thank you, he answered tersely. I will see to her needs. Please ask Desari to bring Tempest's knapsack to the bus. Julian was careful not to allow a glint of humor to show in his eyes. Darius had a soft spot after all. And she had red hair. Who would have guessed? He couldn't wait to tell his life mate. With a slight salute, Julian sauntered away. Darius jerked open the door to the motor-home, entered it, and gently placed Tempest on the couch. She rolled into a ball, facing away from him. He touched her hair, his hand lingering, trying to convey comfort. Then he turned the tape player on low, so Desari's haunting recorded voice could fill the silence with healing, shimmering beauty. Next he filled the tub with hot, scented water and lit special candles, their aromas also designed to promote healing. Darius didn't turn on the overhead lights. He could see perfectly without them, and Tempest wouldn't want them. Come on, baby, into the bath, he said, lifting her tenderly but quickly, giving her no chance to protest. The herbs in the water will sting at first, but you will feel better afterward. He seated her on the edge of the huge tub. Do you need help with your clothes? He kept his voice strictly neutral. Rusty shook her head quickly, then regretted it when her head pounded and her eye throbbed. I can take care of myself. I do not think we will get into that right now. You are not up to a sparring match. The slight teasing note in his voice surprised him even more than it did her. Get into the tub, honey. I will be back with your clothes and a robe. You can eat when you get out. He bent to light 2 more aromatic candles and let their flames flicker and dance on the water and walls. Rusty undressed slowly, reluctantly. It hurt to move. She was numb inside, too worn out and shell-shocked even to worry about what Darius was or what he wanted from her. She knew he believed he had successfully erased her memory of what he had done to her the night before. Even now, with the horror of this night surrounding her, She still felt the burning heat of his mouth on her neck. She slipped into the steamy tub, gasping as the water lapped at her sore body. Why did strange things always happen to her? She was careful, wasn't she? She slid beneath the water, the stinging from her eye and mouth taking her breath away. When she came up, she lay against the sloped side of the tub and closed her eyes, resting. Her mind stayed mercifully blank. She couldn't think about Harry or what she might have done to bring on his vicious attack. He had wanted to hurt her, and he had. "Tempest, you are falling asleep." Darius didn't mention that she was moaning softly in distress. She sat up quickly, arms covering her breasts, water sloshing out of the tub. One eye, a vivid green, stared up at him in alarm, the other swollen and purple. She had quite an interesting array of colors sweeping across her face and body, proof of her vulnerability, yet she still managed to look defiant. "Get out," she demanded. Darius smiled, a flash of white teeth. It reminded her of a predator's silent challenge. He held up both hands, palms out. "I am only trying to help you not to drown. Dinner is ready. Here is a robe." "Whose is it?" she asked, suspicious. "Mine." It was the truth and yet not the truth. He had created it easily, instantly, from natural fibers, a trick learned over the centuries. "I will close my eyes if it makes you happy. Come out of there." He held up a huge towel for her. "You aren't closing your eyes," she accused him as she stepped into it. He was staring at a particularly nasty bruise on her ribcage. It embarrassed her that he could see the damage her attacker had inflicted. She didn't stop to think why it didn't embarrass her that he was seeing her naked. Obediently, he closed his eyes, but the vision of her, small, forlorn, hurt, and so alone, stayed with him. He felt her slender form enclosed in the towel beneath his hands before he allowed himself to look at her. She appeared more childlike than ever. And for the moment Darius treated her that way, drawing her shivering body impersonally, pretending not to notice her soft, satiny skin, her curves, her tiny rib cage, and narrow waist. He toweled the red-gold strands of hair, dark now with moisture. "I can't stop shaking," Tempest said, her voice a mere thread of sound. "Shock," he said gruffly. He wanted to hold her in his arms, take away what had happened to her. "You're in shock. It will pass." He quickly wrapped her in the warmth of the robe because he couldn't stand seeing her skin so bruised and swollen. He hated the way her eyes avoided his, as if she had something wrong and was ashamed. "Put your arms around my neck, Tempest," he ordered softly, his voice a blend of huskiness and hypnotic power. Rusty reluctantly complied, and he lifted her up, forcing her to look into his black, burning eyes. She almost groaned. She could get lost in his eyes. No one should have those eyes. "I want you to hear me this time, Tempest. This was not your fault. You did nothing wrong. If you need to place blame on someone other than the man who attacked you, place it where it belongs, squarely on my shoulders. You would never have left if I had not frightened you." She made a sound of protest, of fear. She told herself it was because the candles suddenly went out, leaving the bathroom in darkness, but she knew it was more than that. He held her gaze, not allowing her to slip from his mesmerizing possession. "You know it is true. I am used to telling everyone what to do. And I am very attracted to you." He winced inwardly at the understatement of that particular comment. "I should have been more gentle with you." Darius carried her into the dining area and placed her in a chair at the table. A bowl of steaming soup was waiting for her. "Eat it, honey. I slaved over this for you." Tempest found herself attempting a smile. It stung her mouth, then she felt it inside her, spreading warmth. No one, as far back as she could remember, had ever treated her with so much caring. No one had ever made her a bowl of soup. "Thanks for coming after me," she said, stirring the broth, trying, without seeming to see what was in it. He sat opposite her, took the spoon from her with a little sigh, dipped it into the soup, and blew on it. "You eat the stuff, not play with it," he reprimanded, and he held the spoon to her mouth. Reluctantly, she complied. Astonishingly enough, it was good. Who would have suspected a vampire could cook? "It's vegetable soup," she stated, pleased. "And it's very good." "I do have my talents," he muttered, remembering all the various broths he had concocted for the baby girls, trying to keep them alive. Since Carpathians did not eat meat, he had worked with roots, berries, and leaves, trying everything on himself first, poisoning himself more than once. "Talk to me," Tempest pleaded. "I don't want to start shaking again, and I can feel it coming on." Darius held another spoonful of soup to her mouth. "Has Desari told you much about us?" She shook her head, concentrating on the warmth the soup provided. "We travel a great deal, giving concerts, you know. Diane and Desari are our singers. That is Desari's voice you are listening to on the tape. She is very good, is she not?" There was pride in his voice. Tempest liked his way of speaking, an old-world, old-fashioned manner she found oddly sexy. "She has a beautiful voice. Desari is my younger sister. Recently she found her," he broke off, then tempted her with another spoonful of soup before continuing. "She found a man she loves very much. His name is Julian Savage. I do not know him very well, and we sometimes have trouble getting along. I suspect we are rather alike, and that is the problem." "Bossy," Tempest supplied knowingly. The black eyes rested possessively on her face. "What was that?" This time she did grin. It hurt, but she couldn't stop herself. She suspected no one ever challenged or teased this man. "You heard me." His eyes burned suddenly with an intensity, with a dark, dangerous hunger that took her breath away, that made her think of the leopards he kept as companions. She pulled her gaze from his. "Keep talking. Tell me about everyone." Darius slid a hand over her damp hair and found the nape of her neck. His fingers curled around the slender column, liking the way she fit into his palm. Desire slammed into him, hard and unexpected, even as he was deliberately trying to view her as a child in need of his protection. He had touched her only to comfort her, but he didn't let go. He cursed himself for his lack of control. He needed the contact with her, needed to feel her, to know she was real and solid and not some figment of his imagination. Barack and Diane also play in the band. Both are talented musicians, Diane a guitar player without equal. He writes many of our songs as well. Sindel, he hesitated, unsure what to reveal about Sindel. She plays the organ, the piano, just about any instrument. She recently suffered a trauma, however, and has not gone up on stage for a while. Tempest's gaze jumped to his. She caught his sorrow before he had time to conceal it. "Something happened to her like what happened to me." His fingers tightened around her neck. "But I did not get there in time to stop it. Something I will regret for all eternity." She blinked and looked away from him quickly. He had said, "for all eternity." Not until I die, or any of the other expressions a human might use. Oh, Lord. She didn't want him to guess that her memory of what he had done to her hadn't been erased, as he'd wished. But what if he intended doing it again, and this time it worked? A knock on the door had Tempest jerking around, her heart pounding. Darius rose gracefully, fully aware of Sindel's presence outside the mobile home. He moved with fluid grace toward the door. Tempest couldn't keep her eyes off him. He was incredibly graceful and supple, sinewy muscles rippling beneath his silk shirt. He walked silently, like one of his great cats. "Darius." Sindel refused to meet his eyes. She was staring at her shoes. "I heard what happened and thought perhaps I could help in some small way." She handed him Tempest's toolbox and backpack. "Perhaps you would allow me to see her for a moment?" "Of course, Sindel. Thank you for your concern. I appreciate any aid you can render." Darius stepped back to allow her entry. He didn't allow the hope for her recovery to flare even for an instant in his eyes. He followed the woman he regarded as another younger sister to the table. "Tempest, this is Sindel. She would like to speak with you if you are feeling up to it. I will clean the kitchen. The two of you will be more comfortable in the sleeping quarters." Tempest managed a small smile. "That's his nice way of ordering us out of here." "Everyone calls me Rusty," she told Sindel, oddly without shame before this other wounded woman. As she slipped past Darius, he reached out to catch her hair and give a small tug. "Not everyone, honey." She sent him a quelling glance over her shoulder, forgetting for a moment her swollen eye and bruised mouth. "Everyone else," she corrected. Darius allowed her hair to slide through his fingers, savoring the contact with her, however slight it was. Tempest walked carefully, not wanting to jar her bruised ribs. Sindel gestured to the couch, and Tempest sank into the soft cushions. Sindel examined her face. "Did you allow Darius to heal you?" she inquired. Her voice was beautiful, satin-soft, haunting, and mysterious. Tempest knew immediately that she, too, was a creature like Darius. It was in her voice and eyes. But as hard as she tried, she could detect no evil in Sindel, just a quiet sadness. "Is Darius a doctor?" she asked. "Not exactly, but he is talented at healing others." She looked down at her hands. "I did not allow him to help me, and that hurt both of us more than I can say. Be stronger than I was. Allow him to do this for you." "Darius arrived before I was raped," Tempest said bluntly. Sindel's beautiful eyes filled with tears. "I am so glad. When Desari told me you had been attacked, I thought." She shook her head. "I am so glad." She touched a swollen bruise with a gentle fingertip. "But the man hurt you. He hit you." "It's far worse to be hurt on the inside," Tempest said, pulling the throw pillows around her as if fashioning them into walls to keep her safe. Chapter 3. Sindel stared at Tempest for a long moment. Then her breath escaped in a long, slow hiss. She sat down and leaned forward to try to read Tempest's expression. "It happened to you. Not this time, but sometime in your past. You know what it is like. The fear. The revulsion." Her eyes sparkled like black ice, like crushed jewels. "I scrubbed myself for 3.5 hours, and months later I still do not feel clean." She ran her hands up and down her arms, anguish reflected in her enormous eyes. Tempest glanced toward the kitchen to assure herself that Darius could not hear them. "You should get counseling. There are places, Sindel, people who can help you put your life back together again." "Is that what you did?" Tempest swallowed hard, feeling the familiar nausea that arose every time that particular door started to crack open. She shook her head, pressing a hand to her stomach. "I wasn't in a position to seek help. I was simply trying to survive." Once more she glanced toward the kitchen, then lowered her voice still further. "I never really knew either of my parents. My earliest memories are of a dirty room where I ate off the floor and watched grown-ups put needles in their arms, legs, every vein they could find. I didn't know which of the adults was my mother or father. Occasionally, the authorities would scoop me up and dump me in foster homes, but mainly I lived on the streets. I learned to fight off drug dealers and pimps and every other man that happened by. It was a way of life, all I knew for several years." "That is when it happened to you?" Sindel asked, her eyes so filled with pain that Tempest wanted to gather her into her arms. At the same time, she wanted to run, to never have to relive that particular time in her life again. She couldn't bear it, not on the heels of Harry's attack. "No, it might have been easier if it had been some sleazy drunk or junkie or even one of the pimps, but it was someone I trusted," Tempest confessed in a low voice, the words forced out of her by some bond between her and Sindel. A bond forged by a terrible trauma they both shared. "It was someone I loved and trusted, too," Sindel admitted softly. "As a result, I do not know how to trust anyone now. I feel as if he killed that part of me. I cannot perform in the band. I loved playing. The music has always been inside me, and now I cannot hear it. I feel dead without it. I cannot stand to be alone with any of the males I grew up with, men I have always loved as my family. I know they worry for me, but I cannot change what has happened." Tempest twisted a length of red gold hair around her finger. "You have to live, Sindel, not simply exist. You can't let him rob you of your life, your passions." "But he did. That is exactly what he did. I loved him like a brother. I would have done anything for him. Yet he was so brutal, and his eyes were so vicious as he hurt me, as if he hated me." Sindel turned away. "It changed all of us." The men now look at one another with suspicion and distrust. If such a transformation could happen to Feehan, perhaps it could happen to one of them too. Darius has suffered terribly, because, as our leader, he feels responsible. I have tried to tell him he is not, but he has always cared for and protected us. I know that if I could get over this, it would ease his suffering, but I cannot." She looked at her hands. "The others do not treat me as they once did. Barack especially does not seem to trust me. They watch me all the time now as if it were my fault. Likely they are watching you protectively, not suspiciously. But you are not responsible for what anyone else is feeling, Sindel. You can overcome this, just as the others will in their own time and in their own way. You won't forget it. It might haunt your life and even your relationships, but you can be happy again, Tempest assured her. I have never spoken of this to anyone, not even Desari. I am sorry. I came here to help you, but I speak only of myself. I want to scream and weep and crawl into a hole. You are very easy to talk to. Tempest shook her head. You have to find a way to go on. Please tell me what happened to you, how you were able to cope. In the kitchen, Darius stirred, reluctant for Tempest to endure any more trauma. But he wanted to know, he had to know, and he realized it was important for both women to be able to discuss the traumatic events they had suffered. I met a great lady who was working at one of the homeless shelters I landed in. I was 17 at the time. She let me live at her house. I used to steal cars and soup up the engines just for the fun of it. Ellen made me realize I could put my mechanical skills to better use and make a good living while I was at it. She helped me get my high school equivalency diploma, and after that she got me a good job at a garage with a friend of hers. It was great for a while. But something happened, Sindel guessed. Tempest shrugged pragmatically. Ellen died, and I had nowhere to stay again. As soon as I was without protection, my boss showed his true colors. He caught me off guard. I trusted him. He was Ellen's friend. I really didn't expect it of him. She closed her eyes against the vivid memories crowding in, the way he had slammed her into a wall, knocking the breath out of her, leaving her dazed and completely vulnerable to his attack. Did he hurt you? He wasn't gentle, if that's what you mean, and I had never been with anyone. I decided it wasn't something I ever wanted to try again. She shrugged, trying not to wince when her ribs protested. Unlike you, I've never had a family. I'm used to being on my own and working things out for myself. I've always had to learn everything the hard way. It's different for you. You had a life, a family. You know what love is. I cannot imagine myself with a man ever again, Sindel said sadly. You have to try, Sindel. You can't just withdraw from the world, from your family. Some of it has to be up to you. Ellen always told me to play the cards I'm dealt, not wish for another hand. You can't change what happened to you, but you can see to it that your life isn't destroyed by it. Listening from the kitchen, Darius vowed to himself that the group would play in the city where that garage owner lived sometime soon, and he would pay him a visit. Still, this was the first time he had heard Sindel talk to anyone about what had happened to her, and he felt a sense of great relief. If she could talk to Tempest, perhaps they both would benefit from the experience. He could feel weariness beating at his little redhead. Her body was sore, and shock was exhausting her. He knew she had jogged much of the distance she had managed to put between them, and she'd had no money for food or lodgings. He didn't want to interrupt the women, but Tempest was visibly sliding down into the sofa cushions when he glanced at them from the doorway. Sindel realized it at once. I will talk to you when you are more rested, Rusty. Thank you for sharing your experiences with me, a virtual stranger. I think you managed to help me more than I did you. She waved at Darius as she exited the trailer. Darius glided toward Tempest in his silent, intimidating way. You're going to bed now, honey? I will not listen to any arguments. Tempest was already lying down. Does anyone else besides me ever get the urge to throw things at you? She sounded drowsy, not combative. Darius hunkered down beside her so he was at eye level with her. I do not think so. If they do not have the audacity to tell me. Well, I think throwing something at you is the only way to go, Tempest told him. Her eyes were already closing, and her voice was weary and sad despite her heavy words. Darius stroked the wealth of red gold hair away from her face, his fingers soothing her scalp. Do you? Maybe tomorrow might be a better time to try it. I have a very good aim, she warned him. It would be easier on you if you just quit giving me orders. That would ruin my reputation, he objected. A smile curved the corners of her mouth, emphasizing the thin red cut at the side of her lip. Darius resisted the impulse to lean down and find that small cut with his tongue. Go to sleep, baby. I am going to do my best to take away some of your soreness. Before you fall asleep on me, I made you an herbal concoction that will help you rest better. Why do I feel as if you're taking over my life? Do not worry, Tempest. I am very good at managing lives. She could hear the laughter in his voice, and an answering smile found its way to her mouth. Go away, Darius. I'm too tired to argue with you. She settled deeper into the pillows. You are not supposed to argue with me. He focused on the glass on the counter in the kitchen. It floated from there to his palm easily. Sit up, honey. You have to drink this whether you want to or not. He slipped his arm behind her back and lifted her so that he could press the glass to her lips. What does it taste like? She asked, suspicious. Drink it, baby, he instructed. She sighed softly. What's in it? Drink, Tempest, and stop giving me your sass, he ordered, practically tipping the contents down her throat. She coughed and sputtered, but managed to get most of the herbal mixture down. I hope there were no drugs in that. No, it is all natural. It will make you sleep easier. Close your eyes again. He placed her back among the pillows. Darius? She said his name softly, drowsily, and it seeped into his soul and tightened his body to an urgent ache. He reached above her head to the shelf of candles his family made, searching forests and marshes for the ingredients that would produce the aromas they needed. What, honey? Thank you for coming after me. I don't know if I could have gone through it again. She was so tired, the words slipped out, revealing far more than she would have willingly disclosed. You are very welcome, Tempest, he acknowledged seriously. Darius gathered a few candles and turned off all lights, plunging the motor home into darkness. A small cry of alarm escaped Rusty's throat. Turn on the lights. I don't want them off. I am lighting candles for you, and you are not alone, honey. No one can hurt you here. Just relax and let that drink take effect. You will fall asleep, and I will do what I can to ensure that you wake up without so much pain. If you like, I can bring the cats in to keep you company. No, I'm always alone. It's safer that way, she murmured, too far gone to watch her words. I take care of myself and answer to no one. That is what you used to do before you met me, he corrected gently. I don't know you. You know me. With the lights on or off, you know me. He bent once more to brush his mouth lightly in her hair. Her heart nearly stopped, then began to pound. Tempest, leave off all this unnecessary fear. I would never harm you. You can trust me. You feel it in your heart and your soul. Lights do not stop bad things from happening. You know that, too. But he lit the candles anyway so that the soft glow would reassure her and the aromas would soothe her. The herbal drink he had given her was beginning to take effect, her eyelids growing too heavy to hold up. Darius? I hate the dark. I really do. Still, she drifted with his tide, not asking herself why she felt so safe and comforted with him when she was so uneasy with the rest of the world, when he was not even human. He stroked her hair gently, silently giving her a small mental push towards sleep. The night is a beautiful place, Tempest. When you are feeling a little better, I will show you. His hands were soothing, and she relaxed beneath his caressing fingers, breathing in the aromas of the candles. Darius began a soft chant. It was not in English. She had never heard the language. The words seemed to seep into her, brushing like butterfly wings in her mind, and she wasn't sure if he was whispering them out loud or not. Darius continued the chant long after he was certain Tempest was in a deep sleep. Only then did he lean down and inhale the fresh scent of her to take into his keeping. His mouth moved over her temple, the lightest of contacts, then feathered down to her swollen eye. His tongue bathed the bruised tissue with the healing agent of his kind. Finally, after so long a wait, he could find the tempting corner of her mouth and lave the cut with his tongue. He took his time, enjoying his work, holding her mind with his, continuing the chant to keep her asleep. His palm moved down her throat, then slid across her shoulder, taking the robe with it, leaving soft, satiny skin bared in its wake. His tongue found the edge of a nasty bruise and traced it down over the swell of her breast. Tempest moaned and moved restlessly, fighting the layers of the hypnotic trance. She was strong, her mind oddly different, hard to control when he was indulging temptation and using his energy to heal. Darius was intrigued and puzzled by her difference from other humans. In all the centuries of his existence, he had never run across a mortal's brain pattern like hers. Because of their earlier blood exchange, it was easier to stay in the shadow of her mind, their bond stronger than before. And he was also beginning to realize the enormity of his own emotions, of the consequences of his actions, and of binding her to him with the ritual words. Tempest was no ordinary woman he was simply sexually attracted to. It went far beyond that, far beyond the boundaries he had previously accepted in relationships. His allegiance had swung completely to this one small woman, even above his own people, those he had protected, hunted for, killed for, led through centuries of turmoil and change. Darius sighed and lapped gently at a huge, colorful bruise on Tempest's ribcage. He knew he would protect her first above all others. He traced the delicate line of her jaw. What was it about her that made him feel more loyal to her than to his own family, his own kind? In her mind, he found great courage and a tremendous capacity for compassion and understanding. He studied her body, so fragile and delicate, so perfect. With a little sigh, he pulled the edges of her robe together and brought the blanket up to her chin. He sent himself seeking outside his own body and into hers, a feat he had rarely attempted on a human. It required far more concentration than with one of his own kind. He found each bruised internal organ and slowly repaired them from the inside out. He was becoming intimate with her mind, with her body, like a lover, though he had not yet shared her body or mind in the way he wanted. Darius. His sister's mental call to him brought him back to his own body. "What is it?" He responded. "I sense your hunger. Go hunt. We will look after Rusty. Do not worry, brother. She will be safe with me. Only you." The command came out before he could censor it, more from jealousy than from fear that anyone in their group would choose to harm Tempest. When his sister laughed softly, the hauntingly beautiful notes brushing in his mind, he cursed at himself for revealing his lack of control. "Shut up, Desari." He said it without rancor, his voice a blend of mesmerizing sorcery and affection. "How the mighty have fallen. I notice that man of yours keeps you on a tight leash." He retaliated. "You need to feed, Darius. Even the cats can feel your hunger. I will, all by myself, watch over Rusty." Darius sighed softly. Desari was right. He couldn't afford to start the cats fussing. They could wake the dead if they got upset enough. He rose reluctantly. He didn't want to leave Tempest, for he sensed the nightmares lurking not far from her, but he padded to the door, where Desari waited on the other side. He stepped outside and inhaled the night, allowing the wind to carry him information about creatures hidden in their dens, about human prey in the vicinity. Sasha and Forrest pressed close to him, rubbed up against him. He felt their sharp concern. Darius automatically reassured them he would hunt, would feed. He stretched, loosened his muscles, and began to run, shape-shifting as he did so. The two cats flanked him, eager to hunt. The band would move on soon in order to make their next scheduled performance, but while in a town, the leopards had to eat meat provided for them by their Carpathian companions. Despite the ample prey all around them, the cats were forbidden to hunt except in the wilds, which was partly why the troop tried to camp often in remote forests, parks, and preserves, allowing the leopards to utilize their natural skills, keeping them happy. Darius's frame contorted, stretched, a muzzle lengthening and rounding as he bent, sinewy bands of muscles sliding to cover his body. Like stiletto blades, claws extended, then retracted until he needed them. His spine lengthened and became extremely flexible, shoulder blades widening themselves, giving him greater lateral balance. Padded paws allowed him to run silently. Black fur rippled, itching for a moment as it spread to cover the rapidly converting framework of muscle. The leopards were always quick, agile, cunning, and extremely dangerous. Often the hunter of a leopard became the prey. Of all the cat species, they were the most intelligent. Their brain development, Darius knew, was often compared to that of porpoises, and he had first-hand knowledge, centuries of it, of their ability to reason. But as always, when they went on a hunt together, Darius directed them. Sasha and Forrest preferred to hunt from tree limbs, leaping onto unsuspecting prey from above. As a young child, Darius had learned patience from their species. Now he, too, could wait and watch, remain completely motionless and silent or creep without detection through forest or jungle, stalking, belly to ground, inch by inch, with incredible muscle control. When he pounced, he did so with incredible swiftness, like those from whom he had learned the art. Early on, however, it had become apparent to him that, predatory as male Carpathians were, he could not afford to stay long in the body of a leopard, an untamed and instinctive killer, without destroying, rather than simply feeding from, his prey. Leopards use their long, sharp canines to grab, hold, puncture, and tear. Their razor-sharp claws could slice through flesh like a knife. Though clever and bold, incredibly intelligent, they had quick mood swings that made them highly unpredictable. Still, their minds were always working, always meeting a challenge. Male Carpathians were far too close to the species to feed in precisely the same manner, to subdue the predatory beast raging within themselves while in the body of a leopard. It required the man, with his code of honor, his knowledge of right and wrong, rather than the law of the jungle, to feed without killing. Darius had great respect for leopards, knowing they were every bit as dangerous as he was, and he never lost sight of the wild traits in himself or in the cats. They were both silent, unseen predators, and when they went bad, just as his own species could, they became the devil incarnate. Right now, with the night enfolding him, with the scent of fresh game abundant, he felt the joy of the hunt, for many years the only pleasure he had known. Leopards were normally solitary hunters, but centuries ago Darius had learned to summon various cats together so that he might study the skills he needed. As a child, he had not been strong enough to hunt alone, so he had developed his mental abilities before his brawn. And that had helped him stay sharp, hone his ability to mentally force compliance even as he acquired the skills of the hunter. Of all the cats, the leopard could be the most dangerous man-eater, often turning the tables on the professional hunters who tracked them. They were stealthy enough, bold enough to go silently into a camp and drag a victim out, most often undetected. Thus, it was necessary to keep Sasha and Forrest under control. There were many humans camping and tramping through these woods. The cats knew he hunted the humans, taking his sustenance from them, yet they also knew they were forbidden to bring down such easy prey. At times they were disgruntled and sulky over the standing order. He directed them toward the deer and other fauna in the area, wanting no possible mistakes. Sasha and Forrest must feed first so they would be preoccupied with devouring their prey when he hunted for fresh blood. They moved as a unit, exploring the terrain. Darius scented a small herd of deer feeding tranquilly nearby. Like the mobile radar systems they were, the leopards proceeded silently. Their long whiskers, tapered to fine tips, read air currents and objects, so the cats and Darius could feel their way relentlessly forward toward their intended prey. Darius chose the target, searching for the two weakest animals in the group. The leopard ordinarily chose the easiest kill, the most unwary, the one that wandered inadvertently close to the tree the leopard was utilizing. Sasha protested with a lift of her lip, but Darius pushed at her mind even as he drove his much heavier shoulder into her as a reprimand. She reacted with a silent snarl, but leapt agilely into the limbs of a large evergreen. Stretching out her long body, she lay motionless, her amber eyes fixed on her prey. The doe moving toward her was older than Sasha would have liked, but Darius was huge, a good 200 pounds of heavy, ferocious muscle, and neither cat attempted to defy him for long. Forrest circled downwind of the stragglers in the herd toward the deer Darius had selected for him. He sank low into the bushes, his mottled fur blending easily with the vegetation. The doe was wary, lifting her muzzle every now and then, searching the air for a hint of danger. Forrest moved an inch, froze, then moved again. Darius took up a position near the two deer, intending to drive them back if, for some reason, they got spooked, though Sasha and Forrest were far too experienced to expose themselves or allow the wind to carry their scent to the prey. Darius further helped by simply stilling the wind, holding it away from the deer until Forrest was within a scant foot of his doe and Sasha's prey was directly beneath her tree limb. The big cats exploded into action simultaneously, startling the rest of the small herd. Deer ran in total panic, scattering through the trees, but the two victims remained behind. Darius left the cats after throwing a warning field around them, creating a dark, oppressive feel to the thickened air that would keep out any human campers or hunters who might wander too close to where the cats were feeding. Sasha and Forrest knew the rules, but instincts as old as time had ruled them before their Carpathian companions did. Darius moved unerringly through the woods toward the human campsite. In his present form, he could leap easily over fallen tree trunks or any other obstacle in his path. He reveled in the feel of his ropey muscles sliding under fur. Before losing his emotions, he had always loved the night, and now, at long last, he could truly enjoy it, not through dim memories or by touching his sister's mind, but through his own senses. The damp ground beneath his feet, the stirring of nocturnal creatures, the power surging through him, the wind blowing through the trees, making them sway and dance in rhythm. He even reveled in the relentless, aching hunger in his body. Tempest. She had brought colors into his world. Emotions. She had brought life back to the nearly dead. She allowed him to feel his love for and devotion to his family. It no longer need be feigned, a faint memory of emotion. Now, when he looked upon Desari, his heart warmed. When he saw Sindel, it was through the eyes of compassion, of deep affection. But what was he going to do about Tempest? She was human. It was forbidden to join with her. Yet he had spoken the ritual words to merge them. He had shared blood with her, and he would again. He knew it. The thought of her taste had his mouth salivating and his body hardening with a savage, relentless ache. She was addicting, her blood sating his terrible hunger as nothing else ever had. He knew, when his body claimed hers, that he would feast on her blood, would crave the exchange between them. The mere idea of her mouth against his skin was unbearably erotic. He pulled his mind sharply from the vivid picture. Already he had problems controlling his urge to mate with Tempest, to claim her completely. He owed it to her to let her get to know him. Still, she was made for him, his other half. He felt it in his heart, his mind, his very soul. When she grew old, he would choose to grow old with her, and he would choose the dawn. He made up his mind to go quietly from the world when she did. With that decision came peace. Desari had Julian now, and Barak and Diane were capable of looking after Sindel. He would have his years with Tempest, long, happy years filled with love and laughter and the beauty of the world around them. He knew that his decision meant that he could no longer seek the restoring solace of the earth. Already he couldn't bear to be separated from Tempest for long. And she needed his protection. The smell of prey was heavy in his nostrils. A tent rose up in front of him, strung beneath a canopy of trees. Inside, a male lay beside a female. The leopard crept stealthily into the canvas shelter, the smell of hot blood rushing through him and the beast within roaring for release. Crouched over the male's strong, healthy body, Darius concentrated on Tempest. That softened the inner predator and allowed him to take his human form, to ensnare the couple with a veil of sleep, of acquiescence. The male turned to him and offered his throat. Darius felt the familiar sharpness of his fangs lengthening against his tongue and bent his head to drink. The first hint of unease hit him as he closed the pinpricks, ensuring that he left no evidence that he had been there. He shapeshifted, slipping covertly out of the tent before releasing the couple from the thrall of acceptance. The woman moaned softly, turned over, and moved closer to the male for protection. He reacted, even in his sleep, sliding his arm around her waist. Darius began to move quickly through the preserve, his body low and streamlined, swiftly and silently maneuvering amid the thick vegetation. He paused several yards from Sasha and Forrest. The male leopard was still gorging himself, crouched over his kill. Sasha was already in the trees, the remainder of her carcass in the branches, cached for the following day. He continued on, his mind unexpectedly rippling with nightmare figures. A tall, burly man with huge arms and an intricate tattoo of a king cobra on his bulging biceps. When the muscle moved, the snake's fangs would open wider. Slowly the man turned his head, his grin obscene and filled with triumph. The garage owner who had assaulted Tempest. Darius thrust his mind sharply into Tempest's. The images were coming from her even in her sleep. Her distress was now so vivid, the broadcast so loud, that the cats behind him picked it up. He heard their familiar, eerie screams, and sent them a quick command to be silent, to follow him straight to the camp. It required his full attention to hold Tempest's mind with his, but centuries of honing his skills stood him in good stead. He soothed her, directing her thoughts away from the nightmare. Desari already had the trailer door open and stood aside as the huge leopard leapt easily into the vehicle, shape-shifting as it did so. Darius landed solidly on 2 feet, striding toward the couch. "She is afraid, a nightmare," he stated softly, crouching beside the slight figure, barely sparing his sister a glance. "Leave us." He knew Desari watched him for a long moment, felt her concern. He was acting totally out of character with Tempest, and it was obvious he had feelings for her. His very posture screamed of possession, of protection. "She is human, brother," Desari said quietly. Darius emitted a low, rumbling growl of warning, the sound vibrating in his throat. Desari put a protective hand to her own throat and turned wide eyes on Julian, who had instantly materialized at the door the moment Darius issued the warning. Hastily, Desari stepped outside. The tension remained high between her brother and Julian. They could not be considered friends by any means. Both were protective of her, but both were strong, powerful men who went their own way, made their own rules. As a result, their relationship was tenuous at best. Placing a hand squarely on Julian's chest, Desari pushed her life mate away from the trailer. He responded by wrapping his arms around her waist and lifting her against his strong body, his mouth finding hers, at once hungry and tender. Darius ignored the entire byplay, his attention centered completely on Tempest. Her hair spilled around the pillow, and his hand, of its own accord, moved to capture the thick mass in his palm. His body tightened, clenched in an unrelenting ache. She looked so young and vulnerable in her sleep. Tempest tried to appear tough, but Darius knew she was in need of someone to protect her and share her life. She was so alone. It was in her mind. Sharing her thoughts and memories as he was doing, he discovered the same aching loneliness in her as dwelt deep within his own soul. Still, she was different from him in that she was filled with compassion and gentleness, everything he was not. For all the damage that had been done to her, she had no thoughts of revenge, no bitter hatred, only a quiet acceptance. She also had a firm resolve to stay clear of entanglements, to lead an uneventful, solitary existence. The patterns of her mind were interesting. She preferred the company of animals. She could understand them easily, their body language, their thoughts. She could communicate with them without words. Darius inhaled her scent, took it into his lungs, his body, and held it there. She was unique among humans, the way she could read the animals around her. It didn't distress her, she loved animals, but the reactions of humans to her gift were always negative. Darius leaned down to lay his head over hers, beating back the rise of the beast within him roaring for freedom. His every instinct was to claim her irrevocably for all time. His body needed hers desperately. The wild craving for the taste of her was riding him hard. But she needed rest and care. She deserved some kind of courtship. It was her very vulnerability that kept the beast in him leashed. Darius knew himself well, his strengths and weaknesses. He was as merciless and harsh as the land he had grown up in. He was as savage and relentless as the leopards he had run with. He killed without emotion, without malice, but he killed when he deemed it necessary and never looked back. Tempest belonged to him. Somehow, and he had no idea how it had happened, a human was his other half. Her soul meshed with his, the jagged edges sealing perfectly together. He knew her body was made for his, that he would find in her the same fire that smoldered within him. "Sleep deeply, honey, with no bad dreams. I will watch over you." He murmured the words softly in her mind, filling her head with pleasant dreams, with things he remembered from his childhood. The beauty of the savannah, the mystery of the monsoon, the abundance of colors, of animals. He conjured up the excitement of his first hunt with the leopards. He had tried to drop from the branches of a tree as he had seen the older animals doing, but had landed feet in front of his intended victim, inadvertently sending it scurrying out of reach. He found himself smiling at the memory, smiling as she was doing in her sleep. His hand closed over hers. Waterfalls, the magnificence of frothy, foaming water cascading hundreds of feet. Crocodiles, antelope, a pride of lions. With the details came the smells and feel and lulling heat of Africa. He shared it all with her, replacing the terrible events of her day, of her past, replacing her nightmare with something beautiful. "You're a remarkable man, Darius." He went still. Not a muscle in his body moved. Even his breathing ceased. He examined her face. She had spoken to him telepathically. It was not on the same path used among his family. It was different, more intimate. But it was her voice, there was no mistaking that. Somehow, in her compulsion and herb-induced sleep, she was still aware of his presence in her mind. It was unbelievable that a human could have such powers. He examined her mind again. It was nothing like the human minds he was accustomed to. It intrigued him, its layers and compartments, as if she had things neatly filed and locked away. Perhaps he had been too complacent about her. "You can hear me?" he asked in her mind. "Don't. You want me to hear you? Why else are you telling me of all these wonderful places and exciting memories if you didn't want me to hear you?" He again noticed the velvet huskiness of her voice, like a drowsy caress, a lover turning her body mindlessly into his. Did she always sound that way? Did the others hear that sexy, erotic note in her voice? "This way of communicating does not frighten you?" he asked. "I'm dreaming. I don't mind dreaming about you. You're sharing my mind, I'm sharing yours. I know your only wish is to help me sleep without nightmares. Could it be that simple?" Did she believe she was dreaming the whole thing? Darius brought her hand to the warmth of his mouth. He was smiling as he kissed her knuckles. Her hand was still bruised from her fight earlier in the day. Without conscious thought, he stroked his tongue over the dark purple and blue mark. "Sleep, baby. Sleep deep and worry about nothing. Allow your body to heal. Good night, Darius. Don't you worry so much about me. I'm like a cat. I always land on my feet." Chapter 4. Tempest woke slowly, as if emerging through a layer of hazy clouds. She was sore, every muscle protesting when she moved, yet not nearly as much as she had expected. She sat up, looking warily around her. Her body was alive with feeling, her skin sensitive beyond belief. She remembered the horror of the attack on her like a vague nightmare. What was vivid and sharp, every detail imprinted forever in her mind, was the memory of Darius's tongue caressing every bruise, taking away her pain and fear, replacing it with erotic, burning pleasure. She wanted to believe that one was a nightmare and the other a romantic dream, but Tempest always looked reality in the face. It was how she lived, how she survived. She might lie to someone else if it was necessary, but never to herself. The things Darius had done in her dream world were all too real. She had been in some kind of a trance, half awake, half asleep. And they had talked to one another using only their minds, in much the same way she communicated with animals, only using words, not just images. Telepathy. She took a deep breath and looked around her. She was alone in the luxurious motorhome except for the two leopards, who each opened a sleepy eye at her stirring, but did not seem inclined to get up. Tempest pushed a hand through her hair. Should she strike out on her own or take her chances with whatever kind of creature she had stumbled onto? She hadn't had much luck with humans and had always preferred the company of animals. Last night, when her mind had connected with Darius's, she had recognized his brain patterns as being like an animal's in many respects. He had highly developed instincts and senses like those of the leopard. She knew he was a formidable hunter, but she had detected no evil in him. Darius could have killed her any time he wanted. He could have used her for food, if that was what these creatures did. But he hadn't done either. He had come after her when she was in trouble. He had treated her gently and compassionately. And he had tenderly attempted to heal her bruised body and take away the worst of her memories. The cost had not been small to him. Darius wanted her. She had felt the burning heat in him. She had been all but helpless, yet he hadn't acted on the demands of his body. She had felt his enormous energy drain out of him and into her while he was healing her. He had been extremely tired after using his great strength to ease her suffering, and she had even felt a gnawing, biting, insatiable hunger, his mind merging with hers until she was uncertain where her feelings left off and his began. She sighed and pushed at the hair falling loose from the thick braid he had woven. No one ever had treated her as Darius had. He was kind and thoughtful, even tender, but for all that he wasn't an easy man to be around. Especially when she was so used to being on her own. His arrogance, his complete confidence in himself and his abilities, had a tendency to set her teeth on edge. Obviously, he was accustomed to deference to his every wish. She was accustomed to being utterly independent. She bit at her lip, her teeth scraping back and forth as she thought it out. Darius wasn't just arrogantly expecting obedience from her. It was far more than that. Hard possession lit the depths of his eyes, gave them a burning intensity, revealing a hunger only for her. "No way, Rusty," she whispered aloud to herself. "That maniac is used to protecting and controlling everyone around him, so don't let your hormones start running away with you. And vampires are out of the question. You didn't want to get together with the neighborhood pimp. I don't think this is a much better choice. You have to leave. Vamoose. Run. Get out." Yet she knew she was going to stay. Emitting a little groan, she covered her face with her hands. She had no money, no family, no home. Maybe if Darius slept during the day, and she slept all night, they would get along fine. She peeked out between her fingers. "As if I believe that will happen. That man wants to rule the world. His own private empire." She wrinkled her nose and mimicked his voice, "My domain, Tempest. Remember that he rules everything and everyone in his domain," she told herself. She glanced at the clock on the wall. It was 3 in the afternoon. If she was going to get the other vehicles running and earn her keep, she would have to do it soon. Groaning aloud as her muscles protested, she slid out from under the blanket and made her way to the bathroom. The shower felt good on her aching body and helped to clear away the cobwebs in her mind. As always, she swept her hair up out of the way and dressed in a t-shirt and blue jeans, pulling on overalls to keep them semi-clean while she worked. She was surprised to find the refrigerator fully stocked with fresh vegetables and fruits. She also spotted various breads and pasta. Somehow she knew Darius was responsible for the supplies. Having learned at an early age to improvise meals, she made an artichoke and mushroom sauce to put over pasta and ate leisurely, though sparingly, her stomach still upset from the previous day's events. Finally, she cleaned up and went out to take a look at the troops' car, truck, and motor home. The afternoon sun was sinking, but it was hot and humid even under the canopy of trees where she was working. Still, she enjoyed the peace of the woods. A slight breeze came up about an hour after she began work, which relieved her discomfort a bit. For the most part, she was so focused on what she was doing, she didn't think of anything else. She finished her adjustments to the motorhome by 5 o'clock and took a short break to drink some cool water and check on the cats. The red sports car basically needed only a tune-up, and since the group seemed to carry a small parts department with them, she was able to find what she needed easily. Tempest rather enjoyed working on the little car and was satisfied when it purred at her as she started it up. She took it up the winding ribbon of a road, putting it through several gear changes, driving as if on a racetrack. A few miles from the camp, she pulled over to adjust the timing. She was standing over the engine, listening to it, when the first wave of uneasiness washed over her. Keeping her head beneath the gaping hood, she lifted her eyes and searched the area around her. Someone was watching her. She knew it. She had no idea where her heightened awareness came from, but she was positive she was right. "Tempest?" The voice was, as always, calm and tranquil. But Darius sounded far away. "Tempest, what is it?" Her fingers clenched around the small instrument in her hand. They weren't going to play pretend with one another anymore. They couldn't pass this off as a dream. "Someone is watching me," she responded. "It feels." She paused, searching for the correct word to describe her uneasiness. When none came, she did what she did with the animals. She sent an impression of her emotion. A small silence ensued as Darius evaluated the information. "He troubles. Me also. You are not within the perimeter I set. Did you not feel the wrenching when you passed through it?" Rusty frowned. "You set perimeters for me? What does that mean?" You have a set distance I'm allowed to travel? She was outraged, forgetting for a moment her unwanted watcher. Do not give me trouble, honey. Just do what I say. There was a hint of amused exasperation in his tone. I knew you were trouble the minute I laid eyes on you. Make a slow visual sweep of the surrounding area. Very slow. Really look. I will. See what you see. Rusty did as he ordered because she was curious to see what might happen. Her eyesight was good, her senses alert, yet she did not discover what was unsettling her. It was a strange feeling to share her mind and eyes with another being. She wished she'd brought the cats with her. It's too late to show good sense now, Tempest. You should have stayed where you were, out of harm's way, as you were supposed to do. There is a man with a pair of binoculars watching from the small wooded area to your left. I can make out the bumper of his car. Tempest felt her heart thud in alarm. There is no reason to fear him. I am with you now. It would be impossible for him to hurt you. But what if he approaches me? I know you are far away. I feel it. Darius sent her a wave of reassurance, pouring warmth and strength into her. He would never allow another male to treat her as Harry the attacker had. Never again. He meant it. A vow to himself. A vow to her. Rusty swore she could feel him wrap a protective arm around her. She didn't stop to think that it might not be a good idea to lean so heavily on his strength when she was bound to resent his dominating ways. She allowed herself to breathe again, allowed her heart to slow back to normal. Keep working, honey. He is about to make his approach. Just act normal. I will know if you need my intervention. She took a deep breath, let the air out slowly, and bent once more to fine-tune her adjustment. She forced herself not to look up until she heard the man's car. The Mustang was pale blue and the engine super hot. She could tell by listening to it. Closing the hood, she greeted the visitor. Wow, that thing can go, can't it? The man unfolding himself from the Mustang's driver's seat grinned at her, showing lots of teeth. A camera hung around his neck. He was dressed in a rumpled suit and his tie was loose. She's the fastest thing I've had in years. I'm Matt Broderick. He held out his hand. For some reason, Rusty was reluctant to touch him. She could feel the dread taking hold, swamping her. She made herself smile and wiped her palm on her jeans. Sorry, I'm a bit greasy, she explained. That looks like one of the cars belonging to the Dark Troubadours. Are you a member of the band? There was real curiosity in his voice and a hint of some emotion she couldn't name. Rusty tilted her chin, her green eyes clearly suspicious. What's your interest? I'm a fan. Desari has a voice straight from heaven, the man answered, showing even more teeth. When she continued to regard him in silence, he heaved a sigh. I'm a reporter. She made a face. Then you know I'm not a member of the band. She held up her toolbox. I'm their mechanic. He glanced around them. Where's their camp? I've been up and down all these roads, but haven't spotted it. I know they're somewhere nearby. And you think I'll just offer you that information out of the kindness of my heart? She laughed. Even in deep earth, miles away, Darius felt his body clench and harden at the sound of her laughter. She was like a carefree child, living each separate moment as it came, heeding nothing before, nothing in the future. The beast in him was growing, fighting for freedom. The fangs in his mouth lengthened to lethal points. He knew he was dangerous, he had always been dangerous, but now, with Tempest close to another male, he had passed the point of self-control. He had no other reason for existence, and he would not give her up. Ever. For money, then? Now the reporter's teeth looked shiny, his eyes as hard as stone, something cunning in his expression. Not a chance, she instantly denied, even though she could certainly use funds. I don't betray people for money or anything else. I've heard some strange things about the group. Will you at least confirm or deny some of the reports? Tempest stowed her toolbox on the floor of the little sports car. Why bother? You people make up whatever you want to. You write it and print it regardless of whom you might hurt. Just a couple of questions, okay? Is it true that they sleep during the day and stay up all night? That they all have some strange illness that makes it impossible for them to go out in the sun? Tempest burst out laughing. That is so like a reporter. You must work for one of those disgusting little exploitation rags. Where do you idiots come up with this stuff? You must have a very vivid imagination. I can't say it was great meeting you, Mr. Broderick, but I've got to go now. Wait a minute. Broderick caught at the door of the car before she could close it. If I'm wrong, say so. I don't want to print garbage. So if I tell you the truth, you'll actually print it, not make up some new sensational tale just to sell your rag? Her green eyes flashed at him in pure challenge. Absolutely I will. Right at this moment, the band and their bodyguard are out hiking. They've been hiking up in the hills for the last hour or so. We have to be on the road this evening to make their next gig on time, so they're taking one last break. Then we'll eat dinner and get out of here. Print that, Mr. Reporter. It's a little mundane, but they also put on their pants one leg at a time, just like everybody else. Rusty had a deep sense of loyalty, and Darius and his family had supported her solidly. If an exploitative journalist like this one suspected anything out of the ordinary with them, she was not above telling a few lies to shield them, even with her own reservations about the group. You saw them an hour ago? Broderick demanded. Rusty glanced pointedly at her watch. Nearly 2 hours ago. I expect them back any time now. And they'll expect the vehicles to be running smoothly, so we can get out of here. I doubt if any of them will be sunburned. They use sunscreen like everyone else I know, but if they are, I'll call you. How's that? She slammed the door with unnecessary force. In case you're interested, Desari is prone to mosquito bites. She uses bug repellent along with sunscreen. Would you like to know the brand? Good girl. Darius approved, his pride in her growing. Come on, Broderick protested. Give me a break. I'm just doing my job. You know she's news. My God, she has a voice like an angel's. Every major recording company is begging for a deal, and she's still playing little clubs. She could make millions. Rusty laughed again. And what makes you so certain she hasn't? Is it so terrible for her to do what she loves? She's an entertainer. She likes the intimacy of small crowds. It isn't the same in a huge stadium. She can't make the same connection with the audience. And there wouldn't be any such connection in a recording studio. She was picking the information straight from Darius's mind. She looked up at Broderick. I feel sorry for you. You must hate your job, prying into people's lives with no real understanding of who they are. Money isn't everything, you know. Broderick clamped his hand on the door. Take me back with you to their camp. Introduce me. If I could get an exclusive interview, it would do a lot toward making my boss happy with me. Not a chance, she said. I don't know you, and you ask pretty stupid questions. Any reporter worth his salt would come up with something better than whether or not Desari sleeps during the day. If you gave a performance that ended at 2 o'clock in the morning, then met with people, including reporters, for another couple of hours, you'd probably want to sleep, too. So, what kind of dumb question was that? Rusty injected as much contempt into her tone as she could muster. I'll tell you what. When you figure out something worthwhile to ask her, I'll see what I can do for you. But I refuse to put my own job on the line for an idiot. She then slowly maneuvered the little car away from the reporter's side. In the rearview mirror, she kept an eye on him as she drove off. He might follow me, Darius. Should I lead him away from the camp? You will come straight home, Tempest. And next time do not leave without protection. She sent him an image of wringing his neck. I have lived alone all my life, you overbearing, king-sized pain. In the butt. I don't need anyone's protection, and I'm sure not asking permission to go anywhere I choose. You have enough people to boss around already, so give it a rest. I can see I need to turn my complete attention to getting you in hand, honey. Fortunately, I am up to the task. He sounded far more complacent and sure of himself than she liked. The way his voice poured over her skin like warm honey and filled her body like molten lava, pooling wickedly low within her, was stranger than anything she had ever encountered. Her own body was betraying her. Weren't some things in life best left alone, vampires among them? Tempest. You closed your mind to mine. What is it? Do you think me so formidable that I should not hear your thoughts? When you are angry with me, it does not change what is. Nothing is, Darius. How can you talk to me this way anyway? She decided the best defense was an offense. Let him try to answer that one. Is it because you can talk to animals the way I do? She believed in giving everyone a gracious out. So you're admitting to that now. We might actually be getting somewhere. She glanced in the rearview mirror again. She was flying down the narrow, twisting road, skidding through turns and taking one or two off-the-beaten-path trails. She didn't see any distant dust to indicate the reporter was following her, but she had a feeling he was trying to do just that, and she refused to lead him back to the camp. Darius knew that to be completely safe, he still needed 1 hour before he could rise. Locked in the ground as he was, he feared for Tempest's safety unless she did as he ordered and returned to the area within the perimeter he had set. He considered forcing his will on her. It was tempting since she was being so ridiculously stubborn, but he would monitor her for now and hope she complied. Only if it became necessary would he compel her to do his bidding. He liked her mind. He liked her independence, her sense of freedom, her spirit. She would learn she couldn't get away with defying him, but for now he wanted to handle her as delicately as possible. "Darius?" Her voice was soft, hesitant, brushing his mind like the touch of fingers on his skin. Flames swept through his body, setting him on fire. He had to have her soon. Time was running out on his control. He needed her desperately. "I am with you, baby. Do not sound so forlorn." "That's not how I sounded," she replied, but he caught the echo of her thoughts. "Did I? Come home, honey. Everything will work out. You do not have to single-handedly defend Desari from this reporter. He is not just a reporter." Darius was silent. How had she known that? He knew it. Several attempts had been made on Desari's life recently. He had read Broderick's aura, found him to be deceitful, covering his lethal intentions with what he supposed to be charm. Tempest had been unable to read all that, but she had sensed a hidden agenda and done her best to divert the alleged reporter. She had done a good job, too. She'd sounded sincere and open, then contemptuous enough to lend authenticity to everything she said. "You don't have to believe me, Darius." Tempest sounded hurt. "Of course I believe you, honey. Now get back here where I do not have to worry about you." It was clearly an order. Rusty sighed heavily. He wasn't getting it. She didn't want anyone worrying about her. As she approached within a mile of the campsite, she felt a curious shifting around her. The air seemed heavy and oppressive. At once she realized she had encountered a barrier of some sort. It created a sense of dread in her, as if she needed to turn around. Why was she feeling it now? Was Darius amplifying the perimeters he insisted she observe? She tossed her mane of red hair, green eyes blazing defiance. He was not going to rule her as he did all the others. They treated him like some kind of Greek god. She groaned aloud. Why had she come up with that particular analogy? Just because he looked like one, acted like one? There went her hormones, running amok again. Deliberately, she began to think of things like taking the little red car for a spin down the highway, far from bossy men. She could hear Darius laughing softly, not in the least worried she would actually steal the car and defy him. "Don't bet on it," she snapped as she parked directly behind the motor home and got out. The four-wheel drive truck was next on her to-do list. It was more important to get it than the dirt bikes into top shape. She lifted the hood and, as always when she worked, focused only on what she was doing, blocking out everything and everyone else. Darius rose at the precise moment it was safe to do so, bursting from the earth with so much power that soil spewed upward like a geyser. The sky was a soft gray, not yet completely dark, but the canopy of trees cast deep shadows and aided in protecting his eyes. He inhaled, scenting the air around him, taking in each detail, every story the wind had to tell him. The ever-present hunger gnawed at him, but this time his body, hard and heavy, was making unfamiliar, relentless demands, filled with a terrible need as insatiable as his hunger. He forcibly controlled the inner beast roaring for release and strode around the bus. He spotted Tempest perched precariously on the front grille of the truck, wielding a wrench that looked as if it weighed more than she did. Even as he approached her, her small body swayed, then teetered on the brink of disaster. She attempted to grab the edge of the hood, but slipped backward with a small sound somewhere between alarm and annoyance. Clearly, it wasn't her first fall. Darius moved with blurring speed to catch her before she hit the ground. She landed in his arms. "You are more trouble than any woman I have ever encountered. Have you made a study on the best ways to drive a man insane?" Tempest thumped his heavy, muscled chest. You scared me to death. Where did you come from? And put me down. His body savored the feel of her, so soft against his hardness. Her face had smudges of grease on it, but she was beautiful all the same. My heart cannot take any more incidents. What did you think you were doing? He said gruffly. Tempest squirmed to remind him to put her down. My job. He was enormously strong, his body as hard as an oak tree, but his skin was like hot velvet. She could feel the rush of blood through her, hot and needy. It scared her to death. She shoved hard at him. Darius didn't appear to notice. Instead, he started striding away from the campsite. Her heart began to pound. He reminded her of a great warrior claiming his prize. He held her as if he had a right to her, as if she belonged to him. Darius carried Tempest into the woods, away from open spaces, finding cooler shadows. Her scent beckoned him, and he found himself burying his face against the slender column of her neck. Her pulse beat frantically, drawing his attention. Her silken hair fell against his head, brushing flames over his skin. A sound welled up in his throat as his self-control slipped precariously. There was such danger in this madness. He knew better, but nothing mattered anymore but having her. Rusty felt the warmth of his breath on her skin, felt molten heat, and her body clenched in expectation. She circled his head with her arms, drawing him closer without even realizing what she was doing. His need was so great, it beat in him so strongly, that she could feel it swamping her, overwhelming even her sense of survival. His heart matched the rhythm of hers, strong and frantic. She felt the sweeping caress of his tongue along her neck, and her heart skipped a beat, her insides going liquid in anticipation. Darius, don't. She whispered the words, meant to make it a command. It came out a husky plea of need. His mouth moved over her skin, sending waves of fire beating at her. I have no other choice. What you ask is like trying to stop the wind. It is inevitable between us. Accept me. Accept what I am. She felt the gentle lapping of his tongue, an erotic, hypnotic rasp of velvet. Her head arched back, exposing the vulnerable hollow of her throat. Heat spiraled through her body as his teeth sank deeply into the offering, and he fed hungrily, voraciously on her sweetness. Nothing else would ever sate his hunger again. Nothing. His body burned, needed, demanded. She lay in his arms, drowsy, in a dark, magical dream world, on fire for him. Somewhere in the woods an owl hooted. From inside the bus one of the cats screamed restlessly, the sound eerie in the twilight. Tempest drew in a deep, shuddering breath, her sense abruptly coming back to her. She was lying in his arms, a willing sacrifice, her body moving against him with an unknown hunger. Her breasts felt full and aching, her nipples hard and pushing against her thin shirt. She felt drowsy and heavy-eyed yet sinfully wanton. She began to struggle wildly, her fists flailing at Darius. He pulled himself from a world of pure feeling, stroking his tongue over the pinpricks to seal the tiny points of evidence. Be calm, honey. I am not hurting you. He rested his forehead against hers. I will take this incident from your mind and wish that I could do so from my own as well. She was trembling in his arms, her enormous eyes wide with shock, her face pale. It's okay, Darius. It was just a surprise, she whispered. I know you wouldn't hurt me. She made another attempt to get out of his arms. Darius tightened his hold on her. I am not going to give you up. I cannot. I do not expect you to understand, and I cannot explain adequately. I have been doing for others all of my existence. I have never had anything for myself. I never wanted or needed anything. But I need you. I realize you cannot accept what I am, but it does not matter to me. I wish I was able to say that it did, but I will not give you up. You are the only one who can save me. Save the others from me. Mortals and immortals alike. What are you, Darius? Tempest stopped fighting him. She knew she had no hope of getting away from him unless he allowed it. Her voice was the merest thread of sound. Her heart was slamming against his chest so rapidly, she was afraid it might explode. At once his black eyes caught and held hers, and she felt herself falling forward into their dark, fathomless depths. Be calm, honey. There is nothing to fear. He enfolded her in waves of tranquility, a soothing, peaceful sea of reassurance. As much as she wanted to, she couldn't look away. There was such an intensity about Darius. He was as still and solid as the mountains, as hard as granite, yet so gentle with her. When he looked at her, a burning hunger lit his eyes, a hard possession. He was ageless, timeless, with a relentless will. He would never swerve from his chosen path. And he had chosen her. She reached up to touch her throbbing neck. Why me? In all the world, in all these centuries since emotions left me, I have been so alone, Tempest. Utterly alone. Until you. Only you bring me color and light. He inhaled, taking her scent deep within his lungs. He needed relief from his body's relentless demands. Do not worry, you will not remember any of this. Still held captive by his black gaze, Rusty shook her head slowly. I remember the last time, Darius. You didn't erase my memory. His black eyes didn't waver, didn't blink as he accepted the nearly impossible as fact. You ran away because of what I am. He said it without expression, as if her revelation was not of paramount importance. You have to admit, it isn't every day a vampire bites one's neck. She made a feeble attempt at humor, but her fingers curled convulsively in his thick mane of jet black hair, betraying her nervousness. So I am responsible, after all, for the attack on you. Darius was assessing the possibility of what she had said. It had to be true. Humans generally required little effort to control. But likely with the difference in her brain patterns, he should have used a much harder mental push to induce forgetfulness. What courage she must have to face him again. To know what he was, and yet remain as she had this night to face him. Of course you weren't responsible for what Harry did, she denied huskily, desperate to tear her gaze from his. She was drowning in those eyes, trapped forever. His arms were iron bands around her, locking her to him. She should have been far more afraid of him than she actually was. Had he succeeded in mesmerizing her? Yet you stayed this time, knowing I took your blood, he mused aloud. You didn't try to leave, even believing me something as evil as a vampire. Would it have done me any good, she asked, for once wanting to meet his eyes, wanting to see his expression. He didn't so much as flicker an eyelash. His features were as etched granite, sensually yet immovable. No, he answered her honestly. I would find you. There is nowhere in this world I cannot find you. Her heart pounded again. He could hear it, could feel the vibration echoing through his own body. She drew in a breath. Are you going to kill me? I'd just as soon know now. His hand moved over her hair in a slow caress that sent butterfly wings brushing at her stomach. You are the only one in this world, mortal or immortal, who, I can say with complete conviction, is perfectly safe. I would give my life to protect you, but I will not give you up. There was a small silence while she studied his implacable features. She believed him. Knew he was as merciless and dangerous as any wild predator. He watched her throat work, a small, agitated attempt to swallow. All right, she conceded. Then there isn't much point in running away, is there? Her mind was in chaos, making it impossible to think what to do. What could she do? More importantly, what did she want to do? She bit down hard on her lower lip. A small dot of ruby red welled up on that lush, trembling lower lip. A temptation. An invitation. Darius groaned aloud, the sound coming from his soul. She couldn't do that, tempt him beyond endurance and get away unscathed. He bent his head to hers, his mouth hard and possessive. His tongue found that tiny dot of sweetness, swept it into his keeping, savored it. But he couldn't stop there. Her lips were satin soft beneath his. Trembling. Enticing. God, he wanted her. Needed her. Hungered for her. Open your mouth for me. I'm afraid of you. The words held tears, held fear, yet she was helpless against her own burning need. Tempest did as he ordered. Time stopped for Rusty, and the world fell away, until there was only the hard strength of Darius's arms, the heat of his body, the width of his shoulders, and his perfect mouth. He was a mixture of domination and tenderness. He swept her up with him, caught in a whirling kaleidoscope of colors and feelings. Nothing would ever be the same again. She would never be the same again. How could she be? He was branding her heart, branding her soul. He was crawling inside her and taking over so that she breathed only him. His hunger was beating at him, at her. She was the only thing in his world that was solely for him. She was fire, hot, silky fire racing through his veins, and he never wanted it to stop. Only when she gasped, her lungs laboring, did he lift his head, his black eyes burning with possession over her face. Tempest was very pale, her eyes enormous, her lips holding the imprint of his. She was so weak, she was grateful Darius was still cradling her in his arms. Her legs felt like rubber. I think I'm going to be like one of those ridiculous heroines in an old-fashioned novel and faint, she murmured against his neck. No, you're not. He attempted to feel guilt, he had taken her blood, and she was so small and fragile that any blood loss could make her weak, but Darius was not one to waste time on regrets. How could he regret what was as natural and inevitable as the tide? She was his. Her blood was his. Her heart and soul belonged to him. Very gently, tenderly, he ran a caressing hand over her silky hair and down her soft cheek to lay his palm against her throat. His fingers curled slowly around her neck, his thumb feathering the delicate line of her jaw. He wanted to touch every inch of her, explore every secret, intriguing shadow and hollow, memorize her luscious curves. Darius. Her green eyes found his black ones. You can't just decide you own me. People don't own one another anymore. I'm not certain what you are, but I gather you weren't born here or even in this century. I was. I value my independence. It matters to me that I make my own decisions. You don't have the right to take that from me. She tried to choose her words carefully, accepting that she was to blame for her own behavior, that this wasn't all Darius's fault. She had wanted to kiss him. She admitted it. She touched her swollen lips, a little odd. No one should be able to kiss like that. It was like falling off the edge of a cliff, soaring through the skies, touching the sun. It was like burning, going up in flames, until there was no more Tempest Trine, no thinking individual, only mindless, impossible passion. Darius, did you understand what I said? Did you understand what I said? He countered softly between his white teeth. I know it is not an easy thing to accept one such as me, but I have given my eternal allegiance and protection to you, and that is no small thing, Tempest. It is for all time. It isn't that I can't accept what you are. I don't even know what that is yet, really. She squirmed suddenly. Put me down. Please. I feel very, she broke off, not wanting to admit to feeling defenseless, but the words shimmered between them all the same. Please, Darius. I want to talk about this and not feel it's such a disadvantage. His hard mouth curved, taking away the almost cruel, implacable edge as if it had never been. Slowly, he lowered her feet to the ground. She was half his size and had to tip her chin up to look at him. Do you feel it more of an advantage now? He asked softly, amusement in his black velvet voice. Chapter 5. Tempest glared at him, her green eyes flashing like emeralds. Very funny. We have to get a couple of things straight. Maybe I'd rather take my chances here with you than out in the world right now, but not if you're going to keep dictating to me. There have to be a few ground rules. None of this. This. Whatever you call this. She waved her hand to encompass everything. Kissing. Taking her blood. Seducing her. Ordering her around. Setting perimeters. All of it. His black gaze never left her face. His eyes were as still as those of a leopard scenting prey. Avid. Burning. Intense. He took her breath away with his eyes. Hypnotized her. Cast a spell over her. Tempest pulled her gaze from his, from the seductive, black velvet trap. And stop that, too, she said decisively, despite the fact that he made her hungry for him. Stop what? Stop looking at me that way. It's definitely out. You can't look at me that way. It's cheating. How am I looking at you? His deep voice dropped even lower, the cadence soft and husky. Mesmerizing. Okay, that's out too. No talking in that tone of voice, she declared staunchly. And you know very well what you're doing. Act normal. His white teeth gleamed at her, nearly stopping her heart. I am acting normal, Tempest. Well, then, that's out too. No acting normal. With both hands on her slender hips, she glared challengingly at him. Darius glanced away to hide the sudden smile pulling at his mouth. He rubbed the bridge of his nose thoughtfully. That is a great number of rules, all of which seem impossible. Perhaps a more feasible plan might be in order. Don't even start with that infuriating, superior male amusement thing you do. It sets my teeth on edge. She was frantically attempting to backpedal, to put some emotional space between them so she could breathe. He needed to stop looking so male, too. That would help some. Suddenly dizzy, she sat down rather abruptly on the carpet of pine needles. Surprised, she blinked up at him. Darius hunkered down beside her, cupping her face in his palm. Just do as I ask, and everything will be fine, honey. She caught at his thick wrist for support. Did you listen to anything I said? Of course I did. I can repeat your nonsense verbatim if you like. He wrapped an arm around her so that she could lean into the shelter of his body. Just sit here for a moment. You will feel better soon. I may have gotten a bit carried away, but your blood does not need replacing. Her green eyes widened. Don't even think about it, Darius. I mean it. I've read books. I've seen movies. I refuse to become a vampire. His mouth quirked again. Sexy, intimate, the tiny gesture produced a rush of heat in her bloodstream, and she had to look away from him to save her soul. No one had the right to look the way he did. I am not a vampire, honey. The undead has chosen to lose his soul. I have endured, still alive, if lately only barely, these many long centuries. What are you then? Tempest asked, reluctant to hear his answer yet excruciatingly curious. I am of the earth, wind, and sky. I can command these things, all things of nature. I am of an ancient race with powers and properties often mistakenly associated with those of vampires. But I am not vampire. I am Carpathian. He watched Tempest, anticipating the many queries she would likely raise in response to his pronouncement. She tipped her head. So, have there been many? I do not understand the question. He appeared genuinely puzzled. Women like me. Do you collect women so you have a ready food supply? She asked it flippantly because his proximity was making her blood rush. His fingers tangled in her hair. There are no other women. There have been no other women. You belong to me. Only you. She wasn't certain she believed he'd had no other women, but she found she wanted it to be true. Gee, do I feel lucky, she said. It's not every day I get bossed around by a Carpathian. I've been on my own and taking care of myself for as long as I can remember, Darius, and I like it that way. His hand had slipped to the nape of her neck, his attention caught by the softness of her skin. It seems to me you have not done a particularly good job of it. Face it, you need me. She batted his hand away, afraid of the fire pooling low in her body. He wasn't safe. Nothing about him was safe, not even casual conversation. I don't need anyone. His black eyes burned over her face, hard possession in the set of his mouth. Then you will learn to do so, will you not? Her heart jumped at the soft, warning note in his voice. He could sound so menacing when he chose. Fear flickered in the depths of her eyes, and her green gaze skittered away from his dark one. Darius, I really am afraid of you. The admission came out under her breath. For a moment she was certain he hadn't hurt her, but then his hand stilled on the nape of her neck, hot and possessive. I know you are, Tempest, but there is no need for it, and you will get over it. A flutter of anger gave her courage. Don't be so certain I'll just let you take over my life. If you feel you can do no other than attempt to defy me, by all means, you are welcome to do so, but I warn you, I am not an easy man to cross. His voice was velvet soft, and all the more menacing because of it. There was a hard strength in his fingers as they circled her soft throat. Since I'm already afraid of you, that isn't exactly news, Darius, she said, her heart thumping in rhythm to her words. It isn't as if I haven't been afraid before. It isn't exactly a new experience for me. But I've always managed. She tilted her chin defiantly. Darius bent his head close, his eyes like glinting ice. You are afraid of the loss of freedom, Tempest, not of me. You are afraid of the untamed passion in you that rises up to meet the passion in me. It is that, not me, that you fear. She pushed at the wall of his chest with both hands. He didn't budge. Well, thank you very much for that analysis, she snapped, all at once stormy. What would the others think if I told them you were acting this way? She challenged. Are they so far under your thumb that they'd help you? He shrugged with casual, fluid grace, reminiscent of a leopard stretching. It would not matter to me one way or the other. It might break up our family, it might cause bloodshed, but in the end, the outcome would be the same. I will not give you up, Tempest. Oh, shut up, she said rudely, exasperated with him. There isn't much to like about me once you get to know me. I'm always in trouble, it just happens. I'll make you crazy. His hand closed over her fragile wrist, his thumb finding her pulse unerringly. You already make me crazy, he replied softly. You will do as I say soon enough, and then I will not have to worry so much. It isn't going to happen in this lifetime, she announced, glaring at him. And as I have only this one, you're in for a big disappointment. His laughter was low and amused, rife with that mocking male superiority that said she would be easy enough to handle. Come on, honey. The others will be rising soon. We have miles to travel this night to stay on schedule. The cats will need to feed before we go. He did not add that all of his family would have to do the same. He sensed her deep fear that he wanted her to use for sustenance, that perhaps he intended the rest of them to use her, also. He wanted to reassure her, but knew mere words would not help. He reached down and pulled her to her feet. She was so unexpectedly light for a woman with such an iron will, and he was so enormously strong. He felt he might fling her into the sky if he wasn't careful. The moment she was standing, she jerked away, wiping her palms on her jeans, glaring at him. He might rule everyone around him, but she wasn't about to stand for his nonsense. She wasn't going to become a food supply for anyone. And she certainly wasn't going to have some male fantasy figure dominating her life. She might have a penchant for trouble, but she wasn't stupid. Darius glanced down at her transparent, expressive little face as they walked back toward the camp. She could not hide her thoughts from him anymore, now that he realized the differences in her mind. His earlier troubles served him right for being so complacent and sure of himself in his dealings with her. She was an unusual mortal, yet he hadn't considered that he would have to delve deeper than he normally would. Aside from thinking too much, Tempest had an interesting mind, a way of focusing in on one thing only and blocking out everything else. She stumbled a little, and he slipped an arm around her shoulders despite her little shrug of retreat. By nature, Tempest was accepting of others. She also understood the way animals reasoned, their survival instincts. So it would require her only a step or two to accept the Carpathian way of life. Darius knew she could accept it as long as it didn't encroach on her way of life. Tempest lived like a nomad. That was essentially the same way his group lived, but she preferred a solitary existence. She understood an animal's way of life, had strong survival instincts herself, but she had less understanding of people and why they did the things they did. Growing up in a crack house, with mothers selling their children for drugs, selling their own souls for the drugs, she had decided at an early age that she wanted little to do with people, and nothing had happened since to change her mind. Rusty inched away from the warmth of Darius's body. She didn't like the way he made her feel, that out-of-control rush of hungry need. He was too dangerous, too powerful, far too used to getting his way in all things. She liked her quiet, independent life. Solitude suited her. The last thing she needed was to be caught up in Darius's bizarre troop of followers. She sighed, unaware that she did so. She couldn't stay with the dark troubadours. The sanctuary they had seemed to offer was rapidly turning into something she wasn't equipped to handle. Darius glanced down at her bent head, the faraway, pensive look on her face, the sadness reflected in her large eyes. He laced his fingers through hers. There is no need to worry so much, honey. I have sworn to protect and care for you. I do not take such oaths lightly. This isn't exactly something a person can prepare herself for, Darius. Even if you're a Carpathian rather than a vampire, whatever you are isn't altogether human. I know that when you communicate mentally with me. Are you so certain that you are completely human? When I merge my mind with yours, I observe brain patterns different from those of ordinary mortals. She winced, looking as if he'd struck her. I know I'm different. Believe me, you aren't telling me anything I haven't heard before. You can't call me anything I haven't already been called. Freak. Mutation. Frigid. You name it, I've heard it. Darius stopped abruptly, forcing Tempest to do the same. He brought her hand to the warmth of his mouth. I did not mean it that way. I admire what you are. If either of us is a mutation from the norm, Tempest, it is me, not you. I am in no way human. I am an immortal. And I can assure you that you are neither a freak nor frigid. Your heart and soul were simply waiting for mine. Not everyone can hand themselves over to just anyone. A few know that the giving of the treasure of one's body, one's intimacy, is sacred, meant solely for the one they were made for, their other half. Perhaps those who taunted you were jealous of that knowledge in you because they were in far too much of a hurry to wait or because they held themselves too cheap. Her long lashes hid her emerald eyes. I'm not a virgin, Darius. Because some man forced himself on you? I think you have a false impression of me. I'm no angel, Darius. I've stolen cars, souped them up, gone for joy rides. I've always rebelled against so-called authority figures, probably because the ones I knew left a bad taste in my mouth. It always amazes me how the most self-righteous people, the ones forever preaching and pointing fingers at others, often do the most underhanded and dishonest things. Once I could support myself, I came up with my own code of honor, and that's what I live by. But I'm no saint, and I never have been. The places I come from don't breed saints. Darius was becoming familiar with every nuance of her voice. She sounded slightly sad, accepting of her brutalizing childhood, but angry with herself for trusting others during those terrible years. Trusting them and having them let her down. That was why she preferred the solitary existence she had chosen, and he could sense her determination not to give it up, despite her need to. The job as mechanic to their traveling band had represented the ability to support herself and be free from the demands of intimate, prolonged contact with other people. He was taking that away from her. Perhaps it would be easier on you if I removed your memories of what I am. I could do it properly, Tempest, he offered. He found himself reluctant to do so, however. Somehow he wanted her to accept him as he was. She shook her head adamantly. No. If you did something like that, I would never be able to trust anything you said or did. You wouldn't remember, and it would take away your unnecessary fears. It does not make sense to me that you should remain afraid of us when we regard you as family, he said reasonably. No, don't do that to me, she insisted. For a moment his dangerously predatory eyes moved over her face, a red flame flickering in their depths, reminding her of a wolf, a relentless hunter. What did she know of him? Only that he was not human but Carpathian, allegedly immortal. And that he believed he had a right to her. She knew little of the unusual powers and properties he'd mentioned, but she felt them radiate out of his every pore. She could be lulled into a false sense of security because he often treated her gently, even tenderly. But Darius was first and foremost a predator, yet with all the cunning and intellect of a human. He was dark, mysterious, dangerous, powerful, and very, very sensual. It was a formidable combination. Tempest nearly groaned aloud. How was she going to get out of this mess? His thumb was feathering over her knuckles, sending darts of fire racing through her bloodstream. Why did she have to be attracted to him? Especially if he was more beast than man? Was it because he was the first male who had ever treated her with such care? Was it because he was so utterly lonely and in need? Stop thinking so much, Tempest, he repeated softly, a hint of laughter in his velvet voice. You are making things seem worse than they are. He was becoming tempted to remove her memories, despite her reluctance, just to ease her fears. Yet he was selfish enough to want her to know what he was, and have the courage to stay with him anyway. Right, she groused, like that could happen. Darius enjoyed the way she fit beneath his shoulder. He even enjoyed the way she defied him. He was aware that she had no idea of the power he wielded, the things he was capable of doing, but he felt fully alive with her. The wind rushed over them, blowing her soft hair around her face. He heard the rustle in the trees as the leaves swayed to the music of the breeze. He found himself smiling for no reason, when it had been many centuries since he had smiled at all. He had forgotten the feeling of happiness. Here, in the trees, with the night upon them, the wind calling to him, wild and free, and Tempest tucked beneath his shoulder, he felt both happiness and a sense of belonging. Rusty glanced up at Darius, a little overwhelmed that she was acting as if all was normal when she should have been running screaming into the sunset. His face was a sensual work of art, carved with harsh yet beautiful lines. If she had to describe him to someone else, she wasn't certain what she would say. He was power personified, danger personified, and he was so incredibly sexy. Mesmerizingly so. She closed her eyes. Well, that settled it, then. She couldn't look at him. She went up in flames every time she did. Why couldn't you be a nice, ordinary man? What is ordinary? He asked, amused. You didn't have to have those eyes, she accused, flashing a glare at him. Your eyes should be outlawed. Warmth flowed into his heart, a curious, melting sensation. So you like my eyes? Her long lashes instantly veiled her expression. I didn't say that. You're conceited, Darius. That's one of your biggest problems. You're arrogant and conceited. Why would I like your eyes? He laughed softly. You like my eyes. She refused to give him the satisfaction of agreeing. The campsite was just ahead through the trees, and she could hear the laughter of the others. Dasari's musical voice was distinctive. It was soft and dreamy, even more mesmerizing than the others. Tempest had noticed immediately the same hypnotic quality in Darius's voice. Everyone should stop following your orders, Darius, she scolded, her green eyes peeping up at him through long lashes. It's the only possible way to save you. No one ever questions you. Perhaps because they trust me to know what is right, he said softly, gently. She watched him inhale, dragging the night scents into his lungs, and knew instinctively that he was scanning the area, testing the campsite, ensuring to his satisfaction that it was safe. As they emerged through the thick stand of trees into the open, where the others waited, she felt the impact of several pairs of eyes on her. She stopped, her teeth sinking into her lower lip, her heart somersaulting alarmingly. She hated being the center of attention. Darius stepped in front of her, easily blocking her small body from sight. He bent close to her. Go shower. The others need to hunt this night before we leave. The cats can feed, then we will split up and meet at the next campsite. You will ride with me. She wanted to argue with that, but more, she wanted to be away from the others, away from their inquisitive stares. Wordlessly, she turned around and hurried to the motor home. It felt like a sanctuary, as if it was already her home. She took her time in the shower, enjoying the hot water cascading over her skin. It was difficult to close her mind to thoughts of Darius, but it was the only safe thing to do. She knew she wouldn't be able to stay long with him always around, but if she could hang in long enough to get across the country, maybe things would work out. And it was, after all, Dasari who had hired her, putting her on a generous salary. Dasari would give her the money the minute she asked for it. She could tell that Darius's sister was like that. When she had gathered enough courage to quit hiding in the bus and face the group, the campsite appeared empty. A slight noise revised her first impression. Warily, she made her way to the small red car. The man peering into the open hood was the one who had been driving the night before. At the time, she had barely glanced at him. Now studying him, she realized he was typical of the other band members, incredibly handsome. He had long dark hair, a mischievous look around his dark eyes, and his mouth had a sultry, moody kind of sexiness. She could easily see that this troubadour must be a hit with females of every age on the tour. He looked up and grinned at her. So, we meet at last, Tempest Trine. I am Barak. I was beginning to feel left out. Darius, Dasari, Julian, and Sindel all speak highly of you. I figured they must have told you I was the group's bad boy and that you were avoiding me as a result. Tempest found herself smiling. How could she not? Her natural wariness dictated that she keep her distance from him, but his ready grin was contagious. No one warned me, but I can see they should have. He patted the car lovingly. What did you do to make her purr like this? There was genuine interest in his voice. I turned on the engine, and she sounded so happy to see me. Don't you work on cars? You sure can drive them. Barak shook his head. I keep thinking I'll get around to studying it, but there are always so many things to get in the way. That's unusual, Tempest said before she could censor her words. Normally a serious driver and auto enthusiast like you is interested in what's below the hood. She wanted to kick herself for the inane remark. Like Darius, Barak probably slept during the day and used other powers at night. She made herself look casually away. Where are the cats? I haven't seen them in a while. Feeding. We have to hit the road tonight, so Darius is allowing them to hunt, as is their right. Barak ran his gaze appreciatively over the small redhead. She was different from other mortal females. He knew she was different, but he couldn't put his finger on exactly how. But he could hear her heart beating strongly, the ebb and flow of blood in her veins. Hunger was ever present, gnawing at his insides. Like the others, he should have gone to the campground only a few miles away and fed, but checking out the newly tuned car had intrigued him. Come over here, Tempest. His voice was low and compelling. He smiled, a flash of white teeth. Show me what you did to the engine. His hunger was growing as he listened to the rush of blood in her veins. Rusty didn't like his smile now, didn't like the way he was watching her. She glanced around. I have to pack my tools and things, get ready to leave. I can show you later. Shock registered on his handsome face, complete amazement. It occurred to Rusty that no one had ever turned Barak down before. There must have been a hidden compulsion in his voice she had failed to respond to. More and more she realized she was in over her head. If Darius had been the only one she had to deal with, maybe she could have done so successfully, at least long enough to get her across country. But they were all like him. She began backing away. Barak instantly looked contrite. Hey, I didn't mean to frighten you. I am not like the one who attacked you. Desari hired you. That means you are under our protection. Seriously, do not fear me. I have never had any woman fear me. Rusty forced herself to stand her ground and made herself smile. I'm just a little nervous after yesterday. Once the others get back, I won't be so tense. But at the moment she felt as if she had stumbled into a nest of rattlesnakes. We are friends, Tempest. Come here. Show me what you have done to make this machine purr. She could feel his mind reaching to calm hers, to compel her to do his bidding. Which was worse? Allowing him to use her for a food source or allowing him to realize she knew exactly what he was? Would he then kill her? She decided it might be dangerous to let him know he wasn't controlling her, so she made herself stumble toward him, fear and revulsion choking her. She didn't want this man touching her the way Darius did. For a moment interest at that thought swirled enough through her mind to push down her fear. Why, if the notion of being used for food sickened her, did she find the way Darius bit into her neck blatantly erotic? Okay. She had lost her mind totally, she decided. That was the only answer. She had to get out of this jam and find a way to run for it. Produce a suddenly sick ant in need out of thin air. She was close to Barak now, his body crowding hers. Her stomach churning, feeling close to tears, she tried to hold herself very still. He was murmuring something to her. She could hear the words buzzing in her mind, but they had no meaning. She wanted to push him away and run. She couldn't stand it. She couldn't. She tried to equate what he was about to do with a simple animal bite, but her stomach revolted, and involuntarily she arched her neck away from his hot breath. Waves of distress nearly choked her as his fingers curled around her arm. He was enormously strong, quelling her struggles with a vice-like grip. A small sound escaped, a note of terror. Inside her mind, Tempest could hear herself screaming, though no sound emerged from her closed throat. She was in the middle of real nightmare with no way out. Then, without warning, not even a rush of wind, a huge black panther hit Barak squarely in the chest, a full 200 pounds of fury driving the man back and away from Tempest. Barak hit the side of the car hard, the air knocked from him, then landed on the ground on his back, the cat driving straight for his throat. Vaguely aware of Desari, Julian, another man, and Sybil beginning to emerge from the trees, but stopping, frozen in horror, Rusty sought to calm the wild cat. In its mind she found a red haze of killing fury, like nothing she had ever encountered. She ran forward, still trying to soothe it, whispering to it, commanding. Only when she was near Barak, a Barak who was not even struggling for his life, who instead lay submissively beneath those terrible teeth, did she comprehend that the cat was Darius. Shocked, she continued to approach the cat. Rusty, stay back. Desari called out to her. She tried to move forward to help Barak, to stop Tempest, but Julian was restraining her, literally lifting her off her feet, his strong arms around her waist. The terror on Dasari's face, echoing in her voice, registered with Tempest, but even with her own heart pounding in alarm, she reached for Darius, past the fierce fury of the animal to find the man. She knew him. She wasn't exactly certain how, but she knew he was there, somewhere inside that killing rage. Darius. It is over. Barak did nothing but frighten me. Come back to me. She kept her tone a soft, trusting plea, much like what she used. First with a frightened animal. Soothing, with a belief that it would respond. She somehow knew that Darius would not respond to any of the others, and that if she didn't stop him, the cat could very well end Barak's life. This had happened because of her. That knowledge, like his identity, came to her seemingly out of nowhere, but she was certain of it, and she felt a rush of wonder that anyone could have such a depth of feeling for her. Please, Darius, for me. Release Barak and come to me. The panther snarled, exposing long, razor-sharp canines, but at least he wasn't sinking them into Barak's throat. The cat crouched low, vicious, its body frozen into utter stillness, only the tail twitching restlessly, angrily, back and forth. Barak lay under the cat, totally submissive, well aware of who had attacked him. The silence was filled only with his heavy breathing and the cat's snarling rage. Darius. Tempest was a heartbeat from the cat's teeth. Cautiously, she laid a hand on the heavily muscled back. Her voice was soft, warm honey. I'm all right. Look at me. He didn't hurt me. He really didn't. A collective gasp went up, as much for her knowledge as for her courage. It was now obvious to all that she knew the identity of the great cat. Dasari clenched Julian's hand in hers, suddenly afraid. No human could know of their existence and live. It placed them all in jeopardy. How did Tempest Trine know? Neither Darius nor Barak would have been so careless as to forget to expunge her memories. Yet how could they do such a thing as destroy the woman who had the courage to save one of their lives, as Tempest was clearly attempting to do? The Black Panther moved, ever so slightly shifting its weight, placing its neck beneath Tempest's palm. Please, Darius, I'm hanging on to my courage by a thread. Help me out. I want to get away from everyone. This is very frightening. All of it. And I don't understand it, so come to me and explain it. In spite of her determination to be brave, her hand was trembling as it lay on the great cat's back. Tempest felt Darius's control seeping slowly back into his mind, felt the man overcoming the beast's rage. The panther moved against her, inserting itself between her and the fallen man. It pushed her away from Barak's supine figure, farther even, toward the trees and away from the prying eyes of his family. Then the leopard padded behind her, directing her into the deeper woods, its walk so silent, she felt she could hear leaves falling. Back at the campsite, the group released a long, collective sigh of relief. Diane moved first, reaching down and pulling Barak to his feet. Close call. What the hell did you do? His voice was accusing. No one ever crossed Darius. Barak held up his hands. Nothing. I swear it. I was going to feed, that's all. Nothing else happened. He went berserk on me. Sindal's slender hand fluttered to her throat. Could Darius be turning? Darius is never out of control. Could it be happening? No. Dasari cried out, somewhere between fear and outrage at the betraying thought. No, Darius cannot turn. He is too strong. Julian slipped an arm around her waist, a slight grin on his face. None of you know, do you? Darius has not turned. He will never turn. Not now. He has found his life mate. What are you talking about? Diane asked. These things were never taught to you, Julian mused softly, more to himself than the others. You were not raised among other Carpathians. What is often second nature to us is not even known to you. His grin widened. It is not known to Darius. Life is about to become quite interesting around here, boys and girls. Stop spouting nonsense and tell us what you mean. Dasari commanded, her soft, dark eyes beginning to smolder. Should we be protecting Rusty? The only one safe is Tempest. Each Carpathian male must find the light to his darkness. It is his only salvation. Without that woman, his life mate, he will eventually be forced to choose the dawn and eternal rest, or he will succumb to the madness of the undead and lose his soul for all time. Become vampire. There is only one woman for each male, one other half. But Tempest Trine is human, Diane objected. This cannot be. We have been aware that there exists the other half of our heart, our soul, out there somewhere. A quest to find the proper mate must be made, as you found Desari, Julian. But Tempest is not a Carpathian. There are a handful of human women, Julian answered slowly, all having some form of psychic ability, who can be life mates to Carpathians. No doubt Tempest Trine is one such female. She wandered into your midst seeking a job, but was likely drawn to do so because she was connected to Darius, he explained. Funny, is it not, how fate has a way of bringing two linked souls together? Do not attempt to intervene between them and, for God's sake, do not touch that woman. Should you do so, Darius will be more beast than man, his every instinct to protect and care for her, to keep her from any others who might threaten her or her connection to him. He is more dangerous at this time than at any other. Julian grinned again. Leave him to it. He will figure it out eventually. I should talk to him, explain, Desari said. I did not hear him asking for explanations, did you? Julian prompted, his arms gathering her close to him. It is best and safest not to interfere in the process of joining life mates. Wait a minute. Barack leaned his long frame against the red car. You lost me somewhere. I know Darius took her blood. I could smell his scent on her. Are you telling me that he would use her body too? Isn't that combination strictly forbidden with mortals? Darius himself taught us this. Tempest appears to be different, Julian said. She cannot be classified as a normal mortal, therefore, the rule does not apply. Sindul's doe eyes, normally soft and loving, were glinting fire at Barack. You sought to feed on her? That is beneath you. She was under our protection. You are so insensitive, Barack. Always the playboy. You cannot leave women alone, not even those traveling with us practically as family. Rusty had a terrible experience yesterday. Did you give that a thought when you went to satisfy your own urges? Sindul. Barack looked hurt. Sindul had a sweet, loving nature and was never angry, never upset with any of them. Do not Sindul me, Barack. Are you so lazy that you had to feed from a woman protected by our family? I suspect you think so much of your charm that you thought she would be grateful to provide for you. It was not like that. I was merely overly hungry, having waited too long to feed. I would not have harmed the woman. And I had no idea she belonged to Darius. Hell, I never would have touched her had I known. He was going to rip my throat out, Sindul. You should be sympathizing with me. Look at my chest. He ripped open my skin. Won't you come heal it for me? Barack gave her his most imploring, boyish pout. Perhaps next time you will think twice before you go chasing after women, Sindul replied and whirled away. Hey, wait a minute. Barack trailed after her, desperately trying to get back into her good graces. Have we all lost our minds around here? Diane demanded. Soft, sweet Sindul is acting the shrew. Desari is acting like a lovesick calf. I do not know you well, Julian, but you seem to be enjoying Darius's discomfort far more than is seemly, and bad boy Barack is chasing after Sindul like a lost puppy. What the hell is happening? Your leader has found his life mate, Diane, Julian said happily, and is clueless, totally clueless, about how to deal with her. Finding your life mate leaves you feeling as if someone punched you in the gut and stole your sanity. Your Darius is used to having his way in all things, simply commanding whatever he deems correct. But now I suspect he is in for the shock he so richly deserves. He will simply force his will upon Tempest, Diane said confidently, then everything will return to normal. Forcing your will on your life mate is in the same category as cutting your own throat. Not a wise idea. Still, watching will make for much fun, Julian said smugly. Chapter 6. Once in the thick shelter of the trees, the panther's muscled form contorted and reshaped, shimmering in the blue darkness to become the solid frame of a man. Tempest watched, leaning for support against a tree trunk, wondering if she had somehow found Alice's rabbit hole in the middle of a California state forest. Darius noted her unnatural pallor, the shock in her enormous eyes. Her soft mouth trembled, and she was twisting her fingers together in agitation, her knuckles white. He knew that if he approached her, she would run. "You know you are not afraid of me, Tempest." His voice was a whisper in the night, a part of the night. Tempest looked around her. The color of night was deep blue, almost black, but mystical and beautiful. The trees rose as shadows toward the gem-scattered sky. Little tails of mist drifted slowly, lazily, knee-high along the forest floor. "Why do you seem as if you were such a part of all this?" she asked. "As if you belong to the night, but something beautiful, not dark and ugly?" "Why is that, Darius?" she asked again softly. "I do belong to the night. I am not of the same race as you. I am not human, yet not beast or vampire. But you can become a leopard?" The incredible feat was nearly impossible to believe, even though she had witnessed it with her own eyes. "I can become the mouse scampering across the field, the eagle soaring high in the sky. I can be the mist, the fog, lightning and thunder, a part of the atmosphere itself. But I am always Darius, the one who has vowed to protect you." Tempest shook her head. "This isn't possible, Darius. Are you sure I didn't fall and hit my head or something? Maybe we both ate a weird mushroom, and we're on some psychedelic trip together. This isn't possible. I can assure you, I have done this all my life. And I have existed nearly 1,000 years. She held up a hand to stop him. "One weird thing at a time. I'm hearing this stuff, but my brain is refusing to process it. Do you know I would not harm you, Tempest? Do you know that much?" he asked insistently, his black gaze drifting over her face like fog. In her deepest soul, beyond the human workings of her brain, Tempest knew it was the only certainty she had. Darius would not hurt her. She nodded slowly and saw relief light his eyes for a moment. Then he sobered again. "I did not mean to expose you to the other's appetites. In truth, it did not occur to me that any would use you for such a thing when you were under our protection. I inadvertently subjected you to a terrible moment, but in truth, you were not in any danger." In Barack's defense, he likely thought he could manipulate your memories, as is generally easy to do with human prey, but he would not have harmed or killed you, simply fed, as, smelling my scent on you, he assumed I had. "Please accept my apology." His voice wrapped itself around her and found its way into her heart. She sighed softly and tried not to think too much about the word. "Pray. You know what, Darius? None of it matters. I don't have to understand, because I can't do this. You can see that now, can't you? I have no way to deal with this. It's better if I just get out now." His black eyes never once blinked, never left her face. She found her heart beating faster, threatened in some elemental way she didn't understand. "It isn't as if I would ever say anything to anyone. They'd lock me up if I did. You know you don't have to worry." His black eyes were merciless, boring into her deeper and deeper until they penetrated her soul. She found it difficult to breathe. "Darius, you know I'm right. You have to know. We aren't two different races trying to find some common ground. We're two different species. I need you." He said the words so quietly that she barely heard them. He made the statement starkly, utterly without embellishment. There was no mental push, no other form of persuasion. Still, the way he said it was like an arrow piercing her heart. She had no defense against those 3 words. No way to combat the truth of them. The truth she heard in his voice. She stared at him for a long moment, then, without warning, she picked up and flung a handful of leaves at him. "You don't play fair, Darius. You really don't. You have those eyes and that voice, and now you go and say something like that." A slow smile softened the hard edge of his mouth. "I knew you liked my eyes." He sounded immensely satisfied. He didn't appear to move, but all at once he was towering over her, his body close enough to share its warmth. His hand found her throat, and his palm lay still so that her pulse beat into its center. "I didn't say I liked your eyes," she corrected. "I think they should be declared illegal. They're sinful." She lifted her chin belligerently at him, trying to hold her ground against something she didn't even understand. "I meant my apology, honey. I will never place you in such a position again. I will make certain the others are aware you are under my personal protection at all times." Darius bent his dark head toward hers, drawn to the seduction of her velvet lips. Tempest's breath caught in her throat, and she shrank back against the tree trunk and held up her palms to push against the hard wall of his chest. I'm thinking maybe we shouldn't do this. It's safer, Darius, really, for both of us to just not touch. His smile climbed to his eyes, spreading heat through her body. Safer? Is that what you think? It is always far safer to do what I wish. He hadn't moved, not a single inch, despite the pressure she was putting on his chest. Tempest sighed softly. You would say that. Personally, Darius, I'm at the point where I might run screaming into the forest, or doubt my own sanity and have myself committed. Don't push me any harder right now. Do you think you could stand on your own without the tree trunk supporting you? Amusement tinged his voice. Tempest patted the tree trunk, reluctant to find out. She was quite proud of the showing she'd made so far. No fainting. No hysterics. None of the things a sane woman would do. But she didn't want to fall on her face. Her long lashes swept down for a moment. Darius easily read the faint self-mocking humor mixed with concern on her transparent face, the sudden determination just before she shifted, ducking beneath his arm to stand on her own. He liked that, her sense of humor, her ability to laugh at herself in the most extreme situations. She grinned at him. Well, it worked. He held out his hand. Come on, honey. We can just walk and talk. She regarded him suspiciously. Just walk and talk. That isn't code for some other weird activity, is it? Darius actually laughed. His fingers tangled with hers, captured her hand, and brought it against the heat of his body. Where do you come up with your nonsense? Her emerald eyes sparkled at him. I can get worse. Much worse. You are trying to scare me away. She laughed in spite of herself. I think you do a better job at scaring people than I do. You win hands down. No contest. His arm slid around her waist to lift her smoothly over a fallen log. He didn't miss a stride, and she couldn't stop herself from comparing him to the jungle cat she now knew he could become. He moved in the same silence, with the same grace. What does it feel like to change like that? Into a leopard? Darius wondered at her question. He hadn't thought of what it felt like in hundreds of years. The mystery. The beauty. How wondrous it was to shapeshift. Her question brought up the total exhilaration, the awe he'd felt as a child experimenting until he perfected the art, until he could shift in midair, on the run, even when using preternatural speed. It is an incredible feeling of power and beauty to experience the essence of the animal, its speed and energy and stealth, all miraculously in my own body. Tempest moved with his rhythm, ambling nowhere in particular. He was so perfectly proportioned, his body its own miracle, strength and power in every muscle, every cell, and he carried it with a casual ease of which he didn't even seem to be aware. It's fascinating when I communicate with an animal, she admitted. I would love to be able to actually see things through their eyes, smell, and hear things as they do. Can you do that? Or are you still really you? I am both. I can use their senses, their abilities, yet I can also reason, as long as nothing triggers an overwhelming instinct. Like a survival instinct. Darius glanced down at the top of her head. The moonlight was spilling through the trees, touching the red gold of her hair to turn it to flame. She was so beautiful, he had no choice but to run a caressing hand over the silken strands. That is what you are to me. A survival instinct. You feel it too. Her long lashes lifted enough for him to catch a glimpse of vivid green before she looked away. I don't know what I feel. She pulled her hand away and sent him a quick look of censure. We aren't going there, remember? You stay a foot away from me, and you don't do any one of those things I mentioned to you before. His husky answering laughter sent flames dancing in her blood. She glared at him. Laughing is out too. He caught her small waist and lifted her easily to the top of an enormous down log, so that the two of them stood close, his hands resting lightly on her hips as she looked down. Ferns grew abundantly on the forest floor, shades of green carpeting the area in a curious aqua in the blue of the night. The scenery was so beautiful that she couldn't find her voice, not even to reprimand Darius for forgetting to measure the inches between them. She tried not to be aware of his hands on her, touching her as if she belonged to him. He leaned his dark head so close that her breath caught in her throat. Her neck throbbed in anticipation, and the flames began to crackle and sizzle, threatening to consume her. She felt the heat of his breath exactly over her telltale pulse. "Listen to the night. It is speaking to us," he said softly. For a moment she could hear only the beating of her own heart. It pounded in her ears, drowning out every other sound. He carefully turned her around and drew her back against the shelter of his body. "Be still. Be calm. It is there in your mind, Tempest. Find the stillness first. It is there that you begin to learn." His voice whispered over her skin like black velvet. Mesmerizing and perfect. Sheer magic. Darius was casting a spell, weaving it tightly around her, not simply with the hypnotic power of his voice or the hard strength of his body, but with the night itself. She had never noticed that the darkness had such vivid colors of its own. The moon was shining through the canopy of trees, bathing the world in a soft, iridescent silver. The leaves glistened like gems as the breeze blew gently through them. The low sigh of the wind was the first sound she could identify clearly after that of her own heart. Darius's arms tightened around her, locking her against his much larger frame. Tempest had an aversion to tight spaces, and she always avoided being too close to men, especially when she was alone and they were strong. However, instead of making her feel threatened, Darius made her feel safe and protected. Really listen to it, Tempest, with your heart and mind as well as your ears. The wind is singing softly, whispering tales. There, very close to us, do you hear it? The wind has carried to us the sound of fox kits. She tilted her chin, straining to catch a single note of what he could hear. Fox kits. Could he really know that? As if reading her mind, Darius placed his lips against her ear. There are 3 of them. They must be very young. They're barely moving around. Tempest felt his lips move in her hair, as if he had accidentally, not by design, brushed against the strands. Self-preservation finally took over, and she attempted to step away from him. But her foot hovered over empty space. She had forgotten she was atop a log. Only Darius's arms kept her from a fall. He laughed softly, that infuriating, male, mocking amusement. "I was right. You need me. You need a keeper." "I wouldn't if you weren't driving me insane all the time," she accused him, but she was clutching at him all the same. "Allow me to merge my mind more fully with yours. I can teach you to listen, to hear the true sounds of the night. My world, Tempest." He glanced down at the slender fingers curled around the thickness of his arm. She was so fragile, so delicate, a small but hugely courageous woman. She was BOM for him. His heart and mind, his very soul recognized hers. Every cell in his body reached for her, needing, hungry, with an intensity that would never be assuaged. Darius could feel her slight body trembling against the hardness of his. A fierce, protective instinct rose in him, swamping him with the sheer force of it. He wanted to carry her off to his lair, keep her safe from the everyday dangers of the world around them, keep her close and protected at all times. But he realized that, no matter how strong his feelings, she was mortal, and she had grown up in a different world, one he could never go back and change for her. It had shaped her character as surely as the ages and dangers he had faced had shaped his. He could not move her too fast. The demands of his body and soul had to take second place to her fears, groundless though they might be. "If you merge your mind fully with mine, will you be able to read my every thought?" she asked anxiously. He ruffled her hair, affection in the caress. "You mean as I already do?" Her emerald eyes flashed at him. "You can't read every thought I have," she said decisively. There was a short, telling silence. She tilted her head back to look at him. "Can you?" This time her voice definitely wobbled. Darius wanted to kiss that worried look right off her face. "Of course I can." Her teeth tugged at her lower lip. "You couldn't before." "I don't think you can, Darius. You merge with me every time you communicate mentally with me. It may have taken me a few times to figure out your differences from others, but once I did, it allowed me to slip in and out of your mind at will." His fingers curled lovingly around the nape of her neck. "If you like, I could share some of your memories with you. The little alley you favored behind a Chinese restaurant. You were fond of its unusual cobblestones." This time Tempest made a lunge to break free, but Darius caught her firmly, imprisoning her within the circle of his arms. Not so fast, honey. You were the one implying I was telling you falsehoods. She stood stiffly. Nobody says falsehoods anymore. Your age is showing. He laughed again, amazed that after centuries of loneliness and utter lack of emotion, he could find himself laughing so readily. There was joy in the night itself, joy in the world, in the very act of living. That was not nice, Tempest, he scolded her, but his voice was so gentle, it turned her heart over. No merging, Darius. I think we should do something semi-normal. Say, just talking. Talking is good. Not anything strange, just the usual. Tell me about your childhood. What were your parents like? My father was a very powerful man. He was often referred to as the Dark One. He was a great healer among our people. I understand that my elder brother has since taken his place among our kind. My mother was gentle and loving. I remember her smile. She had a spectacular smile. The words conjured up the memory for him, the rush of warmth. She must have been wonderful. Yes. I was only 6 when she was killed. Her fingers tightened on his arm in sympathy. I'm so sorry, Darius. I didn't mean to bring up a sad memory. No memory of my mother could be bad, Tempest. When I was 6, the Ottoman Turks overran the village near our home and murdered nearly everyone. I was able to get out. He gestured in the general direction of the campsite with a few others. My sister, Desari, along with Sindel, Barak, Diane, and one other. After that, we were cut off from the rest of our people. At 6 years of age? Darius, what did you do? How did you survive? I learned to hunt from the animals around me. I learned to feed the others. It was a time of great hardship. I made so many mistakes, yet every day was a new, exciting experience. How did you get separated from your parents, your people? There was a war. Human villages were being wiped out, people our families considered friends. Our adults decided to stand with the humans. But the soldiers attacked after the sun had risen, when Carpathians are at their most vulnerable, when they need to go to ground. And there were so many soldiers, vicious and cruel, determined to wipe out the entire region, to rid themselves of all of us, as they considered us vermin, vampires. Unfortunately, adults of our species have no power, no strength, when the sun is high, so it was a slaughter, a useless waste of lives. So many died that day, humans and Carpathians alike, women and children. Many of our race were subjected to ritual vampire killings, beheaded and staked through the heart, my parents among them. Darius's voice was soft, melancholy, distant, as if part of him was centuries away from her. In his arms, Tempest turned to reach up and touch his mouth with her fingertips. I'm so sorry, Darius. How terrible for you. Tears were glistening on her long lashes, making her eyes luminous. Sorrow for him, for his lost parents, for the boy he had been, throbbed in her heart. Darius touched a teardrop, catching it on the end of his finger. Do not weep for me, Tempest. I never want to bring tears to your heart. Your life has been a hard one, too. At least before I lost emotion and color, mine was filled with the love of my old family, and then of my new family for hundreds of years. The boat I and the others escaped our war-torn homeland and took us across the ocean before going down in a violent storm. We were on our own, I the oldest, but we made it to the shores of Africa, and we had great adventures in those years and since, before the darkness gathered in me and spread across my soul. She watched him bring his finger to his mouth to taste her shimmering teardrop, his black eyes sensual, his perfect lips alarmingly enticing. She swallowed convulsively, afraid she might fling herself into his arms just to taste his mouth again and be forever lost in the burning intensity of his eyes. What darkness, Darius? What are you talking about? I have felt nothing these last long centuries. After a certain point, evidently a Carpathian male loses his emotions and is in danger of turning vampire. Because I had others depending on me, I fought off the beast within me. But for eons now I have seen no colors, felt no joy, no need for a woman, no laughter, and no love. I have not even felt guilt over necessary killing. Only my hunger was in me, strong and terrible and always upon me. The beast in me grew until he was always fighting for freedom, raging for release. Then, into that darkness, you came, bringing me color and light and life. Darius said it softly, honestly, meaning every word. His hand came up to capture her mass of red gold hair, to crush it to his face so that he might inhale the fragrance of her. I have more need of you than does any other in this world. My body claims yours as its own. My heart recognizes yours. My soul cries out for yours, and my mind seeks the touch of your mind. You are the only woman who can tame the beast and hold me to this earth, to the path of goodness and light. The only one who can keep me from destroying mortals and immortals alike. Tempest bit at her lower lip again. The things he said to her were almost more than she could comprehend. They made her nervous, even as he made her more aware of herself as a desirable woman than anyone ever had. Let's not get carried away, Darius. I've agreed to travel with the band for a while, but saving the world is a little beyond my specialties. I wield a mean wrench and all, but relationships totally elude me. She could be flippant with her answers, but her heart had melted at his every word. His old-world elegance and charm somehow seemed to provide a balance to the danger clinging to him like a second skin. Sexual magnetism was also second nature to Darius, and Tempest didn't try to delude herself into thinking she was immune. It will be in the best interests of all concerned that you remain free from any other relationships, he said softly. Her emerald eyes flashed a brilliant green before she turned away from him again, too tempted by his perfect mouth to stare at it for long. Let's walk, Darius. I think it's safer than standing here on a log overlooking a cliff. Much safer. His arm curved around her waist, and he bent forward, his warm breath caressing the nape of her neck. Run if you must, baby, but there is nowhere to go except back to me. She firmly removed the thick band of his arm from around her waist, proud of her decisiveness. If his body continued to be in contact with hers, they were both going to go up in flames. The only sane thing to do was to put an ocean or a glacier between them. Maybe the entire polar ice cap. His infuriating laughter followed her as she jumped off the log and began stalking away. Reading your mind is becoming very interesting, honey. We could always settle down in an igloo. Not a chance. You'd melt the darn thing. Then where would we be? I told you, none of that mesmerizing eyes thing. And maybe you should try wearing a mask. His sexy laughter had to go also. Definitely had to go. It was wreaking havoc with her bloodstream, making it hot, molten, so thick and heavy that she was going to throw herself at him and beg for relief if he didn't stop. Then he'd be sorry. Yeah. She turned around and glared at him. Okay, do the lizard thing. He studied her face. The lizard thing, he echoed. Then an unholy smile touched his sensuous mouth. Lick your skin? With pleasure. Just tell me where. Deliberately, he bent close to the pulse in her throat, his eyes all at once burning, the laughter fading. Tempest shoved him hard. If the velvet rasp of his tongue touched her skin, she would be lost. Get away from me. She took 2 running steps in growing alarm. I mean it, Darius. Or we'll have to get a chaperone. You said you wanted the lizard thing. His hand shackled her wrist, chaining her to his side. I meant scales. You need scales. If you were a little crawly thing, I wouldn't feel I was risking my honor walking in the woods with you. She was laughing in spite of herself. If I shapeshifted into a lizard, you would run screaming back to camp. Darius knew that Julian and Desari had already departed in the touring bus with the cats. Diane, Sindel, and Barak were at that very moment cramming themselves into the fast little car Barak loved so much. He could hear Barak pleading with Sindel to talk to him, trying to convince her that he wasn't really a rat. Darius took advantage of Tempest's momentary pause to gain possession of her hand. His fingers laced firmly through hers and drew her beneath the protection of his shoulder. If I changed, I would want to show off and do a Komodo dragon for you. Tempest allowed several heartbeats to go by while her imagination digested that one. Don't we have to go somewhere tonight? I thought you had a tight schedule to keep. Let's leave Komodo dragons out of the picture. You're scary enough in human form. They were drifting back toward camp, walking through the layer of fog that was thickening along the forest floor. It was eerie and beautiful, making the woods a magical, mystical place. Tempest liked the feeling of strength in Darius's hand, the heat of his body warming hers, the easy, fluid way he moved with the suggestion of tightly leashed power. Most of all, she loved the way his eyes burned possessively over her, the way his chiseled, perfect mouth tempted her. Darius stopped so abruptly, she ran into him. He had turned to face her, his features dark and sensual in the moonlight spilling through the canopy of trees. He looked what he was, a lord of power, a sorcerer without compare. Tempest could only stare up at his masculine beauty, lost in the hunger in his eyes. She couldn't breathe when he was so close to her. His eyes darkened until they were merciless with hunger, with raw need. His hands slid down her arms to rest on her hips, to urge her body even closer to his. The midnight blue of the air mixed with the silvery sheen of the moon and came together with the white bank of fog, surrounding them, cutting them off from the rest of the world. Darius bent his head slowly to hers, drawn by some power other than his own, beyond even his comprehension. All that mattered at that moment was that he feel her satin-soft mouth beneath his, that he taste the wild honey of her, that he take control and end their mutual misery. He had to do this. It was as necessary to both of them as breathing. His lips were firm yet velvet soft, moving over hers, gently coaxing her response. He felt her shift beneath his hands, glide right inside him, wrap herself tightly around his heart. His teeth tugged gently, insistently, until Tempest had to comply with his unspoken demand and open her mouth to him. The ground beneath his feet whirled alarmingly, but his mouth was fastened to hers, transporting him through time and space to somewhere he had never been. Without conscious thought, without meaning to do so, Darius found her mind with his and merged them together, sharing his erotic fantasies, his joy in her existence. Sharing the way his body came to life and raged for her, needed her, hungered for her. Pure feeling. He was soaring high without wings, free-falling through space, and all the time the flames were leaping higher. He was lost in her, would always be lost in her. Her skin was so soft, her hair like silk. She was the miracle of life itself. It was all there, sweeping Tempest along in the vortex of his passion, catching her desire and magnifying it until she didn't know where she left off and he began. Until they were one being consumed with fiery hunger. There was no room for self-preservation, no room for modesty. Her need was every bit as great as his own. His arms tightened possessively, sweeping her into the shelter of his hard masculine frame. Deep within his body, his blood thickened to molten lava, a firestorm sweeping through his entire system until he knew he was going up in flames. "We have to stop." The words brushed like butterfly wings in his mind, breathless, erotic, filled with the same hunger and need threatening to consume them both, threatening his very control. Yet there was something else. Something new. Because their minds were merged, he recognized it for what it was, fear as elemental as time itself. Darius pulled himself back to reality, away from the urgent demands his body was making and back toward a semblance of sanity. Tempest was on fire, no longer herself, but a part of Darius. They were one single and complete entity. She clung to him, the only safe anchor in a wild storm of magic. Darius lifted his head so that his mouth hovered inches from hers. They stared at one another, drowning in each other's eyes. Odd that they could produce such a conflagration with only a kiss. Tempest retreated, a subtle feminine withdrawal from him, trying to find herself and cool the terrible heat searing her body. She touched her mouth with her fingertips, unable to believe that she had helped to generate such flames. "Do not say it, honey. I know exactly what you are going to say." That infuriating male amusement tinged his husky voice. Tempest shook her head. "I don't think I can talk. Honestly, Darius, you're lethal. We just can't do this. It's too dangerous." I expected lightning to start arcing between us. He shoved a hand through his dark mane of hair. I swear I was hit by a bolt. White-hot and jagged, tore right through me. Her smile was tentative, but they're all the same. "So we agree. No more of that." Darius wrapped an arm around her body and found she was trembling. "I think plenty of that is the answer, Tempest. We have to learn to control it. The more practice we have, the better we will be." "Better?" Tempest pressed a hand to her mouth, her eyes enormous. "We don't dare get any better at it. Darius, or we could set the world on fire. I don't know about you, but I don't feel so great right now. Her body was heavy and aching for relief, sensitive to the slightest touch. Each time Darius brushed against her, darts of fire raced through her. She needed him, needed his body. If we had any sense, we'd put half the world between us. Darius brought her knuckles to the warmth of his mouth and was intrigued by two small scars on them. His tongue examined the faded white marks, a slow, velvet rasp of heat. Tempest closed her eyes against the smoldering desire in his eyes, against his blatant sensuality. This time she knew the instant conflagration wasn't caused only by her. She didn't do things like this, didn't seek instant intimacy. Ever. Who would have thought such a small touch, one look, could reduce her to liquid heat and an ache that would never stop again? Darius, you have to stop. She was half laughing, but very near tears. I have no idea what to do. I mean, you're a vampire. He shook his head. Not vampire, honey. God help us all, never that. I explained to you that the vampire has chosen eternal darkness, has chosen to lose his soul. You are my soul, my strength, the light to my dark. I am Carpathian, even though I was not raised with our people and my ways are somewhat different. I do not know the prince of our people, the one who has undertaken to keep our species from extinction. I did not even know he existed or that my elder brother still lived until a few weeks ago. Tempest began to laugh. Isn't there anything normal we can converse about? Say, the weather? Unusual weather we're having. If he continued to talk to her about things her brain refused to comprehend, she was afraid she would lose her mind. Everything was happening far too fast. His grin was teasing. Would you like me to create a storm? We could make love in the rain. We can find the others and pretend there's safety in numbers, Tempest suggested firmly, ignoring the way her body went into meltdown at his outrageous suggestion. I can see which of us is the practical one, and it isn't you. She tugged at his hand, leading him back toward the camp. He followed her for a few minutes in puzzled silence. Finally, curious, he cleared his throat. Tempest? Where exactly is it that we are going? Not that I mind, I will follow wherever it is you wish us to go, but to my recollection, this trail winds around a rocky ravine. It is unsafe. She could feel the color rising beneath her skin and creeping up her neck. When she attempted to untangle her fingers from his, he clung to her like glue. She felt like kicking him in the shins. It was bad enough that he set her body on fire, but now she was completely flustered, while he looked the same as ever, calm, implacable, completely invincible. Just where is the camp, then? She demanded through clenched teeth. For a moment Darius stared at her. Then he blinked, wiping out the mocking amusement she was certain she had seen swirling in the depths of his eyes. He regarded her with a perfectly sober expression that made her want to. Really? Kick his shins. It took a goodly measure of self-control to keep from doing it. Don't lecture me. I normally have some sense of direction, she protested. You must have put a spell over me or something. Just lead the way. And wipe that expression off your face while you're doing it. He walked in silence, his body unconsciously protective toward hers. What kind of spell did I put over you? He asked gently, his voice that pure, mesmerizing, hypnotic cadence she couldn't seem to resist. How should I know? She asked petulantly. For all I know, you studied with Merlin. She regarded him with suspicion. You didn't, did you? Actually, honey, he was my apprentice, he said. She put both hands over her ears, her fingers still entwined with his. I don't want to hear this. Even if you're kidding, I don't want to hear this. They reached the clearing, and Tempest stopped to stare at the empty grove. Only the truck remained. Not so much as a stray paper wrapper indicated that anyone had ever been there. She was destined to be alone with Darius whether she wanted it or not. This isn't a conspiracy, is it? Darius laughed softly as he opened the door to the truck. My family probably thinks I have lost my mind, but they would never conspire against you. But they would conspire. For you, Tempest said with sudden insight. She tilted her head at him. What would they do if this prince of your people didn't like something you did? Darius shrugged casually with his natural arrogance. I would not want my family to do other than stay out of my business. I have long taken care of myself and my own concerns. I answer to no one. I never have, and I would be unable to do so at this late date. His hands spanned her waist, and he lifted her effortlessly, depositing her on the seat of the truck. Fasten your seatbelt, honey. I would not want you to leap out at the first sign of trouble. She was muttering under her breath as he slid behind the wheel. In the close confines of the truck, he seemed more powerful than ever. The width of his shoulders, the strong columns of his thighs, the heat of his body. Tempest swallowed the groan caught in her throat. His masculine scent beckoned to something wild and untamed in her. Her fingernails tapped out a nervous rhythm on the dashboard. You know, Darius, maybe I should just take a bus. He heard the shadow of desperation in her voice and chose to ignore it. After starting the engine, he reached over to touch her soft skin just once, his fingertip running down her cheek. The feathery touch sent her heart racing. She knew he heard, knew he was aware of her blood rushing through her veins, was aware of her body ready for and needful of his. With a little sigh, she sank down into the seat and laid her head back, closing her eyes. Chapter 7. She was lonely. Tempest thought about that as she brushed out her hair and stared thoughtfully into the mirror in the bathroom of the troop's motorhome. The long night had been like a beautiful dream, Darius talking softly to her in the intimacy of the small truck cab, his voice, such a perfect blend of notes, relating interesting bits of history, making it come alive for her. His arms sweeping her next to him, ensuring that her safety belt was snug. The warmth of his body seeping into hers. They had driven for hours, the night sky unfolding before them, the ribbon of highway their guide. She had become drowsy, her head falling onto his shoulder and settling there. She hadn't intended that to happen, but it felt right. Darius made her feel safe and cherished. It was in his voice, in the heat of his eyes, in the way his body sheltered hers. Tempest sighed aloud. She didn't want to get used to the feeling. Nothing lasted forever, and ultimately it was better to rely on herself. She didn't want to fall into a seductive trap, no matter how silken it was. In any case, Darius was far too powerful to even contemplate such a foolhardy act. But she could dream, and it seemed as if she was doing a lot of that lately. She was lonely without Darius. At many times in her life she had experienced loneliness, but this was different. This felt as if a part of her was missing, a dark void she couldn't fill or escape on her own. She had awakened late again, another bad habit she was developing. It was well after 3 in the afternoon. She put it down to traveling all night. No wonder the troops slept during the day. How else could they keep up such an insane schedule? She peered closely at her reflection in the mirror. Her bruised eye should still be deeply purple, swollen and ugly, but only the faintest smudge of blue remained. Darius had healed her. Color crept up her face, and her body leapt to life as she remembered how. It was easier to recall it as an erotic dream. Darius. She missed him while he slept, God only knew where. Disliking the way her eyes were shining, she swung away from the mirror. It was bad enough that she had lingered in the shower like a lovesick calf, dreaming of him. His eyes, his mouth, his voice, the way his body rippled with strength. Oh, for heaven's sake. She glared at the lavish interior of the motorhome. You're acting worse than a teenager, she told herself. He's arrogant and bossy and strange. Keep that in mind when you're going GGA over his looks. He's a man. That's bad enough. And he's worse than a man. He's a... She searched for the right explanation. A something. Something you don't want any part of. Now go check the oil. Something mundane, ordinary. Something you can relate to. Just before dawn he had carried her to the bus they had by then overtaken, after driving all night. She closed her eyes and could still feel the strength in his arms, the way the hard muscles of his chest felt against her soft breasts. In the early streaks of light she could see his face, sensual, beautiful, yet as harsh as time itself. He had carried her gently, carefully into the bus and laid her on the couch among the pillows. His tenderness as he covered her with a quilt was forever etched in her heart. The kiss he brushed over her temple still held traces of fire. And her neck. Tempest pressed a hand to her neck, then turned back to the mirror to look once more. His mouth had left a burning brand there, marking her as his. She could see the evidence, the odd mark that throbbed and seared and called to him. She covered it with her palm and captured the scorching heat there. "You are in so much trouble this time, Rusty," she murmured softly. "I don't even have a clue how I'm going to get you out." She attempted to eat cold cereal, but found she was more lonely than hungry. She wanted to see his mouth, the way he quirked it, slow and sexy. She wanted to see the black burning of his eyes. The cereal tasted like cardboard. Why was it erotic when Darius took her blood, when the thought of any other doing such a thing sickened her? What made it repulsive when Barack had bent close yet made her entire body clench in anticipation of Darius? She touched the mark with a fingertip this time. "You are not going to sit here daydreaming, Tempest," she declared staunchly, vaguely wondering why she was calling herself the name Darius insisted upon. "Go do something, anything, but stop acting stupid." She took only a few minutes to clean up and, after petting the sleepy leopards, went outside. The heavy drapes at the windows had blocked the light out of the bus, so that the day seemed brighter than ever, and she had to squeeze her eyes shut against its brilliance. The breeze was soft and playful, tugging at her hair and clothes, rustling leaves and blowing pine needles here and there about their new campsite. The air smelled fragrant with both pine and wildflowers. Water bubbled somewhere close by. Tempest fiddled half-heartedly with the bus engine, fine-tuning until she was satisfied. The wind made her feel more lonely than ever. Colors seemed so much more vivid when Darius was around. Everything was more vivid when Darius was around. Obsession. Was that what this was? Tempest filled a water bottle and slid it into her knapsack. She would go hiking, wade in the stream, and cool off. Wash him away. Whistling, she pushed her hands into her pockets and started off, determined that Darius's presence was no longer going to haunt her. But a feeling of dark oppression began to overtake her as she walked farther from the camp. She tried singing, but her heart seemed heavy, her legs like lead as she took each step. A terrible sorrow was growing in her. She needed to see Darius, touch him, know that he was alive and well. She found the thin ribbon of a stream and followed it until it widened and poured in a frothy silver blanket over an outcropping of rocks. She took off her shoes and strode in. The icy cold cleared her head enough that she could reason again. Darius was not dead or hurt. Nothing was wrong. The bond between them was growing because he merged his mind more often with hers. They shared an intense intimacy that was not meant for humans. Without his mind touching hers, she was feeling the loss. That was all. It was simple. She just had to learn to live with it. Tempest waded farther out into the stream so that the water poured over her knees, and the current urged her to follow its course. She became aware of the insects in the air, their constant hum, their buzzing about. They were darts of color, a whirring of gossamer wings. She listened in the way Darius had taught her, in utter stillness, with the water flowing around her and her mind centered on the tiny creatures teeming with life. Tempest watched a brilliant blue dragonfly hover above the stream. Very slowly she looked around and saw butterflies gathering. So many beautiful colors, wings beating in the air. They came from everywhere, brushing up against her, landing on her shoulders, her arms. Entranced, she stayed attuned to them until she feared she was gathering too many. Abruptly she released them, and they gracefully began to take flight. Musical notes seeped into her mind as the birds began a concert, a rivalry of sound. Various species vied for airwaves and tried to outdo one another. She listened intently, repeating the sounds in her mind until she was certain she had each separate song, each meaning, before she answered them. One by one she called them to her. Holding out her arms, she sang to them, coaxed them, her throaty warbling luring the birds from their branches and nests. They flew around her, circling low, dipping to inspect her warily before settling on her arm. Chattering and scolding, the squirrels came next, rushing forward to stop at the edge of the water. Slowly, with great care, Tempest made her way toward them, all the time still talking quietly to the birds. They fluttered around her, cooing and singing, trilling their favorite tunes to her. 2 rabbits moved hesitantly into the open, wiggling their noses at her. Tempest stayed very still, reaching out only with her mind to include them in the circle of communication. It was a bird that first warned her of danger. Riding an air current high above them, its sharp eyes caught a stealthy movement in the brush several yards from the gathering. It keened an alarm, cautioning those below that they weren't alone. Tempest turned around quickly as the birds took flight and the squirrels and rabbits raced to safety. She was left alone in the clearing, her bare feet still in the water. The man, partially hidden in the thick brush, was busy taking a series of pictures. He looked all too familiar and, worse, all too triumphant. He had obviously taken photos of the animals swarming around her. Tempest sighed and ran a hand through her hair. At least she hadn't managed to draw out anything major or exotic. No bears or fox or minks. But she could still see the reporter's tatty little rag with her picture on the front, captioned, "Bird Woman of the Dark Troubadours." What a great article that was going to make. How did she manage to get herself into such messes? "Hello again. You seem to be following us around," she greeted Matt Broderick, hoping she didn't sound as afraid as she felt. She hated being alone with men, and this meandering stream in a remote wooded area was about as alone as it got. "Did you get some good pictures?" "Oh yeah," he answered, allowing the camera to hang loosely around his neck. He began to move toward her, looking cautiously around. "Where's the bodyguard?" he asked with great suspicion. Tempest's feet moved of their own volition, wading backward into the middle of the stream as Matt Broderick strode toward her. "I thought that bodyguard stuck to you like glue. Where would you get an idea like that?" "I'm the mechanic, not a band member. He sticks to Darius, the lead singer, like glue. That's his job. I can give him a message the next time I see him if you'd like." Something about Broderick made her uneasy. She knew he was more than a nosy reporter trailing after the troupe, but what he wanted, she couldn't guess. "Someone tried to kill her a couple of months back," Broderick said, watching her face carefully. "Did they tell you that? Did they mention that when the attempt was made, 2 other members of the band were shot also? This group can be dangerous to be around." She went still inside. He was telling the truth, she could feel it. But he had deliberately told her in the quiet solitude of these woods to shock her, to see if he could shake her up. Tempest inhaled, taking in fresh air, pushing out the terrible fear. She began to move in the direction of the current even as she gave a casual shrug. "It has nothing to do with me. I fix cars, that's all. You're probably in as much danger as I am if someone is trying to hurt Darius and you're always hanging around." She glanced up at the sky. It was a clear, beautiful day, clouds like cotton balls floating serenely high above them. "It's probably some crazed fan. You know the type. Darius is sexy and beautiful. She draws all kinds of attention. Sometimes so much attention isn't a good thing." Some of nature's tranquility seeped into her mind. Or was it Darius again? He was far from her. She couldn't touch him even when her mind, of its own accord, reached out to find his. She met only blankness, yet she sensed he was helping her. She could feel something of his characteristic calm entering her and helping her toward the stillness that better attuned her to nature. Broderick was stalking her along the edge of the stream, careful to keep his wingtips dry. More likely someone knows what they are. His eyes bored into her. "You were warning me, weren't you? Trying to tell me if I stayed around here I could get hurt? Where did you get an idea like that?" Tempest wished she'd thought of it. She was allowing him to intimidate her when maybe he was just as scared. "I don't read slimy tabloids, Broderick, so maybe you should tell me what you're looking for. I take it you plan to use those pictures of me. I'm not a celebrity, and in any case, what would be the point? So I prefer animals to people. I have an affinity for them. You print that, and all you'll do is maybe lose me my job. How is that going to help you accomplish whatever it is you want?" Broderick was studying her. She was standing with the sun behind her, so he didn't spot right away the love bite on her neck. When he did, he made a strangled sound and scrambled backward, hastily reaching inside the neckline of his shirt to drag out a silver cross. He held it out in front of him, facing her. Tempest stared at it a moment without comprehension. Then, as the significance sank in, she burst out laughing. "What are you doing, you idiot? You're nuts. You really believe the junk you print, don't you? You're one of them. You bear the mark of the beast. You're his servant now," he accused hysterically. The sun shining on the silver glared into her eyes. Tempest touched her neck with her fingertips. Who is he? What beast? I'm beginning to think you're insane. My boyfriend was playing around and gave me a hickey. What did you think it was? They're vampires, the lot of them, Broderick said. Why do you think they sleep during the day? Tempest laughed softly. Is that why there's so many coffins in the bus? Wow. I never thought they were vampires. Broderick swore angrily, furious that she would make fun of him. You won't be laughing at me when I prove it to the world. We're onto them. We have been for some time. We've traced them over the last 50 years, and they haven't aged a bit. Who are we? And you have proof of this? Her heart was in her throat, but she forced the taunting grin to remain on her face. You don't look 50 yourself, Broderick, so maybe you're one of them too. Don't laugh at me, he hissed, furious. We're a society of concerned citizens trying to save the world from these demons. We put ourselves at great risk. Some of our people were killed in Europe, martyrs for our great cause. We can't let vampires continue to endanger mankind. Her eyes widened. She was looking at an honest-to-God fanatic, doubtless somehow behind the effort to kill Darius. Mr. Broderick. She tried to be reasonable. You can't actually believe what you're saying. I know these people. They're hardly vampires, they're just a little eccentric. They travel around singing like most bands do. Darius cooked me vegetable soup the other day. Darius has a reflection in the mirror, I've seen it myself. And I was only kidding about the coffins. The bus has every luxury, including a sleeping area. Please believe me, these are just talented people trying to make a living. I saw the mark on you. They use humans. No one has seen them out in the sun. I know I'm right. We almost had them the last time. And what happened to our best marksmen, the ones we sent out to destroy them? They disappeared without a trace. How did Darius escape? How did she live with several bullets put into her? Tell me that. They claim she went to the hospital, and a private doctor took care of her. Huh. That's easy enough to check on. The doctor says she was there. So do 3 nurses and a few techs, but no one else. A famous singer in their hospital and most of the staff can't remember it? And I didn't find one surgical nurse who knew a thing about it. They claimed everyone on the operating team was a specialist brought in from the outside. The Dark Troubadours are wealthy, Broderick. Wealthy people do things like that. But are you openly saying you were part of an attempt on Darius' life? The admission frightened her. She had the feeling he wouldn't bother to confess unless he planned to get rid of her, too. For the first time, she was afraid for her life. Did he have a gun? It was entirely possible. Worse, she believed Broderick was insane. No one in his right mind would believe in vampires taking over humankind. She'd always believed vampires to be myth, at least until she saw Darius in action. This man was basing his notions on mere foolishness and hoary old legends. It seemed Darius was far more trustworthy than any human she had met as yet. Not that that did her much good right now, wherever he was. Oh Lord, she didn't even want to know where he was. What if he really slept in a coffin? The idea gave her the willies. He had mentioned going to ground. What did he mean by that? Don't think about it, Tempest. That will make you as crazy as this nutcase. Keep focused here. Stay with what's important. Matt Broderick was watching her, his eyes narrowed and mean. I know they need human servants to watch over them during the day. That's what you are. Where are they? You need help, Broderick. Seriously, you need intense therapy. She wondered if Darius knew the reporter had been involved in the attempt on Darius' life. You're one of them, Broderick accused her again. You help me find them while they're sleeping, or I'll have to destroy you. Tempest was wading faster downstream while Broderick kept pace along the bank. Her heart seemed to be racing as fast as the water itself. The truth is, you've told me too much already, Broderick. You have no other choice but to kill me. I'm not about to tell you where Darius and Darius or the other members of the band are, but they aren't in coffins, and I'm not about to help you put them there. His lip drew back in an ugly snarl. Did you know one of the band members disappeared some months ago? I think they killed him. He probably wasn't one of them, and they were just using him for blood until he ran dry. You have a sick mind, Broderick. Tempest was looking around frantically for a way to get free of him. They were so secluded, and she was certain she had left the perimeter of safety Darius was always on her about. If she ever got out of this mess, he'd likely give her a lecture she'd never forget. She sent her mind seeking into the forest, the sky, calling on the aid of the animals in the general vicinity, needing information, an impression of a hiding place nearby. Broderick was mumbling to himself, angry with her for not doing as he wished. Very slowly, he withdrew a small revolver. "I think you'd better reconsider." Tempest could feel the pull of the current on her legs. It was much stronger now, the water louder, more aggressive. She didn't want to run into any unexpected waterfalls, and she was afraid that, or rapids, was where she was heading. She waded to the opposite bank from Broderick, although still within easy range of his gun. She was still barefoot, her shoes strung around her neck by the laces. What an attractive way to die, she decided. And who else would get caught shoeless when she had to make a break for it across the rocky, uneven ground? What was it about her that attracted trouble? Far above, the bird screamed again, a high-pitched, unusual cry. She instantly received the impression of a steep cliff. She was out of the water, backpedaling quickly, keeping her eyes warily on the gun. It never wavered from her heart, though Broderick didn't follow her across the fast-moving stream. Evidently, he didn't want to get his shiny shoes wet. His first shot reverberated loudly. A bullet whined close to her ear and kicked up dirt and pine needles several feet behind her. Tempest stumbled backward but refused to run. The rocks underfoot were sharp, tearing at her soles. The lacerations barely registered, though as a second shot had her backpedaling again, moving as fast as she could, her gaze riveted on the ugly little gun. Time seemed to slow down. She could see individual leaves rustling in the faint wind, hear the bird overhead scream its warning. She even noticed the way Broderick's eyes became flat and cold. She kept moving backward. "Why are you doing this? What if you're wrong? Then you have killed an innocent person because you think her traveling companions are vampires. I'm out here in the hot sun, in broad daylight. Doesn't that tell you anything?" She tried to buy herself time. "That mark on you is all the proof I need," Broderick explained. "You're their human servant. Then half the teenagers in America are slaves to vampires. Don't be stupid, Broderick. I'm a mechanic, nothing else." The rocks were slicing her feet, and Tempest was beginning to feel desperate. There had to be a way out of this mess. Behind her, she felt empty space under the heel of one foot. The rocky expanse ended abruptly on the edge of a cliff. She stood on that edge over open air. She could feel the unstable dirt beneath her feet crumbling. The bird screamed again, this time much closer, but she didn't dare take her eyes from Broderick to look up at the sky or behind her. "Jump," he ordered, grinning at her, waving the gun. "If you don't jump, I'm going to take great pleasure in shooting you." "It might be preferable," Tempest said grimly. Falling to her death didn't seem highly desirable. "Tempest, I can feel your fear." The voice was calm and steady, with no hint of haste or emotion. "Your heart beats far too fast. Look at what it is you fear, that I may also see what you have gotten yourself into." Darius sounded far away, miles away, a disembodied voice. She kept her eyes trained on Broderick. "I'm certain he was partially responsible for the attempt on Desari's life a few months ago. He said as much." She stared intently at the gun. Broderick pulled the trigger, the bullet striking inches from her foot, the ricochet zinging off a rock and flying into space. Tempest cried out, losing her precarious balance, her arms flailing to aid in regaining her footing. She never saw the gun turning slowly, but surely toward Matt Broderick's temple, never saw his finger tightening on the trigger. She wasn't a witness to the beads of perspiration dotting his forehead or the horror in his eyes. Tempest never saw the weird battle with Broderick's unseen opponent, the struggle for control of the weapon. In Darius's present state, with his great strength low in the daylight hours, he had to use tremendous mental powers to overcome the human's own strength. She heard the loud report of the gun as she fell over the cliff's edge. Darius swore, deep within the ground. Tempest would get into trouble now of all times. It was still too early to rise. He was weak and vulnerable, unable to go personally to her side. Few but the strongest, the most ancient of his kind, could give aid at such a time. Only his iron will, honed by centuries of enduring, and his terrible need of her allowed him to do battle with the human who threatened her. With the sun high, with the earth covering him, still his will prevailed. Tempest's fingernails scraped frantically at the cliff's side, trying to secure a purchase that she might prevent herself from falling to her death. She slid, the crumbling dirt and rocks scoring her hands and breaking her fingernails as she fought the soil for anything she might hold onto. It was a tree root jutting out of the craggy rocks that broke her fall. It hit her squarely in the stomach, knocking the wind out of her. Still, she grabbed it with both hands, hanging on with all her strength while she wheezed and fought for air. Even her slight weight made the root teeter precariously so that she cried out and wrapped her arms around it, her legs dangling helplessly in the air. Above her, she heard the rush of wind, wings beating strongly as the huge bird plummeted toward her, diving straight for her face. Tempest buried her eyes in the crook of her arm and remained as still as she was able, terrified she was near the large bird's nest. She had never seen an eagle, but the bird was too large to be anything else. The eyes were beady and clear, the beak hooked and wicked-looking. The wingspan had to be close to 6 feet. Tempest was certain she must have fallen near its nest. I'm sorry," she repeated like a litany. The bird had pulled up sharply and was once again circling, dropping lower as it did so. Tempest took a cautious look around. The fall was steep and long, several hundred feet. She would never survive. She glanced up, trying to determine whether she had a chance of climbing. At any moment she expected Broderick to lean over the edge and take another shot at her. Above her, the cliff was too steep, and she couldn't see a single indentation to try for with her fingertips. How long could she hold on? Darius would come for her, but not until nightfall. How many hours could she hang suspended there? And would the flimsy root hold? She could see the dirt falling away at the base of it, and the wood itself was rotten and dry. Her arms held the slender length in a death grip. Tempest. The bird will make another pass for you. As it approaches, release the root. As always, Darius sounded tranquil. They could have been discussing the weather. If I let go, I'll fall, Darius. She did her best not to sound hysterical, but if there was ever a moment when it was warranted, she figured this was it. Trust me, honey, I will not allow you to die. The bird will carry you to safety. It isn't strong enough. I weigh 100 pounds. I will aid it. Do as I say, Tempest. It is making its dive now. She felt more than the mesmerizing, hypnotic persuasion of his voice. He was mentally pushing at her. She felt the need, the compulsion to obey him. He was implacable in his resolve. No one defied Darius. Tempest heard the long, keening cry as the raptor plummeted toward her. She could feel her heart slamming with alarming force against her chest. Dangerous as it sounded, she was going to do what Darius had ordered. She couldn't stop herself. Already the need to obey was upon her, loosening her death grip on the root she never could have released if Darius hadn't commanded her to do so. The bird raced at her, talons extended. With an inarticulate cry, Tempest let go. Instantly she was falling through space. The raptor was a terrifying sight as it came at her, its feathers blowing in the rush of air as it descended, its speed incredible. At the last moment Tempest closed her eyes. The sharp talons snagged her in midair, digging through clothing into soft skin, puncturing painfully. Then they dropped together, the bird's enormous wings flapping hard to keep them aloft, to compensate for the extra weight of its burden. Her shoes swung and nearly choked her, and she had to clutch at them to keep from being strangled by the laces. Pain burned through her neck, her ribs on fire. Drops of blood traced down her sides to her hips. The eagle gripped her harder with its claws as it fought to bring her to safety. It was unable, even with Darius's help, to lift her above the cliff, so it made its way to the nearest outcropping, dropping her onto the ground. But its talons were caught in her ribs, its wings flapping strongly in an effort to break free. Tempest tried to help, extracting the piercing claws digging into her muscles. Then she collapsed into a heap on a pile of pine needles and dirt and rocks as the large bird rose high and soared away. Tempest pressed her hand to her side, and her palm came away stained with blood. She coughed several times to relieve the pressure on her throat. Still, there was no doubt in her mind that this was a better fate than being shot or falling to her death on the rocks below. She struggled to a sitting position and tried to assess the damage done to her body and where she might be. Despite what she told Darius, she had a terrible sense of direction. "I know. Stay where you are." Tempest blinked, unsure whether she had really heard his voice or whether she merely wanted to hear it. He was so far away from her. She tried to rise, focusing on the sound of water. Where was Matt Broderick? As weak as she couldn't afford to run into him, but she needed to get to the water. "Wait. For me, Tempest." The voice was stronger this time, an order if she'd ever heard one. She supposed he had the right to sound imperious when he was always having to save her, but it grated just the same. Tempest staggered toward the stream, ignoring her screaming muscles, the sound of the bird calling to Darius, and the fear that Broderick might come dashing at her at any moment. The only thing that mattered to her was reaching the water. The stream was icy cold, and she lay down in it, full length, wanting the water to soothe the burning slashes in her skin, to numb her enough that she could think again. She stared up at the blue sky and saw only the agitated bird. She sat up slowly and pulled herself to the stream bank. The wind combined with the icy water began to seep inside her, and she started to shake. "You should have stayed within the perimeters I set for you," Darius said quietly, with only the slightest edge to his voice. "Shut up about your stupid perimeters," she snapped. Even though she'd expected it, she couldn't bear to be lectured over some idiot reporter who thought he was on to a nest of vampires. "The hell with that. What are you saying?" she asked herself aloud. "There is a nest of vampires. Or maybe it's called a coven of Carpathians. No, covens are for witches. But whatever it isn't my fault that some nut wants to shoot everyone." Her neck and side were throbbing. So were the soles of her feet. She examined one, winced, and put them back in the water. "It isn't safe around you, Darius. Things just happen. Bizarre things. It is very safe around me. But you do not know your limits, and you seem to have a problem listening to reason. If you had stayed where you were supposed to stay, none of this would have happened." "Oh, go to hell," she muttered aloud, certain he couldn't possibly hear her. Did he have to be so blasted superior all the time? She hurt everywhere. The last thing she wanted to do was listen to an infuriating male. Not that she wasn't grateful for his help. She could tell by his voice, by the fact that he was so far away, that his intervention had been difficult. Still, that didn't give him the right to chastise her, did it? "I have the right because you belong to me, and I can do no other than to see to your safety and happiness." The voice was calm and very masculine, holding a dark promise she didn't want to think about. "You can do no other than shut up," she muttered resentfully. Clenching her teeth against the pain, she eased her shoes from around her neck. She didn't want Matt Broderick sneaking up on the campsite and shooting Desari or Darius from some bush. "He cannot," Darius said soothingly. This time there was a hint of laughter in his voice at her rebellion. "Go to sleep or whatever it is you do," she snapped. "I'll make sure no one can hurt you." She added the last just to set his teeth on edge. She immediately received the impression of gleaming teeth, that predator's smile, his black eyes burning with the promise of retaliation. Tempest pulled her mind abruptly from his, mostly because he could intimidate her even from a distance, which was hardly fair. Wincing, she eased her sneakers on over her wet, damaged soles and gingerly stood. She swayed, her every wrenched and punctured muscle protesting from holding up her own weight. With a sigh, she followed the stream, hoping to find her way back to the campground. It wasn't easy going, the terrain rough in places as she moved steadily upward away from the stream bed. Twice she sat down to rest, but finally she reached the stand of trees where she had first spotted Broderick. Tempest looked around carefully, certain she was in the correct spot, but the man was nowhere in sight. A black feather floated from the sky, a slow swirling in the breeze that dragged her attention skyward. Several large birds circled above the trees, more gathering even as she watched. Her heart nearly stopped. "Buzzards." She sat down abruptly on a rock, her heart pounding loudly. "Darius?" Even in her own mind, her voice trembled, wavered, sounding forlorn and lost. I am here, honey. He sounded strong and reassuring. Is he dead? I don't want to find his body. You didn't kill him, did you? She was pleading with him, hoping he hadn't, but it suddenly occurred to her just why he had assured her Broderick couldn't hurt them and why, earlier, she didn't need to go to the police and report Harry's attack on her. Why he had suggested neither assailant would bother anyone again. Had she always known? Had she simply pretended to herself that Darius was always sweet and gentle, if a bit too imperious? She had known all along he was a dangerous predator. He had said as much himself. And when he said she was under his protection, it meant something to him. Darius was not human. He had his own code he lived by. Did you kill him, Darius? There was a short silence. He died by his own hand, Tempest. He finally replied. She covered her face with her hands. Could Darius have somehow forced him to do such a thing? She didn't know. Just how powerful was he? He could shapeshift. Convince a raptor to rescue her from a cliff. What else could he do? And did she want to know? You're very dangerous, aren't you? Not to you, honey. Never to you. Now go back to camp and allow me to get my rest. But his body. Someone has to call the police. We have to take his body to the authorities. We cannot, Tempest. He is a member of a society of assassins. These so-called vampire hunters would come at the first word of his untimely death, and all of us will be in danger. Leave him for some hiker to find later, once we're gone. He has been unstable for some time, and they will rule it a suicide, as they should. He did it himself? She sought reassurance. Anyone who would come after me or mine is clearly suicidal. He answered enigmatically. She wasn't going to touch that one. And the other man who attacked me? Is he alive? Why would you think such a man should live, Tempest? He preys on women. He has done so for years. What does the world need with such a person? Oh, God, she could not think about this. Why hadn't she considered the consequences of staying with a creature like Darius? It is wrong to kill. It is the law of nature. I have never killed wantonly or indiscriminately. This is tiring, Tempest. I cannot sustain this communication for long. Return to camp, and we will continue this discussion when I rise. She recognized an order when she heard it. Chapter 8. Tempest was gone. Beneath the earth, black eyes snapped open, burning with fury. The ground rolled slightly, an ominous rippling across the park's surface. Then Darius rose, bursting into the air, soil spewing like a geyser all around him. He felt the curious, disorienting wrench, then the overwhelming sense of loss, the black stains spreading across his soul. His breath was coming in painful, hard gusts. Red flames flickered and danced in his eyes. There was a pounding at his temples, and deep within him, the beast roared and raged, demanding to be unleashed. Darius tried to regain a semblance of self-control. Tempest didn't understand his world, the necessity of death. In her world, she clung to the belief that one who killed was bad. He battled with his own hard arrogance that she dared defy him, dared to leave him. Most of all, he battled the beast within, strong now and demanding that he claim what was rightfully his. Rise. All of you, rise and come to me now. He issued the order to his family, knowing they would obey. They gathered around him, their faces serious. Only a few times over the centuries had Darius called them this way. Dark fury was etched into the harsh lines of his face. There was a cruel edge to the beauty of his mouth. We will get her back. Before all else, she will return. Desari glanced uneasily at her life mate. Perhaps we should not, Darius. If Rusty has run a second time, it is her wish not to stay with us. We cannot force her to our bidding. It is against our laws. I feel her desolation beating at me, Darius declared, his fury mounting. He was more dangerous at that moment than he had ever been. She fears me, fears our life together. She is aware of what we are. A collective gasp went up. The members of his family stared at one another. Barack broke the shocked silence. True, she has seen some things unfamiliar to her, but it cannot be that she knows all, Darius. Darius regarded them impatiently. She has known since the first day. She is no threat to us. Any human who cannot be controlled is a threat to us, Barack said warily. He moved subtly to place his body in front of Sindel. Rusty is no threat, Sindel chastised softly. You were eager enough to use her to feed, despite the fact that she traveled under our protection. Sindel, do not start again, Barak pleaded. You've just begun speaking to me again. Do not get all worked up once more. Darius waved a hand impatiently, dismissing the argument. I cannot survive without her. She must be found. Without her I am lost to the undead. She is all that matters in my world, and we must retrieve her. No, Desari gasped, unable to believe that her brother could be so close to turning. It was Julian who shrugged casually. Then we can do no other than return her to our family. She is young, Darius, and human. It is natural for her to fear what we are, to fear your strength and power. You are no easy man to deal with. You need patience. The burning black eyes settled on Julian's face for a moment, then some of the tension eased from Darius's shoulders. She is hurt and alone. She does not understand the need to merge her mind with mine. She fights herself continually. I am worried for her health. Darius sighed softly. And she seems to have a penchant for getting herself into trouble whenever I leave her on her own. That, I fear, is a woman thing, Julian declared with a wry grin. Desari thumped Julian's chest. Where is she, Darius? Tempest sat huddled on the seat near the window, peering out with sightless eyes at the countryside flashing by. She had been lucky to flag down a bus once she made her way to Main Highway, even luckier that the driver had allowed her on board. But the farther the bus carried her from Darius, the heavier her heart had become. It was now like a leaden weight in her chest. Sorrow was pressing in on her. Grief. As if by her leaving him, Darius had died. Intellectually, she knew it wasn't so, but in her resolve to get away, she firmly forced herself to stay away from the path to his mind. And that left her feeling unutterably alone and lonely. She could hear small snatches of conversation flowing around her. A man, 2 rows back, was snoring loudly. Several young people were laughing together, exchanging travel stories. At least 4 military men were on the bus, returning to their homes on leave. Everything seemed to flow around her as if she wasn't there, as if she were no longer alive. Tempest's new blood was seeping from the puncture wounds on her ribcage and most likely from the scrapes down her back. Someone was bound to notice if it didn't stop soon. She tried to concoct a plausible story, but she couldn't keep her mind on anything but Darius. It took every effort, every bit of concentration and control not to call out to him, not to reach for him when she needed him so desperately. Her shoes were squishing with her own blood. If anyone really looked at her, they'd probably turn her over to the authorities. She huddled down farther in the seat. She just wanted to disappear, become invisible. Even her clothes were damp from her plunge into the stream. She hadn't returned to the campsite, so she had no money, no tools, no plan. More than anything, she wanted to feel Darius beside her. The miles accumulating between her and Darius were putting more and more of a strain on her. She could feel tears burning behind her eyes. It was becoming difficult to breathe. Even her skin was sensitive, needing the feel of his. Tempest closed her eyes tightly against the pounding in her head, the constant strain of keeping her wayward mind from reaching out to his. Looks like we're running into a freak storm, the bus driver announced, peering through his windshield at the sky. The weather was indeed changing rapidly. Rising directly in front of them was a huge cloud shaped like a dark, old-fashioned blacksmith's anvil. Almost instantly the bus hit a sheet of driving rain, so thick and hard, it was nearly impossible to see. Swearing, the driver slowed the vehicle significantly. The rain turned an ominous white. The driver ducked instinctively as hail pounded the roof and windshield. The sound was alarming, like the chatter of a machine gun. The hail soon took the driver's visibility to 0, and he slowed even more, trying to reach the side of the road. The only warning the passengers had was the hair on their necks standing on end before the flash of lightning struck directly in front of the bus. Thunder crashed, shaking the mammoth bus, rattling the windows. There was silence for perhaps 10 seconds, then several girls screamed and a child began to cry. Just as abruptly as the hail had started, it stopped. The driver peered out, trying to see as he parked the bus, hoping he was safely off the road. Lightning arced from cloud to cloud, and thunder crashed again. Staring out the windshield, he found himself ducking as a huge owl flew straight out of the driving sheets of rain. "What the hell?" he demanded, even as the creature veered away at the last possible moment. Thinking he was safe, the driver leaned forward to check visibility. Instantly, a second bird, then a third, flew directly at the windshield. The birds were huge and vicious-looking. He yelled and covered his face with his arms. There was another eerie silence, broken only by the rain. Then the driver found himself reaching to open the door. He swore he saw a huge jungle cat flash by in the rain, striking terror into his already pounding heart, but even so, his hand continued to open the door. He couldn't stop himself, no matter how hard he tried. Hi, hand was shaking as he gripped the release. Outside, he could hear the beating of wings, strong and ominous. He could hear whispers, insidious whispers, urging him to open the door. Yet he sensed that when he did, he would be letting in the devil himself. A man's solid frame filled the entrance. He was tall, muscular, his face in the shadows. As hard as he tried, the driver could not see his features. He had only the impression of enormous strength and great power. The dark stranger wore a long, swirling black trench coat that added to his mystery. Only his eyes, burning with fire and suppressed rage, gleamed like a predator's stare from the shadowed face. The man ignored the driver and turned his black, merciless gaze on the passengers. This time the silence was complete. The wind and rain ceased, as if nature itself was holding its breath. Tempest peeked out at the imposing figure through her fingers. Despite his old-world elegance, he gave every impression of being a modern-day mobster. No one on the bus would dare defy that impressive figure of sheer power. She huddled down, making herself into a small ball, even though her traitorous heart was rejoicing and her treacherous body instantly went up in flames at the sight of him. He was so incredibly sexy. Tempest wished she didn't think so, but there it was. The burning black eyes settled unerringly on her face. "We can do this either of two ways, honey. You can come out quietly on your own 2 feet, or I can throw you, kicking and screaming, over my shoulder and carry you out." His voice was low, a purr of menace, a blend of iron and black velvet. Sorcery. Dark persuasion. Every head in the bus swung toward her. All eyes were on her, all ears waiting for her answer. Tempest sat for a moment in silence before moving. She wanted to pretend she might resist him, but the truth was, she wanted to be with him. She was only gathering her strength. Heaving an exaggerated sigh, just to show him he was annoying her, she made her way down the narrow aisle to the front of the bus, trying not to wince with every step as the cuts on the soles of her feet burned. As Tempest neared the bus driver, the man stirred. She looked very small and fragile to him, her clothes torn and smeared with blood. "Are you sure you'll be all right, miss?" He carefully avoided looking at the man towering over her. The black eyes suddenly left Tempest's face and bored into the driver. Ice-cold, graveyard eyes. Tempest pushed at Darius's broad chest, backing him up, away from the driver. "I'll be fine," she assured the man. "Thanks for asking." Darius dragged her beneath the protection of his shoulder, his arm circling her slender waist. She looked as if she would fall down if he allowed her to stand or her own for too long. The driver watched them descend the 2 steps. Behind them the doors snapped closed. Sheets of rain slammed down from the sky, obscuring his vision. Blinking hard, he peered out the windshield, but he couldn't see anyone. The mysterious gangster and the woman were gone as if they had never been. There wasn't so much as a car around. Without a word, Darius scooped Tempest into his arms and covered the distance to his waiting family using his preternatural speed, blurring their images as he did so. Tempest lay against the solid wall of his chest, cradled in his arms, peeking out at the group suddenly crowding close around her. "Are you all right?" Desari asked gently. "She is fine," Darius answered before Tempest could speak. "We will join you on the next rising." "We haven't many more days before our next concert," Diane reminded. "We will need you there." The black eyes flamed. "Have I ever failed to be where I was needed?" It was a clear reprimand. Tempest curled her fingers in the lapels of Darius's overcoat. You're angry with me, Darius, not with them. She whispered the words, forgetting they all had his incredible hearing. Do not say anything more, Tempest. I am more than angry with you. I am furious. That's a big surprise, Tempest muttered resentfully under her breath. You were not nearly as afraid as you should be right now. Darius rebuked her, his voice soft yet intimidating. Tempest wasn't impressed by his posturing. Intuitively, she knew he would never harm her. She probably really was the safest person on Earth. She simply settled closer against him, her arms circling his neck trustingly. He might hold her captive, but she couldn't find it in herself to be afraid. Not of him. Maybe of his possession of her. Of his intentions, perhaps. But not of Darius as a man. He would never hurt her. Do not be so sure I might not spank you for your childish defiance, he said severely, sounding tough. He swung around and carried her into the dark night. I hurt, she announced quietly against his throat. You think I do not feel your pain beating at me, he demanded. Worsened because I could not help you as I should have? I'm not dead, she pointed out. He swore eloquently, switching from English to an ancient tongue. You came close, honey. Broderick had every intention of killing you. Why do you insist on leaving the areas of safety I provide for you? I told you, she said honestly, I have trouble with authority figures. Get over it, Darius ordered firmly, meaning it this time. She was driving him to the brink of insanity. Do you have any idea what it is like to wake when I am bound to the earth, feeling your fear, knowing my strength is at its lowest ebb and I am unable to aid you? He was striding across a field filled with flour crushed by the barrage of hail. Rain poured over them above their heads, lightning flashed from cloud to cloud, and thunder roared ominously. You came to my aid, she reminded him staunchly. I had to use an animal that unintentionally hurt you in the process, though I thank God it was there to use. Why do you do these things? It isn't as if I go out and look for things to happen, Darius, she objected. I had no idea Broderick was anywhere around. She glanced up at his set features, then touched a fingertip to the hard edge of his perfect mouth in an attempt to soothe him. She was catching a glimpse into his mind, into the red haze of fear and rage. This cannot continue, Tempest. It is dangerous, no only for the two of us, but for all mortals and immortal, alike. You cannot leave me. What made you do such a foolish thing? Was there a note of hurt mixed in with the beautiful if severe tone of his voice? She hadn't wanted to hurt him. We're too different, Darius. I don't understand your world. I don't even know what you mean by being bound to the earth, and you never explain these matter to me. I don't know all you are capable of doing, whether, say, you can actually kill someone from a distance. All of it is unnerving, to put it mildly. Tempest shivered in his arms, drawing his attention to the driving rain. Darius inhaled deeply to center himself and to calm the fury of the storm he had used to regain her. At once the rain slackened to a light drizzle. Overhead the towering cloud began to break apart. The wind rose to help push the mist away. You are hurt, Tempest. Instead of waiting for me, and you knew I would come to you the instant I rose, you ran from me. He took a running leap in the air effortlessly, shape-shifting as he did so. Tempest gasped and clutched at the leathery scales rippling over his body. She closed her eyes against the earth falling away from her, against the wind rushing around her. She felt safe and protected in his arms, as strange as those two appendages now appeared. It was amazing to her that he could do that, shapeshift, fly through the air, and expect her to accept it as an everyday occurrence. Darius whisked them across the glittering sky, needing the feel of her close to him. He took her over a mountain and back toward high ground near a waterfall. It seemed as if they hovered there alone on top of the world. Below, the mist rose to meet them, vapors from the waterfall rising to encompass them, to surround them in a cloud. As the huge dragon's clawed feet touched down, Darius was shapeshifting again. One moment Tempest was staring up at a wedge-shaped head bending toward her, recognizing only the familiar hunger burning in its black eyes. Then, as the head moved closer, the dragon became Darius, his perfect mouth hovering inches above hers. Her breath caught in her throat, and her heart slammed alarmingly. You can't, she breathed against his lips. I have to, he countered, meaning it. There was no other choice for him. He had to taste her, hold her, possess her totally. His fear had been so great that, on his rising, his mind and body could accept no other than completing the ritual, making her irrevocably his. It no longer mattered to him that it was against his law, against everything he believed in. He had to have her have the right to keep her safe at all times. His lips moved over hers, gently at first, a sweet coaxing that rapidly changed as he fastened his mouth to hers hungrily. Tempest felt flames rushing throughout her body. He had started a fire there was no way to quench. A fire that would consume them both. Yet Tempest didn't care. Her heart might pound with a mixture of fear and excitement, but nothing would change what would be. And she knew it would be. She would belong to Darius for all time. Once he possessed her, he would never let her go. "I would never have let you go anyway, honey," he murmured against her throat. Never. He was carrying her with his usual casual strength up the faint trail leading to the top of the falls. "Are you planning to throw me over?" she asked, bemused by the intensity in the depths of his eyes, by the fire racing through their bodies. "If I had any sense, I would," he replied gruffly. There was a cavern behind the falls, and he carried her right through the mist and moisture to it. The cave was narrow, sloping downward into the mountain itself. "Have I mentioned to you that I have a problem with small spaces?" she asked, trying not to put a stranglehold on his neck. "Have I mentioned to you that I have a problem with anyone who disobeys me?" he countered, stopping in the narrow tunnel to find her mouth once again. Perhaps he intended the hard kiss as a punishment or a distraction, but the earth was already moving under their feet, the world tilting and spinning crazily the moment he touched his lips to hers. Hunger was a craving they fed one another. When he lifted his head, his dark eyes were blazing at her. "If I do not have you soon, baby, the world itself will go up in flames." "It isn't my fault," Tempest absolved herself, touching a finger to her mouth in awe. "It's you. You're lethal, Darius." He found he could smile then. In spite of the urgent, painful demands of his body and the fear she had put him through, even his anger that she had tried to leave him, she could make him smile. She could melt his heart. Here he was, the leader of his people, an ancient, one with enormous strength and tremendous knowledge, his word law, his commands obeyed without question. She was a small, fragile, human female, and he was putty in her hands. The tunnel led deep within the bowels of the earth itself. It was warm and moist, the sound of water ever present. It seeped from the sides of the tunnel and trickled from the curved ceiling above their heads. Tempest inspected her surroundings warily, not liking the fact that they were in a volcanic range of mountains, and it was decidedly warm. "Have you ever been here before?" He heard the note of nervousness in her voice. "Of course I have, many times. We spend a great deal of our time below ground. The earth speaks to us of its secret places and shares its healing strength and great beauty with us." "Did it happen to mention this was a volcano while it was whispering to you?" she asked, her green eyes searching the tunnel frantically for signs of running lava. She could smell sulfur. "You have a mean mouth on you, woman," Darius observed, taking a fork to the right that led deeper into the mountain. At once the faint light creeping in from the cave's entrance disappeared, plunging them into complete darkness. "I thought you liked my mouth," Tempest retorted, doing her best not to scream hysterically at being in this dark, sulphurous underground hole. "In case you haven't noticed, Darius, it feels as if we're entering hell. Since I already have this faint notion that you could be the devil tempting me, this isn't the best choice of hotels." The humidity was thick, nearly choking her, and she felt as if she couldn't breathe. The inky black interior pressed down on her, suffocating her. "It is your fear choking you," he said softly. "The air is perfectly breathable down here. The mountain is not crushing you. You fear what I will do once we are together." His thumb was feathering lightly over the pulse in her wrist, back and forth, a gentle stroke but eloquent. Her green eyes were enormous in her pale face. "What?" "Will you do, Darius?" Her heart was pounding in the confined space, the rhythm frantic. He bent his head to hers, his black eyes burning with possession, with intense hunger, with stark desire. "I will put your life and your happiness above my own. You have no need to fear for your life with me." His voice was black velvet, turning her heart over with tenderness. Tempest tightened her hold around his neck, leaning more closely into him, uncertain whether from need or from fear. She was tying herself to a creature whose powers she had no real knowledge of. What precise code did he live by? Darius's response was to swing down an even narrower tunnel and emerge at what appeared to be a solid dead end. She knew it was solid because she reached out and touched it with her palm. But Darius waved his hand, and the barrier simply parted. A single strangled sound escaped Tempest's throat. What couldn't he do? How could she tie herself to a creature who wielded so much power? "It is easy, Tempest," he said softly, reading her mind, her doubts. "Like this, just like this." His mouth took hers again, hard and commanding, tempting and enticing, whirling her out of the dark cavern and into a world of colors and light. He took away her every sane thought until there was only him. Only Darius, with his blazing eyes and his perfect mouth and mesmerizing voice. His hard body and strong arms. He lifted his head and once more waved a hand. At once hundreds of flames leapt, lighting candles around the huge underground chamber. In these last centuries, we have all found our own retreats. This is one of mine. The candles are made from nature's most healing elements. The earth here is particularly welcoming to our kind. Tempest stared around her at the beauty of the chamber. And it was beautiful, a room where the very walls were crafted of nature's art. Pools of water shimmered in the light from the candles. Crystals hung from the ceiling, and diamonds embedded in the walls glittered, reflecting the dancing flames. Tempest began to struggle for air. Darius was too powerful, able to create and command forces she had no knowledge of. Terror took the place of dark sensuality. Darius merely tightened his hold and gave her a small, gentle shake. "You still do not see, do you? Try to imagine what life is like with no feeling, Tempest. Nothing but raw, ugly hunger gnawing constantly. Hunger that can never be sated. Only the life in your prey's blood whispering to you of power. No color to brighten your life, everything in black or white or shades of gray. No textures or richness." His long fingers stroked her skin, lingering on the satin softness. "I have taken nothing in this life for myself. You are the light in my world of darkness. Richness when I had nothing. Joy where there was emptiness. I will not give you up because you cannot overcome your fear. Would you have us come together for the first time in a struggle in violence? Trust me as your heart tells you you must." In his arms her slight body was trembling uncontrollably. She buried her face in the hollow of his shoulder. "I'm sorry I'm such a coward, Darius. I don't want to be. Everything is so overwhelming. You are overwhelming. The intensity of your feelings is overwhelming. When I live alone, I know the rules, and I like it that way." He was carrying her farther into the heart of the chamber toward the shimmering pools. "No, you do not, Tempest. I know your mind. I have traveled in it often. You want me. Sex isn't everything, Darius." He set her gently on a flat, smooth rock near a steaming pool. "You want me, Tempest, and it has little to do with sex." "You think," she muttered, while fire raced up her leg as he removed her shoes to inspect the soles of her feet. His fingers shackled her ankles, firm, strong, yet inevitably gentle. She felt that curious wrenching in the vicinity of her heart. Darius was frowning as he examined the lacerations. "You should have taken better care, Tempest." His voice was dark and moody, his black eyes suddenly rising to meet her green ones. Her tongue found her dry lower lip, and her pulse raced faster. With his hands so gentle on her, his gaze hungry and burning with stark desire, how did she know he was furious? Once the knowledge seeped into her, more pieces of the puzzle began to assemble themselves. The terrible fury of the storm had been his rage, volcanic rage seething just below the surface of what appeared to be perfect tranquility. She glimpsed it when her mind sought his, inadvertently touching without her intention or his consent. Tempest drew in her breath. She had done this. Where nothing in his centuries of existence had managed to shake his utter calm, she had. Darius. She whispered his name in the beauty of the cave, her voice aching with sorrow. "I never meant to hurt you." At once his hands framed her face. "I know that. I am here now. I can heal these wounds. But do not neglect your health again, baby. I am not altogether certain my heart could take it. His hands dropped to the hem of her cotton top. At the first brush of his fingers against the bare skin of her stomach, her breath caught in her throat, and her body went still. Darius pulled the shirt over her head with a single fluid motion, leaving her vulnerable and exposed. He barely gave her lacy bra a thought, using a razor-sharp fingernail to dispense with it. His attention was on the puncture wounds on her side, the scrapes on her back. He swore. She knew that was what he was muttering, although she didn't understand the language. And then he bent his head low, his thick mane of midnight black hair brushing her ribs, sending darts of fire dancing over her skin. At the first touch of his tongue, she closed her eyes, unable to believe the exquisite beauty of the moment. She felt his lapping, velvet soft yet slightly rasping across her damaged skin, a mixture of soothing sensuality. Even as he took time and great care to see to the wounds on her body, the clothes covering his skin became unbearable, confining his bursting muscles, drenching him in heat and sweat. He shed them easily, as he did everything else, with a single thought to ridding himself of the discomfort. His body moved against hers, hot and aggressive as he bent to his task. His hands caught at her hips, bending her back to get better access to the puncture on her rib. His hair brushed the underside of her breast, and she jumped as if he had scorched her. At once he lifted his burning gaze to hers. She was swamped with his hunger, his need. It was there in his eyes. He watched her throat move convulsively as she swallowed a tight knot of fear. Very gently, with infinite tenderness, his hand spanned her throat so that her pulse beat into the warmth of his palm. "Give yourself to me, Tempest," he whispered softly, his voice so beautiful that it entwined itself around her heart. "Tonight, come to me as my true mate. Be with me the way I hunger for it to be. Give me this gift I have lived lifetimes without." His mouth was only inches from hers, and every cell in her body cried out for her to close that tiny gap. How could she deny him anything when his need was so great? She moved until her lips were against his. "I want whatever you want, Darius." Even as the consent entered her mind, formed the words, breathed them into his being, her heart jumped, wondering what she had committed herself to doing. Did she really trust him so much? Or was his need feeding her own, the urgent hunger beating at him in waves, swamping her as he touched his mind to hers? His kiss was gentle, tender, a reverent exploration that only added to her great need of him. "I want the water to heal you, honey," he said softly. "I want nothing but pleasure for you this night." His hands found the buttons to her jeans. His gaze held hers as he slowly dragged the material over her hips, taking her white lace panties with them. Then he lifted her into his arms. "The water is hot, baby, but it will aid in the healing I do." He was holding her over the steaming water. "I think it is time you realized I will not be defied any longer. You are under my protection, Tempest. Every time I sleep, you get into trouble. I will not allow it to continue." His arrogance set her teeth on edge, but at the moment she was more concerned with just how hot the water really was. He was lowering her feet close to the surface. It smelled like sulfur. Tempest clutched at his bare shoulder, her nails digging into his flesh. "You know, Darius, I have a major aversion to mineral water." His body was powerful and masculine, the heated thickness of him pressed aggressively against her bare skin as he lowered her toward the waiting pool. "I think you need to trust me more, Tempest." Darius dipped her feet into the water. She gasped at the stingings, her fingers curling around his biceps, holding on to him for safety. The problem was, she had to lift her legs around him to keep from touching the water. Instantly, it brought her hot core of femininity, liquid with need, to press fully against his thick, fierce arousal. Darius groaned aloud, every sane thought, every good intention, flying out of his head. In its place was a need so strong and urgent that he fastened his mouth fiercely to hers. In primitive, stormy, almost violent possession. His mouth fed on hers. He swept her away from the crushing mountain, from the pain of her wounds, and from the steaming water. She could feel his hands sliding possessively over her skin, slow and deliberate, as if he were committing every curve and hollow to memory. She could feel the soft earth pressing into her as he trapped her beneath him, his body, so large and strong, blanketing hers. His mouth never stopped its series of long, drugging kisses that seemed to steal her will and arouse him beyond all human boundaries of need. Tempest found her hands clutching his wild mane of hair, hanging on for dear life as the firestorm raged around them, through them. His hands cupped her full breasts, slid along her ribs to her belly, found the triangle of curls below, and caressed her thighs. Everywhere he touched he left flames behind, on her skin, inside her body, until she wanted to scream for relief. She thought to be afraid of his enormous strength, but that thought, too, was swept away on a tidal wave of passion as his palm pressed into her heat. She made a single sound, a low moan in her throat that ignited the fuse smoldering in him. Darius's mouth left hers for the first time, trailing fire down her neck to the thrusting tip of her breast. She cried out, arching into him, nearly exploding as his fingers found her tight, hot sheath and his mouth pulled strongly, his teeth scraping and teasing the swell of her breast. His knee nudged hers apart even as his tongue lapped at the valley between her breasts. He was above her, his face harsh yet sensual, his eyes black, burning coals. It was happening too fast. Way out of control. Tempest felt him, thick and aggressive, pressing into her. He seemed far too large for her to accommodate. Trapped beneath his body, she couldn't move, almost couldn't breathe. His teeth scraped the swell of her left breast, an erotic enticement that set her arching toward his mouth. Yet fear beat at her as he surged forward, his body pinning hers, invading hers, taking possession as if he had every right to her. She felt as if he was invading her soul, thrusting so deeply within her that she would never get him out. Instantly she stiffened, whimpering into his shoulder. She felt his teeth piercing her breast, spreading white-hot heat, sinking possessively into her skin as his body buried itself in hers. His mind pushed into hers, breaking through every barrier until they were completely one. She felt the heat of her own skin, the exquisite ecstasy of her tight, hot, velvet sheath gripping him, releasing, sliding over him, her blood, hot with life and light, flowing into him, the joy and searing flames, his insatiable hunger and terrible need. She saw the erotic images in his head, the things he would do to her, the things he wanted her to do to him. She saw his iron will, his implacable resolve, his ruthlessness, his merciless, predatory nature. He saw her fears, her modesty, her blind faith in him, her need to run away. He felt the slight discomfort of her body at his thickness and instantly changed his position to accommodate her. He fed her own passion with his, building the fire between them until it raged out of control. Darius was everywhere she was. In her body, in her mind, in her heart and soul. They shared the same blood. And, God help her, she could deny him nothing. Not when he was rising above her, surging hotly into her, his body slick with sweat, his mouth in a frenzy of hunger and need. It was the most erotic thing she had ever encountered. Tempest didn't care if she ever returned to herself. She was flying, soaring, sating his terrible hunger for the first time in all his centuries of living. The sense of power that gave her was incredible. She was in his mind, knew she was giving him sweet agony, molten fire. Knew it raged in him as it did in her. She surrendered to him completely, holding nothing back, her fingernails in his back, her soft cries, pleas for more, in his ear. She wanted this with him, wanted to give him this exquisite torment. Her eyelashes fluttered, and she cradled his head, her body moving with his, faster and harder until she was rippling with pleasure, exploding, fragmenting until he caught her safely in his arms. He lapped his tongue over the pinpricks in her skin, closing the tiny wound his fangs had left. His body clenched and raged for release, burning with a terrible need only she could fill. He was in her mind, and he took control, commanding her to do as he bid, not allowing her to think or know what he was asking. At the first touch of her mouth on his chest, his body shuddered with the effort for self-control. It had to be. She had to complete the ritual, deliver herself into his keeping for all time. Her tongue tasted his skin, the touch so erotic, His hands pinned her hips that he might bury himself ever deeper, even harder than before. Her teeth teased, scraped, and he heard his own hoarse cry. 1,000 years of need. This one time had to be his. Darius lengthened a fingernail to slash his chest, then caught the back of her head and pressed her to him. Her mouth moved as he had commanded, her hot sheath, slick and velvet soft, tightened in demand, squeezing and kneading until his body clenched and thrust helplessly, mindlessly, aggressively into hers, spilling his seed deep within her, claiming her for all time. He spoke the ritual words. He needed to say them aloud. Needed to seal her to him, make them one. His need to chant the words was as urgent as the taking of her body had been. It was every bit as primitive and instinctive as the hunger to take her life force into his body and give her his in exchange. I claim you as my life mate. I belong to you. I offer my life for you. I give to you my protection, my allegiance, my heart, my soul, and my body. I take into my keeping the same that is yours. Your life, happiness, and welfare will be cherished and placed above my own for all time. You're my life mate, bound to me for all eternity and always in my care. He murmured the words above her head as he cradled her to him, as his powerful, ancient blood flowed into her body, as his seed exploded into her. The power of the ancient words surrounded her, seeped into her to seal her soul, her mind, and her heart to his, to bind her to him irrevocably. Chapter 9. Tempest opened her eyes slowly, drowsily, sexily. Darius smiled down at her, touched his finger gently to her swollen lips, caught a ruby drop of his blood on the pad of his finger, and brought it to his own mouth. She blinked to bring him into focus. Her body was locked with his. She could feel him, thick and heavy, buried deep within the tightness of her core. His smile was lazy and sated, his black eyes holding masculine satisfaction that he had done so much more than simply please her. He looked as if he might start purring over his own prowess. Tempest found her smile hovering too close to the surface. He was moving with slow, languid strokes that kept heat scorching her body, kept her nipples pressing into the muscles of his chest. The flickering lights from hundreds of candles illuminated the fine sheen of sweat on his skin. His long hair was damp, falling around his face, lending him the look of a pirate. She reached up and gently traced the hard line of his jaw. Darius captured her hand, brought it to his mouth to kiss, then laced his fingers through hers. He stretched her arms above her head and held them there, leaving her body open and vulnerable to his continuing invasion. She was no longer afraid of him. He had been wild and insatiable, even rough at times, but he had ensured her pleasure before his own. She could read the satisfaction in his eyes, the light in his soul, and she was thankful to be able to bring him relief from his endless, barren existence. Darius savored the hot, slick wetness of her, the perfection of her satin skin, the silken mane of her hair. The wildness inherent in his nature ran as deep in her. Her passion matched his. She was made for him, and in his deepest heart, his very soul, he knew it absolutely. He bent his head to place a kiss in the tempting hollow of her shoulder. It was unbelievable to him that he was here with her like this, that it was not some dream his mind had created to appease his dying soul. Where he had been wild and aggressive before, he was slow and gentle now, moving with long, sultry strokes, his gaze locked with hers so he could see the pleasure he brought to her on her expressive face. Her eyes clouded with passion, her lips parted as her breath came in little gasps of wonder. She was so beautiful, she destroyed his tranquility, that absolute calm he had long ago acquired, and she made him as helpless and out of control as a youth. He wanted her for all time. Not the short span of years they would have, but for an eternity. He wanted it all. Darius closed his mind to that possibility, that temptation, and bent to take her mouth with his tongue dueling with hers, sweeping over her teeth, exploring the moist interior, demanding that she do the same to him. He thrilled to the tiniest details. The brightness of her hair, the length of her eyelashes, the curve of her cheek, all an abundance of riches along with the feel of her body surrounding his. Hot velvet gripping him, teasing him. He felt her tighten around him, her muscles rippling with the intensity of her pleasure, and he allowed the sensations in her mind and body to become his own. He felt the deep ripples begin like an earthquake, building and building until her shattering release. She was making little sounds in her throat, her arms taut as she writhed beneath him, trying to break free from his grip, but he held her and watched and experienced the strength and power of his body joined with hers, the tidal wave ripping through her, fragmenting her mind as the rush came. Only then, still holding her mind firmly with his, did he allow himself to rebuild his own conflagration so that she could feel the pleasure she gave him. His body surged more strongly into hers, each stroke harder and longer, going deeper until they were fully one being. He wanted her to know what she did for him, the beauty of her priceless gift. The rush took over, consumed his mind, consumed his body, until every muscle was bursting with need. Still he held her gaze so that she could see the tension on his face, the wildness in his eyes, the hunger and rapture, the sweet agony and ecstasy her body brought to his. He erupted into her, over and over, a volcano of molten seed, of burning fire, and the terrible darkness that haunted his soul. She was dragging him back to the light, and he felt the purity of it as his cries of joy echoed hoarsely throughout the cavern. Tempest's legs held him tightly, nearly as possessive as he. Their hearts were beating in the same wild rhythm, their labored breaths matching. He finally released her wrists and lay his head on her breast, even as his elbows held his weight from crushing her. She could feel his tongue lapping at the small beads of sweat on her breasts, and each feathery stroke sent an aftershock rippling through her. She brought her hands down to tangle in the disheveled mane of his hair, to just hold him. They lay like that, their silence speaking more than any words could have. Darius took their combined sense into his body, the feel of her hot skin, her breast beneath his cheek, the silken strands of her hair against his sensitized skin. Every sensation seemed heightened, seemed to echo through his body and linger there. The taste of her, rich and filled with life, was in his mouth and heart, and for the first time he could ever remember, his terrible craving for hot blood was momentarily sated. He would never again be tempted to make a kill to feel a rush of power, as one so close to turning often was, when he held the ultimate satisfaction in his arms. He stirred then, a slight frown touching his mouth. "I did not heal you properly." Instantly he was off her, leaving her feeling somewhat bereft. She also felt lazy and drowsy, the stifling heat of the cavern and his uninhibited lovemaking wearing her out. "I don't care. I want to sleep. You can heal me later." Her wounds no longer hurt when earlier they had been burning and throbbing. He had successfully introduced her body to other, much more enjoyable sensations. Darius ignored her sleepy command and lifted her easily into his arms. "I was more than selfish. I should have attended to your discomfort first, before my own." Tempest laughed softly at his serious expression. Her fingertip smoothed the hard edge of his mouth in a gentle caress. "Is that what you felt? Discomfort? Perhaps I should make you feel that way more often." He growled a warning or assent, she wasn't certain which, but she laughed at him anyway. "If I felt any more for you, baby, I would go up in flames," he admitted and padded on bare feet to the steaming pool. She caught at his neck, scowling at him. "I really don't like being immersed in boiling water, Darius." "It is not boiling. It is the same temperature as a hot tub," he chided. She had a death grip on his neck. "It looks boiling to me. I don't want to go in. And anyway, I never go near hot tubs. Everyone always wants to get naked, and I don't know anybody that well." "We are not wearing clothes now," he pointed out, wading into the steaming pool. He was trying not to laugh as she scrambled higher into his arms. "It's too hot. How can you breathe in here?" "You know, Darius," she added seriously, "this is an honest-to-God volcano. Lava could fill up this chamber at any time." She peered into the depths of the pool. "It's probably bubbling up through the ground right now. See those bubbles? Lava. What a baby." "Put your feet in the water," he instructed, amusement climbing from his voice to his eyes. Her eyes began to throw off sparks, her temper showing. "I don't want to go in, Darius." "Too bad, baby. It is good for you." Ruthlessly, he lowered her feet into the steaming water. Tempest tried to jerk her toes away from the hot mineral water, but he lowered her even farther so that her calves, then her thighs, were immersed. She gasped. "It's hot, you ape. Let me out." But the water was already doing its job, soothing the lacerations on her feet, loosening cramped muscles, though she wasn't going to give him the satisfaction of telling him so. His gaze was on the beads of perspiration running between her breasts to her stomach and disappearing beneath the surface of the water. He lowered her until her feet touched bottom and the water reached her waist, so that his hands could find her hips and hold her still for his inspection. He bent his head to the underside of one satiny breast and caught a droplet in his mouth. "Do you have to be so damned beautiful?" he murmured softly. Her fingers tangled in his hair and dragged his head to her breast so that she could arch into the moist heat of his mouth. The water lapped at her skin. Bubbles burst all around her. Steam rose. "Do you have to be so damned sexy?" she countered, wanting the feel of his mouth feeding erotically on her. Darius's hands skimmed over her hips in a light, possessive caress. He wanted to know he could touch her this way, that she was his. He wanted her to touch him. For the first time in all his centuries of existence, he was truly alive. Her soft skin, so like satin, brushed against his body. Her hair, so like silk, feathered over his shoulder, sending heat waves coursing through him. His mouth wandered lower to find the places where the bird's talons had pierced her skin. He winced, remembering the feeling of lying beneath the earth, helpless, while she struggled for her life. "You scared the hell out of me," he told her softly, his tongue bathing the puncture wounds. Tempest pressed herself closer to his soothing ministrations. "You have a curative agent in your saliva, don't you?" she asked, suddenly comprehending. He had too. That was how he closed the pinpricks his fangs made in her neck, never leaving evidence behind unless he wanted to brand her. It was how her bruises had healed so fast. Darius. So tender and gentle, carefully healing each laceration, every bruise. "And you must have an anticoagulant in your teeth." It was a guess, but a fairly safe one. He lifted his head, his dark eyes moody and unreadable. "I can heal you completely, but you must stay very still and accept what I do." She nodded solemnly. He was so beautiful, in a purely masculine way. She loved the hard bones of his face, the deepness and purity of his voice, the rippling of power beneath his skin. His beautiful face now showed intense concentration. He had withdrawn into himself. Tempest found the way his hips indented fascinating. He was so physically perfect. Her hands, of their own volition, reached out to touch those smooth indentations. The feel of his skin beneath her fingers sent flames dancing in her stomach. She explored farther, the palms of her hands sliding over his muscular buttocks. A sound escaped his throat, a soft warning growl, and his hands shackled her wrists, holding her palms against him. "Just what are you doing?" Her large green eyes stared innocently up into his fathomless black ones. "Touching you." Her palms pressed closer. "I like touching you." "I cannot possibly concentrate if you continue, Tempest." He meant to reprimand her, but one of her hands had slipped free to explore the hard columns of his thighs. His breath caught in his throat. Her fingers felt so good on his skin, an erotic fantasy began to take over his mind. His sexual needs were far greater than hers. He was a Carpathian male with a need as elemental as time to take his mate. He had promised himself he would remember that she was human and give her as much space as his nature would permit, but she wasn't helping him at the moment. His body hardened with a savage, aching rush of fire that added to the heat of the cavern and the pool. Her hand brushed against him beneath the water, slid the length of him, settled around him like a glove. He pushed against her, craving the feel of her surrounding him. "This will not help my concentration," he managed to point out. "Really? And I thought you were so good at blocking out all sorts of things, Darius," she teased, exploring him more fully, more boldly. He bent his head to the hollow of her shoulder, his teeth scraping roughly. Beneath the steaming water, his hand slid to the junction between her thighs. Tempest accommodated him, pushing against his palm. His fingers slid into her, urging her to climb with him. "I want you to need me the way I need you," he whispered against her throat. "How is that?" she asked through clenched teeth. In her hand he was growing even harder and thicker, velvet over iron. His fingers were driving her insane, taking her closer and closer to the edge of a cliff. The water swirled around them, fizzed and bubbled against their skin. Darius lifted her into his arms, the hot water sluicing off her and onto him nearly unbearable in his sensitive state. "Put your legs around my waist, Tempest," he ordered huskily, barely managing to get the words out. His body screamed for hers. She complied, and slowly he lowered her over his waiting shaft. At her hot, moist entrance, he paused, watching the expression on her face. He seemed large and intimidating to her, but her sheath was tight and velvet soft, gripping and enfolding him. The ecstasy of it tightening around him, slowly accepting his invasion, was almost more than he could bear. The heat in the cavern made it nearly impossible for Tempest to breathe. Or maybe it was the way Darius lowered her with such excruciating slowness over him. She laid her forehead against his chest, gasping as his body invaded hers, ever deeper, the steam surrounding them like smoke from the fire their bodies were creating. His fingers dug into her waist as she settled around him, taking him fully into her. She moved then. It was she, not he, who moved. She could feel the pleasure in his mind, in hers, so intense that it was close to pain. She rode him slowly, the beauty of the moment forever etched in her mind. The beauty of his face as she engulfed him, retreated, returned. It was erotic just to watch the pleasure she brought him. She knew precisely what to do to enhance that pleasure from his mind merged with hers. She snagged the images in his mind and made some slight adjustments, arching her back so that her breasts slid over his damp skin, letting her hair tumble over his shoulders, sensations he found unbearably sensual. Deliberately, she prolonged the moment of release, moving slowly, then faster, slowly, then fast, her muscles clenching around him, reluctantly releasing him, then capturing him once more. Even as she felt him swell within her, heard him fighting for breath, his heart pounding against hers, she felt her own body begin the climb toward the stars. She couldn't concentrate on his release when she felt herself start to fragment. At once Darius took control, his hands digging into her hips, thrusting into her with sure, hard strokes, pushing her higher and higher so that he was taking her with him. They soared together, breaking free, their cries filling the cavern. Steam wrapped them together as one body, one mind, one skin. At the end, Tempest was totally exhausted. She closed her eyes and rested her head on his shoulder. "I can't move, Darius. Don't ask me to move ever again." "I will not, baby," he murmured tenderly, lifting the wet hair from her shoulder to place a kiss on her bare skin. He carried her from the hot water to the next pool, which was several degrees cooler, its source outside the mountain rather than within. He sank into the water, taking her with him. She felt instant relief and released her grip on Darius's neck, lazily floating away from him. If she kept her eyes closed, she could pretend she was out in the open, with the sky above her and trees nearby. The oppressive layers of soil and rock simply disappeared from her mind. But she couldn't keep her eyes closed forever. She tried to concentrate on how Darius made her feel, on the beauty of the cavern, on the glittering diamonds the volcano had produced over the long centuries. "What is it?" he asked softly. "Being in this cave is making me feel like a bat." "It's beautiful, Darius, don't get me wrong," she added hastily, not wanting to hurt his feelings, "but we're so far underground, and it's very humid." Darius swam to her, his body rippling with power, his long hair wet and midnight black. "You will get used to it, honey." She felt her heart jump. What did that mean? She didn't want to stay underground long enough to get used to it. Biting her lip, she forced her mind away from the issue and swam a few strokes, taking pleasure in simply watching Darius swim, the fluid way his body moved. She yawned, her movements slow, exhaustion settling into her body. It was impossible to have any real sense of time underground. "You have had a difficult day," Darius said as he surfaced quite close to her. His hands caught her waist and drew her against him. "I want you to rest while I perform the healing ritual on you." "What is it?" She was wary, but her fatigue was making her more compliant to his demands. Darius studied her face, the shadows beneath her eyes. She was drooping with weariness. He didn't ask for her consent. He merely lifted her into his arms and took her to a small alcove where the rich soil was soft and beckoning. He waved a hand so that a cotton sheet floated to cover the grounds, then laid her down with great care. "You just made that sheet, didn't you?" she murmured, staring up at him. He brushed back the wet hair from her forehead. "You would be surprised at the things I can do," he said softly. "I don't think I would anymore," she countered. "Do not distract me from my task this time, Tempest. I will free myself from this body, and my energy will go into yours. I can heal your wounds from the inside out. The healing process is much faster, and if any infection is present, I can rid your body of it. But I cannot be aware of my own body during this time. My focus must remain on what I am doing. Do you understand? I cannot re-enter my body abruptly when I am really in yours. So do not distract me in any way." She lay very still, watching his face. He was withdrawing from her, she could see that. Withdrawing from the world they were in, he turned his entire attention inward. She wanted to touch his mind with hers. It was becoming easier for her to do, but she didn't want to take any chances on distracting him, the very thing he had said not to do. Tempest felt him then. She felt his entry into her body, pure energy moving through her, like an inner light, examining her, warm and soothing. In her mind she heard a voice. Soft, comforting, it whispered like butterfly wings in her mind. The words were none that she knew. Still, she knew she had heard them before. A chant. She tried to distinguish individual sounds, but it was impossible. She received only impressions like silvery bells, like water skipping over rocks in a brook, like a gentle breeze floating through the leaves of a tree. Her skin was warm. Her insides were warm. The soles of her feet ceased to sting and actually felt good. Whatever Darius was doing was obviously working, and she wondered at how he was able to heal as he did. At that moment, he seemed a perfect miracle to her. Darius returned to his own body and gazed down at Tempest's beautiful face. She looked very young, and he felt like a criminal, knowing she had no way to fight him, no way to fight his claim on her. He had made certain of that. She had no idea what the ritual entailed, and perhaps the truth was, neither did he. But Darius felt the difference in himself, the difference the words he had uttered, binding them together, had caused. He no longer had any choice in the matter. He had to be with her, near her. He knew they could not be comfortably apart for any length of time. Whatever those words had wrought, it was out of their hands now. They had to abide by the results. Darius touched her face with a gentle fingertip. "Do you feel better, Tempest?" He knew she did. His mind was becoming accustomed to slipping in and out of hers, and he could feel the relief in her body. He had even soothed her feminine core, so that his wild, rather primitive taking of her would not make her sore. She nodded solemnly. "It's incredible that you can do such a thing. Can you imagine what it would mean to the world if humans could learn to heal like that? Perhaps we really could cure cancer. Think of the good that could come of it. We wouldn't need drugs, Darius. It is not a human way of healing, Tempest. But you healed me, so it can be done on humans. Maybe you should become a doctor instead of a bodyguard. You could help so many suffering people." She meant it. The compassion in her was overriding her good sense. Darius leaned over her, and his hand spanned her throat possessively. "I am not human, little love. If those people you want me to heal knew me as I am, they would drive a stake through my heart. You know it is so. I cannot have intimate dealings with humans. No close encounters. Desari entertains humans because she has the voice of an angel and can do no other. Ceasing to do so would make her unhappy, so I must protect her. But I do not deal closely with these people." Her hand slid over his, and a small smile curved her soft mouth, melting a dimple into her right cheek. "I am human, Darius, and you deal quite well with me." "No, I'm not," she protested. "I'm just like everyone else. You saw the beast in me first, Tempest. You relate to animals. You instinctively accepted my primitive nature. You know I am a predator, more animal than man. We Carpathian men are a combination of the two. You alone among humans understand and accept that. You think and reason like a human," she said, sitting up and pushing back her hair, which hung heavy in the humidity of the cavern. She was sweating again, little beads dotting her skin. She looked around for her clothes, so tired she couldn't remember what she'd done with them. "You're more like a human than you think, Darius." Darius gathered her against him and cuddled her close. "You want me to be human because it is easier for you to deal with that thought." A note of censure tinged his voice. Tempest pushed at the wall of his chest, then thumped him for good measure with her fist. "Don't give me that attitude. You know at this point I could care less if you're some weird creature from this underground chamber from hell. I know you know that. You've been in my mind the same way I've been in yours. You know what I think of you. I find you intriguing. And, actually, you're not half bad. You find me sexy," he corrected and kissed her nose. She pushed him away and got to her feet, swaying a little with weariness. "Don't let it go to your head. I also find you a pain in the butt." She was wandering around the cave, seemingly inspecting the floor. Darius got up with a sigh and followed her. "What are you doing?" "Looking for my clothes." "You do not need your clothes." He said it very decisively. "Darius, if you make love to me one more time, I think I might just die. Since we can't have that, it's much safer to find my clothes." He caught her hand and led her back to the little alcove. "You do not even know what you are saying or doing anymore." Another wave of his hand produced 2 pillows. Tempest yawned. "I'm really tired, Darius. I love talking to you, but both of us need to face the facts. Even if you're not human, I am. I have no idea what time it is, but I need to sleep." He smiled at her, a teasing flash of his teeth. "What do you think I've made up this bed for? This is one of my retreats. I sleep here." "I gathered that. But you need to take me back." "Back where?" Something in his voice warned her. Her green eyes fixed on his face. There was a stillness in him she didn't like. She could hear her heart pounding. "I want to get out of here. You can sleep here, and I'll sleep in the campground, in whatever vehicle they left for us." "I don't care. I can sleep under a tree." "There is no chance, honey, that I will allow you to sleep apart from me." He said it casually, as if it wasn't a big deal to sleep with an entire mountain, a volcano, at that, crushing down on her. He reached out and shackled her wrist. Not hard. Lightly. A loose bracelet of fingers, no more, but it was a warning all the same. "You can't mean for me to sleep here," Tempest protested, jerking away from him. "Stay under the earth all day while you sleep?" "I can't do it, Darius. Not even for you." "You will sleep beside me where I know you are safe, Tempest," he said in his soft, implacable way. She backed away from him, visibly pale. "I can't, Darius. When you're distracting me, I don't feel as if I'm suffocating, but I could never lie here in utter darkness and try to sleep. I can't see the way you can. If the candles melted down or a draft made them go out, I would go insane. I'd feel buried alive. I'm not like you. I'm human. I will not take you to the surface and leave you on your own. Each time I allow you freedom, something happens to you." Her fear was beating at him. He touched her mind, found desperation, panic. "You will not awaken, Tempest. You think I cannot ensure this? I can command the earth itself should I choose to do so. I can create storms, tidal waves, set lava boiling. Why would I be unable to see that you rest beside me undisturbed?" The tip of her tongue touched her lower lip. Her eyes were wild with fear. "We need to meet up with the others, Darius. I can drive all day. You can sleep and meet me wherever the designated campsite is. I'll be there, I promise." He rose slowly, his body relentlessly masculine. He moved with fluid grace, a predator's rippling power, toward her. She actually backed away from him, her hand going up between them for protection. Darius stopped immediately, his black gaze on that small, fragile hand. It was trembling. He sighed softly. "I cannot allow this to continue, Tempest. I have attempted to allow you as much freedom as you need, but we have to have a balance between us. I cannot risk your life, yet when I ask your permission, give you explanations, your fear only grows. If I take command of you as I should, you would feel no fear, no risk. Do you see that you are giving me no choice?" He moved then, his speed so blinding that he was on her before she blinked, before she was aware of the impending danger. She struck at him blindly, struggling against his superior strength, her mind in chaos. "How could you do this after what we shared?" she demanded, her voice so fearful that he felt his heart melting. He detested frightening her, even though he knew it was for her own protection. Nothing would happen to her here. The mountain wouldn't crush her. She could breathe the air with no problem. Her frantic blows were no more to him than the batting of butterfly wings, yet each struck to his heart. "You said you wouldn't hurt me," she continued even as he wrapped her in his strong arms and held her to comfort her. "You said you would always see to my happiness. You lied to me, Darius. The one thing I believed was that I could always trust you. Trust your word to me." Her words were like small blows to his soul. Did she believe that of him, that he would lie to get his way with her? He hated that she was afraid, but what other choice did he have? "I have not lied to you. It is my duty to see to your health, to see to your protection. I can do no other than ensure your safety. Darius, I don't care what you are, what kind of power you wield. I will fight you with my last breath for my freedom. You have no right to dictate to me, even in matters of safety. You don't. You can't allow me to do anything. It's my free choice. I won't have it." Darius regarded her passionate face calmly. He simply held her wrists pinned together, seemingly undisturbed by her outburst. "Be calm, honey, and breathe deeply. Your fear of being beneath the mountain is overcoming your reason. I won't stay here with you, Darius. I mean it. I'll go away, so far away you'll never find me," she threatened, her emerald eyes swimming with tears, sparkling like gems. His face hardened perceptibly, his perfect mouth all at once edged with cruelty. "That will never happen, Tempest. There is nowhere you can go that I cannot find you. I would come for you, and I would never stop until I retrieved you. You are the very air I breathe. You are my light, the colors in my world. There is no life without you. I will never go back to emptiness, to darkness. You and I are tied together, so we have no choice but to find a way to make this work. Am I making myself clear?" "Perfectly clear. You intend to be a dictator, and you expect me to be a puppet. It isn't going to happen, Darius. I've been in your head. You're not the type of man to beat a woman because she defies him." His free hand slid to the nape of her neck, a light, caressing touch that sent a responsive shiver down her spine and started a fire in her abdomen. It angered her that he could do that, with one touch send her body into flames even as he was denying her rights. She could not let him do this to her. She wasn't weak. She wasn't the type to give in simply because he made her knees weak. "I do not have to beat a woman to make her do what is necessary for her own protection." He said it softly, his voice velvet soft, mesmerizing. "You are not my puppet, honey. I would never want you to be. Do you not realize that it is your courage I admire? But I cannot allow you to place yourself in danger." His arms slipped around her from behind, circled her slender body, and drew her tight against him. "The hour grows late, Tempest. I need to sleep. I want you to lie down beside me and sleep, too. Nothing will wake you. Nothing will harm you." "I can't breathe down here," Tempest said desperately, wiping at the tears spilling onto her lashes and running down her face. "Darius, let me go. Please let me go." He lifted her struggling body as if she were no more than a child and buried his face in her neck for a moment, savoring her scent, the feel of her skin. "There is no need to fear this place, honey. It is a place of healing." His voice dropped an octave, taking on a compelling, hypnotic rhythm. "You will sleep in my arms, sleep until I call your name and awaken you." Darius lifted his head so that his black eyes could stare directly into her green ones, so that he could trap her gaze in his black eyes. Mesmerizing. Relentless. She could not pull her gaze away no matter how strong her will. He felt her resistance and admired her for it, but he was unyielding. This he could not give her. He would have to face her on the next rising, but this day she would be safe.